Chapter 757. Bottom of the ocean. Shaking water was everywhere, and bizarre-shaped fish swam in it slowly and casually. The deep blue had gradually turned into pitch dark. The sunlight from up above could barely extend any further. However, this place was not in complete darkness. Once in a while, scaleless fish with bodies that glowed and crab-like sea monsters that seemed to be holding two-color lanterns could be seen. Their lights further added to the haziness and creepiness of the deep ocean. After Lucian and Natasha left Doris, they dived into the depths of the ocean and moved along a strange current that was entirely different from the surroundings. They saw the amazing view that was entirely different from the shallow ocean and sensed the water pressure that was getting greater and greater and was about to crush them. Therefore, shimmers of light were added around Lucian's body, blocking the seawater and the pressure. He seemed to be in a different world. Small, terrifying swords of light raged around Natasha and cut out a territory that was absolutely under her control and exchanged the necessities with the water around. After sinking for another 100 meters, Lucian suddenly stopped and spoke through the telepathic bond. "I'm going to measure the environmental factors of this place. You keep an eye on the surroundings." Natasha nodded. As a silver and plain longsword was raised, all the waves and quakes around immediately stopped. At their depths, there were already no special ocean creatures that could emit their own lights. It was absolutely dark and soundless. In such an environment, any intelligent life with a normal mind would be grasped by inexplicable fear, as if monsters were lurking in the dark water that brought immense pressure. They were watching the strangers indifferently and waiting for an opportunity to devour them. "Aren't we in a hurry to go to the Blue Gate?" Natasha was rather puzzled that Lucian was still doing experiments at such a moment. Whether or not it is associated with the anomalies deep inside the boundless ocean, it is by far our most important lead. Lucian tossed out his experiment cabin and let it grow into a complete laboratory. He then covered it with a layer of silver light so that it would not be corroded by the seawater. For me, collecting the environmental factors is equally important to the exploration of the Blue Gate, if not more. In arcana studies, comparing abundant data is the key to many mysteries. Lucian replied casually and focused his eyes on the experiment cabin. His attention was immediately gathered on it. Natasha stopped asking. After all, it was not a field that she was good at. Believing in authorities and professors was her only choice now. Holding the sword of truth, she swam around like a mermaid, keeping an eye on the unexpected attack of the deep-sea monsters. Although she had strong willpower and keen senses as a legendary knight, her perception of the environment had been greatly lowered in the deep sea where the pressure was horrifying and the light was gone. She might be missing something if she was careless for 1 second. Even if Lucian enhanced her with spells that turned a certain range in the ocean into the equivalent of a continent, it could not reach any further. In the quiet ocean, Lucian was completely devoted to his experiment. Now and then, the sea monsters that had sensed intruders would come at him while waving their tentacles and clamps, but most of them slipped away when Natasha stared at them. Those whose minds were overwhelmed by the lust for slaughter, on the other hand, were cut into countless tiny meat pieces with just a flash of sword, thus allowing the weaker fish around to take the advantage. Just like that, Lucian pressed forward along the undercurrents that went deep into the ocean. He stopped for experiments and collected data every now and then. Gulu. Gulu. Natasha, who was staying on alert next to Lucian, suddenly sensed certain noises. Many creatures seemed to be surging over from a different undercurrent. Ellipsis, ellipsis. The monsters with fish heads and human bodies traveled fast amidst the undercurrents, holding the elves whose skin was deep and whose ears were pointy. With their strength, the pressure at such depths should have been too much, but the priests in the team who held the staff created an enormous bubble together and transferred the pressure on it. "How long will it take before we arrive at the Blue Gate?" One of the Kuo-Tone warriors asked the priest impatiently. As the land of miracles for the sea clans, the Blue Gate had been praised by the Kuo-Tones, the Gips, the sea clans, the sea drakes, the mutated seahorses for generations after generations. It was their dreamland that they had always looked forward to. Therefore, when they heard that they could go to the Blue Gate that had never been confirmed before, those sea creatures were so excited that they could barely contain themselves. The priest nearby was also obviously excited. According to Doris, it will take about another half a day. The Kuo-tone who axed bared his glittering eyes and poked the elven captive that he was escorting with his trident. Swim faster. The sea elf glared at the Kuo-tone with her eyes, from which fire seemed to be spurting out, as if she were about to launch a desperate attack. What are you looking at? You are captives. I can eat you immediately. Sea elves were certainly among the foods of the Kuo-tones. The female sea wolf said with a clear and angry voice, "Her Majesty will come to save us." Hee hee. If your queen could save you, she would have already saved you. Although she blocked His Majesty with her filthy scheme, there is nothing she can do to save you. The Kuo-tone couldn't feel more regretful when he recalled the battle. How did the elven queen become so tough? The female sea elf's eyes became dim. She said in self-consolation, "Her Majesty is merely using you to find the Blue Gate. That's why she didn't save us. Chances are that she is following you right now." Recently, she had been listening to those goddamn murlocs discussing the Blue Gate all the time. She was quite curious about it too. If she weren't going there as a captive, she would have been very excited about the journey. Ha ha. Do you believe what you said? How could she have known that we were coming to the Blue Gate? The Kuo-tone destroyed the hope of the sea elf, who was now forced to think of the miserable ending that was waiting for her. Would she be used by Herix as the material to open the Blue Gate? In the middle of her desperation, a silver light suddenly popped up in the dark water up ahead. It was so clear and pure that it seemed to be mountain paradise at the dark bottom of the ocean thousands of meters deep. That's... The sea elf was shocked. She looked there in confusion. Vaguely, she saw that it was a metal cabin in the middle of the light. Ha! A metal cabin? Why was there a metal cabin in the deep, dark ocean? Her heart was suddenly filled with hope. Was it Herex's enemy? Suddenly, her widened eyes reflected a tiny glittering sword. It grew large quickly and occupied her whole horizon. The female sea elf felt that soundless sword that could cut everything filled the environment, but she could see nothing except for one cold and indifferent light. The bubble was broken, and so were the Kuo-tones, the mutated seahorses, the jellyfish, and other sea creatures. By the time the light of the sword was gone, the female sea elf discovered that the other sea creatures except for the captives and one priest had all been reduced into tiny pieces of meat, with illusionary, terrifying light wandering on their remains. Are you all right? A pleasant voice that carried both care and intimidation came into the sea elf's ears. The female sea elf was back to herself from her shock, only to discover that an elegant purple-haired lady was floating before her with a smiling and gentle face. For some reason, her heart was suddenly warm. The frustration and desperation that she suffered recently all surged up, as she sobbed and asked, "Are you here to save us?" She felt that the female knight touched her head with her left hand that was not holding the sword, so her tears ran even faster. Had it not been for her other concerns, she would have jumped into her arms and cried out aloud. "I am Natasha from the Kingdom of Home. I am an ally of the Elven Court. We met you by accident." Natasha briefly introduced her identity. "Can you tell us what happened?" "That day, the big villain Herix launched an assault at our territory." The female sea elf explained what had happened while sobbing. After hearing her out, Natasha said to Lucian in the telepathic bond, "It's basically the same as what Doris said, with much more details. It seems that Herix has really been heavily wounded. Perhaps he's bringing the captives to the Blue Gate for a quick recovery?" Lucian was reminded by Natasha when the Kuo-tones approached, not because they were dangerous, but because they might be carrying important intelligence. At this moment, having enhanced the captured sea elves with protective bubbles, he nodded. "That's a possibility. Let's ask the priest again." It was not until then that the female sea elf realized that a man was standing in the water further away. His black double-breasted suit, under the contrast of the darkness of the deep ocean and the silver light, emitted a mysterious and creepy air, and his handsome face was particularly familiar. Master Evans? The female sea elf suddenly remembered who he was. Although she did not know much about the things on the continent, every music-loving elf had heard the name Lucian Evans and seen his picture before. A grand arcanist of the Congress of Magic. She was completely relaxed because she was now safe. So, she cried even harder. After asking the priest, Lucian said to those sea elves, "We'll take a look at the Blue Gate. If possible, we will try to rescue your compatriots." Those sea elves were about to express their gratitude in delight when Lucian said, "However, until then, I would like you to forget about us." What? Those sea elves raised their heads, all having the illusion that Mr. Evans had suddenly reached before them. They could see his eyes clearly, the eyes that were deep and peaceful like an ocean. The sea elves left ignorantly. Lucian said to Natasha, "My data collection is almost done, and the Blue Gate is not far away from here. Let's go over and take a look." "All right. Take care." Although Natasha was a knight who preferred to lead the charge, she had always been prudent before any battle. The two of them went deeper and deeper and closer to the bottom of the ocean. Suddenly, a weird huge hollow appeared before them, one that did not have a single drop of water in the hundreds of square kilometers nearby. Centered at a vague blue gate far away, the water around seemed to have been pumped away, and the water further away could not enter the area at all. Only the strange reefs and the loose sand proved that it was still the bottom of an ocean. "I was thinking of turning into a fish to sneak over for reconnaissance. It seems that we have to try a different approach now." Lucian became rather solemn. Chapter 758. Underground Master. With the hazy blue light far away, Natasha observed the surroundings carefully. On one side, it was a spherical hollow, and on the other side, it was the deep, depressing water and all kinds of bizarre monsters. The two sides were so distinctly separated that there was no mix-up at all. That part of water seems to have been squeezed out by the qualities of the Blue Gate. There is not the slightest air inside. It will be barely possible to avoid Herex's detection. She drew her conclusion. With Lucian's assortment of amazing spells, it should have been easy to sneak to somewhere near the Blue Gate without catching any attention. However, according to Doris and the previous priest, Herex was exactly before the Blue Gate. Considering his strength at the peak of legendary and the corresponding intuitions, it would be barely possible to approach him without the cover of water, fish, sea monsters, microorganisms, and plants. Lucian nodded and checked the environment again. Then, his body turned heavy, allowing him to sink to the bottom of the ocean and on the ground that contained abundant minerals. "You stay here. I'll take a look inside first." Lucian had an idea. Without any hesitation, Natasha nodded her head. "All right. If anything happens, I'll fly over immediately." She knew very well that there was a major gap between her and legendary sorcerers in terms of reconnaissance and stealth. Those unimaginable spells were the perfect choice at a moment like this. Therefore, if she insisted on going together, she would be a liability for Lucian in case of an emergency. For example, he would have to cast 2 spells in order to cover their traces. Of course, it did not mean that sorcerers were necessarily better at stealth and reconnaissance than knights. It was just that the blood power of Sword of Truth, which highlighted charging and pressing the assault, was not up for such a delicate job. Other bloodlines that were adept at those were as good as sorcerers. Now that Natasha agreed, Lucian activated the magic models inside his soul with a smile. He had fallen in love with her probably because she was always decisive and never too emotional. Tawny colors arose on the surface of Lucian's body and enshrouded him. Thanks to his advanced skills, the magic waves were barely perceivable. In the tawny brightness, Lucian's body was suddenly softened. All the items including the robe of Grand Arcanists and his body turned into a pile of mud. A mud monster? In the telepathic bond, Natasha acts in slight confusion. She had never seen such a strange spell before and could only propose the most approximate guess. Lucien's mud-like body wriggled and melted into the soil at the bottom of the ocean. His spiritual power seemed to have turned into countless tentacles that spread out into a gigantic web of spiritual power, getting the land around under his control. Not exactly. This is a rarely seen ninth circle spell named Underground Master. The Blue Gate has merely squeezed out the water without collapsing the bottom of the ocean, so the spell is still usable, Lucian explained to Natasha. In any case, this is still part of the underground world. Natasha stopped asking. Holding the sword of truth tightly, she was ready for battle, and Lucian sank further deeper into the bottom of the ocean before he snuck toward the Blue Gate without a sound. The darkness below the bottom of the ocean was even more depressing than that in the ocean, giving the feeling that one could be buried here at any moment. Although Lucian could perceive the environment through the tentacles of spiritual power that were extended to the surface, he still felt that space and time were so chaotic that he did not know which year it was at all. After moving for almost 300 kilometers, the projection of Lucien's host star of destiny in his soul suddenly sensed something. The spiritual power that was extended to the surface was recalled, and his movement came to an abrupt halt. He crouched below the soil quietly in a weird posture. He could not move forward any further, or he would be in the range of Herex's absolute defense. The so-called absolute defense was the area around a top legend that was almost absolutely under their control. The size of the area varied according to the strength and specialties of the legend, but nobody could possibly enter the area without alerting them, not even demigods. Therefore, the cases where top legends were ambushed were all launched outside of the area, or under the cover of other targets. When the Elven Queen ambushed the last Prince of Demons, she took advantage of the altar that he set up in person. When the Demogorgon of Darkness devoured the previous Prince of Demons, he had been serving him dutifully and loyally. That was why Lucian thought that he could blend into a school of fish if there were any in the area. There was a chance that he could escape the detection of Herex's absolute defense if he were distracted by other matters. Although Lucien's tentacle-like spiritual power had been significantly reduced, there were still many tiny hollows in the middle of the soil and rocks. They were like the secondary eyes of Underground Master, thus allowing Lucian to catch a fuzzy view of what was outside. Not far away ahead of him, there was a magnificent palace, one that did not have any walls but was entirely supported by stone pillars. The palace was not nearly as magnificent as the Temple of Spirits. It was only the size of a Nexo palace. Also, the stone pillars were mottled and old. Some of them were breaking and collapsing all the time, exactly like other ancient cities that had been drowned by seawater. The palace was circular. At its center was an open-air altar. There was a vague blue gate above the altar, which gave Lucian an unusually familiar feeling because it was as transcendental, intangible, and unapproachable as the Furnace of Souls. They are indeed somewhat similar. From Doris' narration, Lucian already sensed that the Blue Gate shared certain similarities with the Furnace of Souls. Also, it had something identical to the ever-changing, lofty, God's glory. Perhaps, they are the different reflections of the truth of the world. That's why they give a similar feeling. The Blue Gate is rather out of the place compared to the altar and the palace. I cannot sense the passage of time on it at all, but the altar and the palace have both been corroded by the passing years. The Chamber of Immortality and the Pathway of Immortality, as well as the Furnace of Souls and the Temple of Spirits, are much more matched than they are. Lucian identified the unusual environment and drew a preliminary deduction. The palace must have been built by a certain expert of the Sea Clans after the Blue Gate was discovered in order to highlight the Blue Gate's status. However, future generations paid little attention to the extra stuff. That's why it is dilapidated right now. The altar was much more intact than the palace that was full of bricks and fallen pillars. Also, near the Blue Gate and on the 8 sides of the altar, new and complicated symbols had been added. Even an erudite arcanist like Lucian could barely tell what they meant. He only sensed that every symbol and every part was simple and time-tested. Infinite mysteries seemed to have been contained in them. Are these the words that the experts controlling the Blue Gate like Herrick's created based on the specialties of the Blue Gate, like the dark dialect? Lucian speculated the reason. In any case, those fundamental, extraordinary words revealed their function through their influence on the environment, thus giving Lucian a chance to analyze their meaning as well as the effect of the whole magic circle. Below the 8 sides of the altar were the magic circles of blood sacrifice that Lucian was quite familiar with. There were plenty of sea elves, gips, more kuotones, mutated seahorses, venomous jellyfish, and deep-sea drakes. By the time Lucian noticed them, the magic circle of blood sacrifice had been activated. Those poor creatures completely lost their lives and were rigidified like dry corpses. Intense bloodiness and ivory light were condensed around them, brimming with pain, hate, desperation, and other negative feelings. Above the altar, before the Blue Gate, 2 strange creatures were standing. One of them was a murloc that was as tall and brawny as a frost giant. The scales on his body were not silver or in the color of blood, but they emitted a brightness that was as blue and clear as gems. The blue crown on his head covered his upper face with a strange shadow and revealed only a pair of crimson, cold eyes. Together with the tough lips on the lower half of his face, they left a deep impression on whoever saw him. Also, his limbs were not as shrunk as the other murlocs but healthy and strong. He was holding a gold trident in his right hand, and at the head of the trident, a gem that was as blue as an eye released a vague feeling of space-time ripples. He was Herrick's, the emperor of the Kuotones and the master of the boundless ocean. Next to him was a creature that was even stranger. His whole body seemed to be made of soft, transparent materials and was wriggling and floating all the time. One moment, it blossomed like a flower, and the next, it stretched out like tentacles. In the meantime, the creature did not have eyes, nose, or lips. He was like a transparent bag that was filled with water. The dark jellyfish, who ranks the second among the 7 sea generals. Lucian thought to himself. While watching the magic circle of blood sacrifice to be activated, Herrick spoke, "After we open the Blue Gate, we will be rewarded by the ocean. I will regain my strongest status, and you will obtain a legendary material that is as good as the Blue Key. Can you really open the Blue Gate in advance by sacrificing tens of thousands of lives?" Dark jellyfish tires vibrated in the air and made a sound. Of course, but we still need to join our hands to activate the remaining circles. Otherwise, the power of the blood sacrifice wouldn't be enough. Herrick stepped into the magic circle on the left side of the Blue Gate, and Tires entered the right one. Lucian was more or less puzzled by that, so he kept on observing. The weird symbols and patterns glittered at the same time. Their deep blue resonated with the Blue Gate. Very soon, a mysterious, complicated magic circle took shape, like a palace of water that covered the altar. From the magic circles on the 8 sides, the blood that was mixed with the feelings of desperation, pain, and hate surged toward Tires. Tires sensed that something was not right. He unfolded his body in shock and anger, temporarily resisting the surging negative feelings and blood with dark bubbles. Herrick raised his trident and said indifferently, "Don't blame me. You've seen how strong Aglia was. If I don't find out a way to improve myself, I'll be left behind by her, and that will be the end of the sea clans. Hee. Why don't you sacrifice yourself to fortify me then?" The dark jellyfish squeezed out tremendous black liquids. "It's the old stuff again." Lucian thought to himself from far away, but he immediately got excited. This was the first time that he had witnessed such a scene in person. They were the rarely seen experiment materials. Therefore, the magic notebook in his spirit library was opened. He then began recording symbols, patterns, the process of activation, and every other detail. The seemingly plain but actually highly corrosive black liquids were gradually enshrouded by redness. No matter how the dark jellyfish performed his naturally endowed talents and abilities, it was impossible for him to break out of the magic circles that could transform anyone into the status of primeval devils because of the corrosion of the 8 magic circles of blood sacrifice. At this moment, Herrick, who was holding the gold trident, uttered the intricate, unpredictable words in a language that was different from the languages that Lucian knew. The water seemed to be surging out of the void around. Centered at the blue key, which appeared like a gem, the gold trident emitted a brilliant blue light. At every pointy end, an illusionary swirl that was so blue that it was almost black protruded and spun, raising a flow of brightness that was like seawater. Like the saltwater intrusion, the light flowed back to the magic circle, nullifying the natural-born talents of dark jellyfish tires. The black liquids that corroded the magic circle stopped wriggling. Water's tolerance. How could Tyres not recognize Herex's famous quasi-magic ability? He was both shocked and infuriated, but it was impossible for him to escape from the range of the effect because of the many magic circles. He could only try to resist it. Water's tolerance. Lucian wrote down the ability of the Emperor of the Sea Clans that the Congress of Magic always wanted to duplicate but never succeeded. It could neutralize, nullify, and melt most supernatural powers, and it could tell friends from foes. It was a supernatural power that was as good as advanced time stop, luxury cracking, paradise of stars, and other special legendary spells. Only by becoming the Emperor of the Sea Clans and controlling the Trident, Emperor's Grasp, could they perform the complete version of Water's Tolerance by activating the power of the blue key on it. The core of the Emperor's Grasp was crafted with the legendary material, blue key. The watery light cleansed everything, rendering Tyres' resistance useless. His blue liquids had turned red. Unable to escape, he found it impossible to suppress the desperation, pain, and anger in his heart. His status had subtle reverberations with the negative feelings around that were almost concrete. Therefore, he was no longer as transparent and fluid as a bag that was full of water. Instead, deep black and red were added to the thickness, devastating anyone who saw it. Lucian carefully recorded every tiny change and all the functions of all the weird runes. Although he had experienced a similar status transformation before, he had been through it as a recipient. He knew what happened to him very well, but he lacked the overall knowledge and did not know the changes in the outside world. He did not know the specific function of magic circles either. Therefore, Herex's transformation of the dark jellyfish gave Lucian a chance to complete his files. It was a rare, real experiment. At this moment, seeing that the dark jellyfish already lost the ability to resist, Herex suddenly turned around and uttered a word that sounded like waves slapping the shoreline. His crimson and cold eyes immediately filled Lucian's horizon. Crap. I've been caught. The projection of the host star of destiny inside Lucian's soul immediately sensed something. The blue brightness on the gold trident in Herex's hands immediately turned dark. The swirls on every pointy end were even more intense, and the same swirls were appearing in the void around Lucian. They revolved so fast that they seemed to be absorbing everything. Hualala. The seawater outside of the hollow, which was affected by the swirls, surged in and filled the swirls, making them concrete all of a sudden. Lucian's body and soul were torn. Death swirl. The Elven Queen and Herex had fought many times. As her ally, the Congress of Magic certainly had abundant files about the master of the boundless ocean. Therefore, Lord of Mysteries recognized that it was one of Herex's 5 most powerful abilities. It might not be as weird and unique as Water's Tolerance, but it was much more explosive and ferocious. Torn by the illusionary and solid swirls, Lucian, who had removed the special status of Underground Master, sensed the horror of the top legends again. Also, Herex was apparently not as heavily wounded as what Doris and the Sea Elves thought. His control over the environment was much stronger than what Lucian had expected. A delicate silver pocket watch appeared in Lucian's right hand, and the second hand on it was ticking. It was filled with the feeling of the eternal flow of time. Crack. Lucian pressed his right hand, and the deep blueness around him faded into devastating grayness. The rapidly revolving swirls came to an abrupt halt. Frozen around Lucian densely, they were like special embossments. After being improved with the time plate, Lucian's moon timer had reached level 3 of legendary. Also, Since it was a unique legendary item that was closely connected to his own cognitive world, the effect of the moon timer was close to the peak of legendary. In the frozen time and space, Lucian stepped back and blinked away from the death swirl. In the meantime, he extended his left hand and let out a spell that sounded like a raging wind. Storm barrier. This time, there was no tornado, no storm, no heat, and no freezing coldness, but only a vacuum, where electric arcs were bouncing. The bolts of lightning struck the pillars in the palace, collapsing them all of a sudden and surrounding Herix, who was affected by time stop on the altar. However, it was not Lucian's purpose to trap Herix with the storm barrier. He was only trying to create a vacuum. The intense air of destruction suddenly spread out of his extended left hand. Right when Lucian was about to launch his spell, the blue key from Herix's trident suddenly glowed in the grayness. The vague blueness got Herix out of the space-time restraint immediately. Under the watch of his cold and indifferent eyes, the death swirl revolved again, and the seawater melted into the storm barrier. The electric arcs struck his body along the seawater, but they could not shake his blue scales at all. Under such circumstances, it was naturally impossible for Lucian to launch positron cannon. He could only swallow the recoil and disrupt the cast, or it would explode right in front of him, which would be dangerous even though he had space staff. Lucian had used advanced time stop in order to get rid of death swirl. It did not occur to him that Herix would be affected despite the blue key. Now that Herix was indeed affected by the effect of time stop, how could Lucian let go of such a rare opportunity? However, out of his expectation, it was only Herix's trap. He intentionally got caught in advanced time stop and activated the blue key that he prepared in advance at the critical moment, thus disrupting the performance of Lucian's spell. Although he couldn't have known the specialness of Lucian's positron cannon, his boldness, decisiveness, and sordidness still taught Lucian a lesson about the horror of top legends. Suddenly, Herix's right hand exerted strength as he threw out the gold trident at Lucian as if it were a javelin. At the same time, a deep dark ocean of death appeared behind his back. Boom! The ocean of death behind Herix burst out a terrifying tsunami. Wherever the gold trident enshrouded in blueness reached, real or illusionary tsunamis were on a rampage too. The ground at the bottom of the ocean protruded, and magma was erupting, blocking Lucian's escape. Also, the swirls were disappearing and the water was separating where the gold trident pointed. It was the most depressing calmness before the storm. It was exactly one of Herix's strongest abilities, Emperor's Fury. The gold trident was as fast as Natasha's Sword of Truth. Lucian, who had just recovered from the recoil of his magic, had no time to dodge it or jump away from the siege. He could only perform the defensive legendary spell that he was best at. Space Staff. As the light gathered and the staff took shape, different spaces seemed to be appearing around Lucian. After the gold trident hit the layers of space, the blackish swirls appeared on its three pointy ends again and surrounded the blue key. As a result, the spaces and the defenses were melted one after another. There seemed to be nothing that could stop it from pressing forward. However, it did give Lucian an opportunity to use legendary items. Light spots in countless different colors popped up on the robe of Grand Arcanists, establishing a translucent shield of colors. Crack! Countless holes appeared in elemental protection under Emperor's Fury. However, at this moment, thanks to the offset, the blockage of magma around was not as impenetrable as just now. Therefore, Lucian activated Magic Order in advance and disappeared where he was, blinking away. Hualala. As Herix uttered, the place where Lucian just disappeared from was filled by countless new tiny swirls. Since Lucian had performed so many spells just now, Herix naturally had enough time to cast a Death Swirl again. If Lucian hadn't run as fast, even if he wouldn't be killed on the spot, he wouldn't have felt too good about it either. It was the first time that Lucian fought a top legend for real, unlike the past when he relied on castle defense or when the enemy arrived only as projections. Therefore, he had truly sensed the gap between himself and those at the peak of the legendary level. He was perhaps as good as Herrick's in terms of the power of attack and time effect, but there was still a major gap when all things were considered. The gold trident had returned to Herrick's hand at some point. He said solemnly, "You're very strong. At the very least, I regard you as an opponent of the same level as me. However, in any case, I am a top legend, and you are not. If we were in any other place, I would be able to defeat you, but I could never kill you. I couldn't even stop you from escaping. However, of all the places, you have come to the Blue Gate." He spoke so casually as if everything was under his control. Chapter 760. Greed is the sin on the golden trident. The color of the blue key was much gentler, as if another ocean was contained inside. The vague sound of flowing water gave the feeling that it would run eternally. The blue gate behind the altar had slightly lost the transcendental, intangible sacredness too. The vague light flowed and reverberated with the key. Immediately, the hollow created by the blue gate was covered in the hazy, illusionary blueness. Lucian's spiritual power, which was spread out, was bounced back the moment it touched the blueness. As a result, his connection with the outside world was cut out. Lucian's heart became heavy, and he was more solemn than ever. Herrick's had truly controlled the timing perfectly. He had only just triggered magic order in advance and hadn't escaped from the range of the blue gate yet with other spells when he was trapped by the weird barrier. If the enemy were 1 second late, he would have reached Natasha's side through precise transfer. Solemn as he might have been, Lucian was not in the least desperate or frustrated. After all, although there was still a major gap between his strength and the peak of legendary, it shouldn't be a problem for him to resist the enemy for a while. As long as he could diminish the barrier while resisting it, together with Natasha's attack from the outside, it wouldn't be difficult for him to get out of the trouble. After all, he didn't come alone. Also, he would have finished the barrier with one attack of positron cannon, if it weren't a space-time one. However, since he could slightly make use of the power of the blue gate, this barrier is not to be underestimated, Lucian thought to himself. He took out a crystal ball and activated his prophecy, looking for the weakness on the barrier. In the meantime, he let out a complicated spell. Abrupt magic reverse. Now that he had to deal with the barrier, he had to consider his own defense first. A weird mirror full of weird patterns appeared before Lucian, like a channel that connected a different world. Herrick's did not attack immediately. Instead, he frowned and looked at Tyres, who was in the status transformation circle. His body had already been contaminated by the utter darkness and was wriggling non-stop, like an amalgamation of negative emotions that were corrupting the environment non-stop. Black lines that were barely visible extended into the vacuum from the amalgamation and connected all the negative feelings around. It was impossible to tell who was the main body and who was the projection. They were like the ubiquitous cloud of probabilities, whose information could only be determined after the eventual collapse. The only difference was that the object transformed from the dark jellyfish was interacting with the surroundings and showing no sign of collapse. Of course, it did not have the unique feeling of spreading collapse inside the pathway of immortality or the sense of supremacy and transcendence that came with it. There was still a major gap from the level of demigods. The transformation has been completed so quickly? Herrick's was slightly surprised. However, he did not have any experience and could only make conclusions with his keen instincts. If I don't control Tyres, it will be a major problem after he gets used to such a status. Herrick's decided to focus his attention on the status transformation circle. It was not because he was scared of Tyres, who had been transformed into the status of primeval devils. He was instead worried that the guy would escape or kill himself with such a weird form of existence, in which case his flawless plan of status transformation would be in vain. He stared at Lucian, who had just performed abrupt magic reverse, with his crimson and cold eyes, before he waved the gold trident. Hazy blueness appeared before him, completely blocking him from Lucian. This is your opportunity. If you can open the blue restraint and escape before I succeed, it will mean that today is your lucky day and you won't be killed by me. But if you are still here after my status transformation is completed, don't blame me for being too cruel. Herex's sentence was long, but because of the weird quakes in his voice, Lucian understood what he meant immediately. Lucian was not exasperated or influenced by Herex's provocation at all. His attention was not fully focused on breaking the blockage between them and stopping the status transformation. He also cast his spell, Luxury Cracking. As long as he could get out of the range of the blue gate, even though Herex successfully transformed his status, he could still retreat with Natasha easily. Also, even if Herex's transformation worked out, there would still be a long way to go before he became a demigod. He would only be on par with Mr. President at best. It was not a life-blighting crisis. So, why should he try to stop the guy and waste his precious time in this place? Crack, crack, crack. The hazy blueness let out crisp explosions under luxury cracking, and the ripples shook violently. However, the blue gate was absolutely still. As a result, the barrier was not broken at all even though it was weakened. It will take at least 5 times of luxury cracking to break it with violence. The time may be enough for Herex to complete the status transformation of the dark jellyfish, Lucian concluded based on the feedback of the attack. Therefore, he was ready to launch the luxury crack that was attached with Hand of Uncertainties. Although his spiritual power would be severely exhausted in such a way, his current capabilities could already support him to perform a dozen times. He did not need to worry about too many things now that he was in a hurry. Right then, Herex suddenly burst out a roar, and the seawater around was surging fast. Lucian's cast was slowed down, and he noticed unexpected changes on the altar. Herex had been standing in the other magic circle to complete the status transformation through dark jellyfish tires. In such a way, he could both achieve his purpose and restrain the negative feelings inside the puppet without affecting himself. However, at this moment, the runes and lines that connected the 2 magic circles were covered in pain, desperation, and greed. The ever-wriggling amalgamation, on the other hand, had passed through the restraint of magic circles at some point and jumped on Herex's body. Such a change was utterly unexpected. Not only was Herex shocked and infuriated, but Lucian, who was quite familiar with the status transformation circle, also felt that it was uncanny. Although he did not know the unique symbols and patterns of the sea clans, it was not hard for him to tell that the amalgamation of primeval devils could have easily escaped from the magic circle. What went wrong? Though surprised, Herex was not panicked. The golden trident in his hands glittered again, and tides surged out and about to block the amalgamation of primeval devils that was almost kissing his body. Ha ha. Herex, it's useless. Your reaction is not bad, albeit a bit late, because you are fundamentally wrong. I always tell everybody that greed will lower the IQ of an expert, but nobody believes me. Hee hee. Such idiots appear every day. The black, wriggling amalgamation of primeval devils suddenly mocked. The familiar voice and mockery stunned Lucian. The Lord of Hell? Maltimus. Herex was no stranger to the voice either. He roared in both shock and fury, and his previous calmness had a hint of panic now. Even though he was a top legend who dominated the ocean, he would still be panicked and scared when he learned that he had fallen into a trap of a demigod who had existed for who knew how many years. Maltimus revealed his identity without any disguise exactly for the momentary panic. He seized the flaw on Herex's mind as the black, wriggling shadow crawled into his body, thus finishing the preliminary integration. Ha ha ha. Ever since the end of the Age of Myths, I've been looking for a shell in which I could arrive at the main material world stably. It's a pity that nothing except the top legends can bear my strength, not even the body of a dragon. So, I never found an opportunity. Thankfully, Viken secretly released the ways to transform into primeval devils, and thankfully, you people who are blinded by greed have been trying relentlessly. I can barely miss the opportunities even if I want to. Who knows the primeval devils better than I do? Maltimus continued to mock Herex with his words and laughter, hoping to finish the possession as soon as possible. No. Herex held back the fluctuations of his emotions and activated the blue key on his golden trident without any hesitation, which then emanated an unimaginable brilliance. The blue gate shivered slightly as the hazy blueness was compressed and concentrated on the blue key. Then, infinite blueness surged out of the blue key, like an overwhelming and dangerous tide. The tide galloped like horses with the brilliance that was as thick as oil, brushing the amalgamation of primeval devils that had partly melted into Herex's body, dismembering the creeping blackness layer by layer. At the dangerous moment, Herex did not attempt to control his strength but simply allowed the surging seawater to overflow. As a result, Lucian, who had just gotten rid of the blue restraint, was immobilized by the thick light again. "Idiot, why are you stopping me?" Lucian cursed angrily. When faced with the Lord of Hell, shouldn't all the creatures of the main material world who are sane take the same side? "I'm about to stop him from occupying your body." However, Lucian knew very well that Herex had little time to distinguish friends from foes at such a moment and would only rule out all the possible dangers. It was not unusual for sorcerers to work with devils. Luxury cracking. The luxury cracking enhanced with Hand of Uncertainties that he prepared before was launched, and the thick seawater around Lucian was immediately gone. However, because of the influence of the blue gate, there was still a tiny bit left up ahead. Lucian was about to continue with grandeur obliteration on the robe of Grand Arcanists when a silver sword suddenly flashed in his pupils. The tiny bit of blueness immediately fell apart and collapsed. Natasha had arrived in time after the blue restraint was gone. Throne of Magical Arcana Chapter 761. Medium of Cast, 2-in-1. The thickness flowing around the blue key was like the tide in an ocean that brushed the amalgamation of primeval devils non-stop, melting the disgusting, twisted blackness. The negative feelings around that were almost concrete were gradually resolved. Herex's indiscriminate outburst at the critical moment seemed truly effective. The amalgamation of primeval devils where the Lord of Hell's will was hiding was suddenly slowed down and could not really melt into his body. However, their parts that had already been melted were only shivering in the blue torrent, showing no sign of dismemberment at all. Everything seemed to be indicating Maltimus's plan perfectly. He was waiting for the stop of Herex's outburst to completely melt with him before he went on a rampage again. "It's useless, Herex. If you had realized it sooner, there was a chance that you could have avoided it. However, the negative feelings in your mind have been integrated with me right now. You will either die or become the shell that accommodates my arrival," the Lord of Hell continued with his symbolic tone of mockery. It was not because he was talkative, arrogant, or stupid, but because in a mental battle, the more badly the enemy was grasped by negative feelings, the more easily he could control him. Therefore, necessary verbal abuse was an effective method. At this moment, Lucian and Natasha were still separated from him by the thick, blue ocean that was running outward. They couldn't break the obstacle at all for the time being. If the blue torrent could be resolved so easily, then Maltimus, as a demigod, would have penetrated through it and ended Herex's struggle. Lucian and Natasha did not look at each other or talk in the telepathic bond, but they made a similar move almost at the same time. One of them uttered weird and incomprehensible voices, casting the luxury cracking that was attached with Hand of Uncertainties toward the thick ocean. The other held the sword of truth tightly and turned into a streak of light that never retreated, slashing at the blue torrent before Lucian. Their mutual thought was to stop the Lord of Hell from stealing the Ocean Emperor's body before the melting process was completed so that he would not be able to arrive at the main material world at any moment, or there would be infinite trouble. But of course, if there was nothing they could do to reverse it, they would turn around and flee immediately. They couldn't risk exposing themselves in the eyes of a hostile demigod. Crack, crack, crack. The blueness that was not real seawater exploded and died out layer after layer. Then, illusionary and terrifying gaps that seemed to be slashing everything appeared on them. The gaps that shouldn't have existed in this world spread out into countless branches, reducing the thick ocean that was on the verge of collapse under luxury cracking into broken pieces. Crack. The blue ocean was separated into a few larger lakes first. Then, the lakes broke again into tiny ponds. However, the thick light from the blue key was flowing incessantly. Hardly had Lucian and Natasha destroyed the blockage before them when the overwhelming torrent came at them and blocked them again. Herix tried his best but still couldn't get the amalgamation of primeval devils away from him. In his desperation, he suddenly had the idea of dying together with the enemy. If you want to steal my body, you won't be able to reach the main material world in the next decades. By then, his self-detonation would be powerful enough to turn the ocean within several hundred kilometers into the remains of death. The Lord of Hell's will of arrival would be shattered, and he would suffer heavy wounds. Lucian and Natasha would be buried with him. He had dominated the boundless ocean for 1,000 years and controlled the supreme power of the sea clans. He was too proud to allow himself to lose his self-awareness and become a container for the Lord of Hell to arrive. Sometimes, death was not the worst option. The moment it occurred to him that he would rather die with the enemy, Herix felt the deepest coldness surging inside his soul, and he was somehow stiffened for no good reason. At this moment, the amalgamation of primeval devils made of countless tiny black bugs was reflected in his crimson pupils. The Lord of Hell had somehow got rid of the blast of the blue torrent and was wriggling toward his body and his soul. The amorphous object wriggled into what appeared to be a human face. In a mocking smile, it said, "It is a desperate thought to detonate yourself. So, I have sensed your heart's invitation, which has reduced the barrier of communication between us." Fear popped up in Herix's indifferent eyes for the first time, and his feeling further integrated with the dark shadow. The Lord of Hell's understanding of the primeval devils and his abilities to manipulate them were truly remarkable. No wonder he used to laugh at Pope Viken. Solemnly, Lucian cast luxury cracking that was attached with Hand of Uncertainties non-stop, destroying the thick ocean before him with the cooperation of Natasha's Sword of Truth. However, the blue torrent showed no sign of drying at all. As a result, the two of them only pressed forward for several kilometers. It was in fact only a river dozens of meters wide between Lucian and Herix, but it seemed to be a whole insurmountable boundless ocean. Hee. You are actually a victim of your own wariness. Lucian obviously meant to banish me, but right now. Maltimus chuckled, and the wriggling darkness seemed to somehow spread toward Lucian and Natasha. It's impossible for you to outrun me. If your luxury cracking were as good as Hathaway's, and if your Sword of Truth were one of the 13 level 4 legendary items, there might be a slim chance. It's a pity that they are not. Run now. If you don't, I won't show you any more courtesy. Desperation. Deep desperation. Maltimus's words made Herix, who had already been partly possessed by the primeval devils, foresee his ending. How did he make consecutive mistakes at a critical moment? Was his sanity really blinded by his greed? The deep, gloomy darkness stuck to Herix's face, filling his crimson pupils with infinite gloom and desperation. Let's get out of here. Seeing that Herix was gradually devoured by Maltimus, Lucian hurried to tell Natasha in the telepathic bond. If they did not go now, they would never be able to go. Although they were reluctant to admit their defeat, it was still necessary to weigh the advantages and disadvantages. The Lord of Hell, who arrived as Herix, would obviously be able to utilize the power of the Blue Gate to block the area. After he was deprived of his strongest suit, escaping, he would be crushed by a demigod and probably killed. Even though he did not arrive in person, Maltimus would still be as strong as a beginning-level demigod when he was active inside the body of Herix. Without any hesitation, Natasha sheathed her longsword and flew out of the hollow. At this moment, Herix and the amalgamation of primeval devils had already been highly integrated. It wouldn't take long before the status transformation and the possession were completed. Lucian blinked outward following Natasha. He began to consider a trip to the Night Highland. In order to take care of the Lord of Hell who had arrived, the 4 top legends of the Congress were apparently capable of defending but not enough to attack. Also, they needed to be wary of the ambush of Pope Viken and other experts. Therefore, Lucian had to visit Rhine and ask for the help of Silver Moon, Alterna. At this moment, an unpredictable and distant song suddenly echoed, and the thick ocean centered at the blue key produced green, vigorous seeds. The elven tongue? Life stimulation. Lucian immediately stopped. His spiritual power that was spread out with the ninth circle spells were instantly cast, allowing him to see a gorgeous lady at the edge of the hollow who was wearing a dress made from tree leaves. She seemed to have been floating for a long time. Her blonde hair was tied, and she was the amazing integration of innocence and maturity, making it hard to describe her beauty. Elven Queen, Aglia? She's here, too? Behind Aglia was the shadow of a tall tree, which seemed both real and illusion. Vigorous air was spreading from the greenness, and at the center of the tree, a transparent heart made of light spots was beating powerfully. Her mouth had been closed, but her beautiful and enticing song was still echoing. In the meantime, the green illusionary seeds inside the blue ocean absorbed the water around them in thirst like regular plants, before they rooted, sprouted, and branched. After only one moment, the illusionary seeds grew into tall trees that were entangled into a shadow that was very similar to the elven tree. Under the crazy absorption, the blue key, which already approached its limits, could not sustain any longer. Therefore, the thick ocean soon turned dry, revealing Herix on the altar and the shadow that had overlapped him. Maltimus seemed to have foreseen the change. He accelerated the integration with Herix the moment the song echoed. The body of the Murloc became blurred, and the dark shadow was turning concrete. Having no time to consider why Aglia came at such perfect timing, Lucian made the decision quickly. He raised his hands, and with a voice as freezing as the blowing wind, he said, "Snow Goddess forgiveness." There was no time to create a vacuum. Maltimus was about to succeed. Therefore, Lucian did not choose positron cannon or his eternal blaze, which was slightly weaker than Mr. President's version. A translucent, glittering pillar of light shot out casually. It seemed to be restrained by countless tiny electric currents and lasers that could barely be seen. Wherever it passed, it brought tranquility from inside to outside. Natasha stopped before Lucian with the Sword of Truth in her hand instead of attacking Maltimus with him, because the frigidity was indiscriminate and she could attack the enemy when the melting started. Also, she needed to be wary of the Elven Queen who had popped up out of nowhere. That was the calmness that a knight who considered protection her doctrine had to learn. The black shadow, which had almost entirely consumed Herix, suddenly spewed out illusionary, stinky fluids. They seemed to be an olfactory representation of negative feelings. Those thick fluids opened an illusionary film on the altar, trying to block Snow Goddess forgiveness. At this moment, a delicate and beautiful longbow appeared in Aglia's hands. She drew the bow very skillfully and aimed at Maltimus. The nature's heart behind her suddenly glowed, creating a peaceful and harmonious nature. That nature was gathered into an illusionary long arrow with a strength that contained the whole cycle of nature. Then, after Aglia's hands that did not seem to belong to a hunter at all released it, the greenish long arrow was shot out and disappeared into the void. The air before the altar trembled hard, and a prolonged hum began. Then, the void was shattered, and the greenish arrow that represented fertilization, growth, maturity, decay, and burial pierced out. It was shot out late but arrived early, hitting the thick black film before Snow Goddess forgiveness did. The shallow greenness blossomed, as if a forest were growing out. Any unnatural things were broken without a sound. They vanished, or rather, they entered into the cycle of nature. It was exactly one of the 13 level 4 legendary items, Nature's Punishment. Although there were many top legends in history, it did not mean that the legendary items they used were necessarily level 4 legendary. The dragons and demons who counted on their talents clearly couldn't create such advanced items. Even the sorcerers could not upgrade their unique legendary items without appropriate legendary materials. For example, up until so far, Fernando's and Hathaway's legendary items hadn't been upgraded yet. Subtracting the items that had disappeared or were destroyed for various reasons, there were only 13 top legendary items that people were familiar with. It meant that Douglas, who boasted 2 level 4 legendary items, was the minority of the minorities. The underdogs such as the Prince of Demons, the Master of the First Floor of Hell, the Lord of Storm, and the Lord of Elements were all coveting the items. The Master of the First Floor of Hell, whose Book of Warlocks was stolen by him, hated him in particular. But of course, as long as there was any chance, Fernando and Hathaway both had great hope to increase the number of level 4 legendary items to 15. Under nature's punishment, the external defense of the Lord of Hell was dissolved, and the transparent, colorless pillar of light from Snow Goddess Forgiveness hit him precisely. The whole world fell quiet. Not any noise could be heard anymore. The wind was frozen, the water was frozen, and so was the light. Herrick stood at the center of the frozen world, and his body was still holding the gold trident high. Confusion and desperation were frozen on his face. As a top legend, even though he could have taken Snow Goddess Forgiveness from Lucian the hard way without being hurt, that would only happen when his defense was intact. However, his defense had been broken by Maltimus, Aglia, Lucian, and Natasha. Even his original soul had been heavily wounded and was on the verge of collapse. He could not control his body to resist the attack. Therefore, he had been directly frozen by Snow Goddess Forgiveness. The amalgamation of primeval devils where the Lord of Hell was residing, on the other hand, hadn't reached level 4 of legendary yet, and it was not famous for its defense. Therefore, it was also frozen in the extremely low temperature, like a cluster of black glue. Water splashed out, and the unnatural coldness quickly thawed. Herrex's body and the black glue melted and vaporized with it. Pa! Emperor's Grasp, one of the 13 top legendary items, fell next to the blue gate. It was a weapon that could attack a longsword with its strong defense in the first place. Therefore, it was only slightly damaged. The gold trident emanated enticing light under the ripples. Even Lucian felt that his heart was beating faster. However, that was not the focus of his attention. He vibrated the air and asked his question, "Is that all?" They were a top legend and an arriving demigod after all. Also, it was not a flawed arrival, like the last time, but almost a perfect integration that could accommodate most of the strength. The melting was not completed. Maltimus could only carry out limited strength, and Herrix had been in a weak state after the consecutive strikes. Aglia hesitated and proposed her opinion from the other direction. Lucian nodded his head. That was rather reasonable. The moment the idea popped up, another idea occurred to him. Aglia must have come a long time ago. She did not attack because she was waiting for the best opportunity. If she had attacked sooner, Herrix, her nemesis, would have gotten away from the danger and would only be wounded. If she attacked late, she would have to face a demigod who understood the mysteries of the primeval devils very well. There would have been nothing she could do except to defend herself and look for a chance to escape. Therefore, she needed to wait for an opportunity to destroy both Herrix and the amalgamation of primeval devils. She had to wait even though something went wrong. Although he knew very well that it was Aglia's most rational choice based on her interests, Lucian still burst into fury when he thought that it had significantly increased the odds of the Lord of Hell's arrival at the main material world. Also, she found the blue gate. I'm afraid that she planned this a long time ago and knew Herrix would come here. In order to get the blue gate, she let those sea elves become the offerings in the blood sacrifice. Emperor's Grasp must not be given to those ambitious schemers who don't have boundaries. The fury was so intense that Lucian could barely control himself. Suddenly, he was alarmed. He couldn't control himself? Without any hesitation, Lucian pressed his chest and cast a legendary spell to himself. Mental Fulmination. Boom! The noise that sounded from the deepest part of his heart echoed, like the bell knock in a church or the sound when the grass deep below the ground was finding its way to the surface. Lucian's whole soul was shaken, and his mind was in such a storm that he could barely control his body. At this moment, together with the soul-stirring fulmination, a black shadow appeared on Lucian's body. Then, having experienced the extreme circumstances such as spread and collapse, Lucian managed to get his soul back under control. Then, the arcana light was on. In the pure and warm brilliant, the flickering shadow quickly dissolved. Lucian's mind was immediately cleared. His unreasonable fury just now was completely soothed. Aglia could have come to save her people by following the enemy and happened to run into them. She might not be as vicious as he thought. He had been possessed by the primeval devils despite his mental barrier. The Lord of Hell's control over negative feelings and the status of primeval devils were truly terrifying. If he hadn't been through status transformation before and had a deep understanding of primeval devils, he probably couldn't have escaped just now. It was true that the Lord of Hell plus the primeval devils were not so easy to destroy. Right when Lucian cast mental fulmination, where the damage had been lowered to himself, Natasha also changed her face color and slashed herself with the sword of truth without any hesitation. When the silver sword hit her body twisted and turned into the same sword. Then, the sword was separated, and a shadow inside was burnt into ashes in miserable screams. In the next second, the sword that Natasha's body turned into melted with the light of the sword of truth, avoiding the tearing of the illusionary gaps. After she resumed the shape of a human, her face was much paler. Among the three of them, she was the weakest, and she did not bring out the shield of truth. She had only managed to get rid of the shadow by his familiarity with the sword of truth and her own blood power. Seeing that, Lucian secretly sighed. He was too careless and emotional just now. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been as easy for the primeval devils to possess the legendary experts such as himself and Natasha. Emperor's Grasp was clearly a medium that the Lord of Hell intentionally left to cast his spell. Aglia was much easier than Lucian and Natasha. Her body turned blurry into an illusionary shadow of nature. It seemed that she was in every place where nature was adored. In the hazy greenness, a black spot was very obvious. Green brightness rose on Aglia's body, quickly melting the dark shadow. She said solemnly, "Let's go. We were a bit late. He has already completed the integration. Ha ha. If you hadn't been waiting for an opportunity, would I have the time to melt him at all?" The laughter of mockery seemed to be coming from all directions. Magma started to erupt from the ground, and the intense stench of sulfur spread out. Aglia had come to rescue her people who had been captured. On her way here, she luckily encountered a bunch of Kuo-tones who were escorting the captives. She learned the situation of the Blue Gate and came here as soon as possible. When she arrived, it was exactly the time when Herix burst out of the blue torrent. After balancing the pros and cons, she decided to wait based on her experience. It was a shame that her choice of timing had a tiny error since Multimus sensed her arrival in advance. Despite her regrets, Aglia, who had been in the status of primeval devils herself, managed to suppress her feelings. She raised her right hand, untouched, allowing new trees to grow inside the magma and slowing down its flow. Lucian and Natasha, blinking and flying backward, approached the edge of the hollow at the same time. Chapter 762. Cunningness. The altar had been frozen and melted in Snow Goddess Forgiveness, and a thin layer of bricks before the Blue Gate was all that was left. The gold trident, Emperor's Grasp, lay there quietly. The blueness of the key and the gold on the trident resonated with each other. Suddenly, the gold trident flew up, as if somebody was holding it. Then, a hand that was full of black scales appeared on the body of the trident, covered in a fire that was releasing the stench of sulfur. The knuckles of the hand, which seemed to be wearing a glove of flames each, had a pale bone spur. On every spur, evil and complicated patterns had been engraved. In the meantime, the long, pale fingernails were like swords of death and destruction, giving the feeling that they could destroy everything to whoever saw it. As the hand appeared, a fuzzy shadow gradually appeared in the air behind. It was dozens of meters tall, and the black wings behind it completely enshrouded where the palace was at. The gloom of death emerged. It had 2 horns on its head, which looked like those of a goat. Emitting the most evil, horrifying, and formidable air, it made the hollow around both real and illusionary. Countless volcanoes were rising, magma was bursting out, dark smoke was popping up, and tsunamis that could have destroyed countries were raised inside the blue ocean one wave after another. In the meantime, the ever-burning world, the gigantic chasm whose bottom could not be seen, the silent plain that was covered in snow, the stinky rotten swamp, and the other plains of hell became clear. It seemed that all 9 floors of hell had arrived here. Evil, cold, and distant songs came from the top of the dark river that meandered across the 9 floors of hell, making Aglia, Lucian, and Natasha feeling so empty that their lives seemed to have approached the end. They couldn't wait to join the army of death. The 9 floors of hell, a graveyard of the dead that was entirely different from the world of souls and an evil land controlled by the devils. Except for the believers of devils, no creature would like to fall into hell after death, because they would either end up as the food for the devils or disperse into nothingness, leaving the evilness in their heart to integrate with the origin of the hell to give birth to new devils. Since the War of Dawn, it had been the first time that the Lord of Hell arrived almost completely without being suppressed by the main material world. However, his head was still obscure, and the only thing clear was his crimson eyes, which seemed to contain eternal mockery. His legs weren't real either, and they were, in fact, 2 strong legs of a murloc, with deep blue films among the toes. It seemed that although most of his strength had arrived, he would not be able to arrive completely in person if he intended to reach steadily. Otherwise, the body of Herix couldn't support him too many times. Therefore, although the Lord of Hell was as strong as a demigod right now, he was not in his strongest state. Raising his gold trident, he let out the most evil and desecrating voice. Immediately, the blue key on Emperor's grasp shivered and became much gentler. Vague splashes of water could be heard. Influenced by that, the blue gate lost the feeling of supremacy and released the hazy blueness, covering the enormous hollow. Right at this moment, Lucian and Natasha suddenly let out a distant and obscure voice. Regather! The 2 of them did not choose to regather just now because they feared that the Lord of Hell was still around and that he would suppress them or disrupt them with the supernatural powers when they performed regather. Therefore, Lucian and Natasha chose to blink and fly backward, which was safer, while they observed and waited for the opportunity to escape. When Maltimus showed up on the altar and raised the gold trident, both of them realized the danger and the opportunity. They activated regather, that was cast to themselves beforehand without any hesitation, attempting to reunite at home. 2 clusters of light glowed, and both of them disappeared. It was not until this moment that the hazy blueness began to spread out. Neither of them paid any attention to Aglia. Compared to the 2 of them who were only in level 3 and level 1 of Legendary, she was not entirely helpless when faced with a demigod. Also, she had been standing at the edge of the hollow and could back off at any moment. In front of a demigod who did not have an ultimate weapon like God's Arrival, as long as a top legend was not stupid enough to fight the enemy the hard way, there would still be a good chance for them to resist a few minutes and look for an opportunity to escape. Also, after the status transformation, Aglia was much stronger than before. She was almost as good as Douglas right now. After activating regather, Lucian felt that he was trapped in a weird world that was both dark and bright. He lost all the senses on the outside world and felt that his body was piercing through a strange curtain in a strange way. After only one moment, fuzzy shadows of a magic tower seemed to have appeared before him. Some were horizontal, some were vertical, and some were twisted. They occupied his whole horizon. Having used regather many times, Lucian knew that it was the destiny of his journey. It was his babble. He was about to enter the magic tower when a gigantic hand that seemed to be wearing a fiery glove extended out of the background that was both dark and bright. The intense smell of sulfur surged into his nose, and the pale fingernails seemed to be cutting his body and his soul. He can do that? In shock, Lucian felt that the magic power around had been completely shattered under the torment of the Lord of Hell's giant hand, and he was kicked out of the status of regather. Regather could be disrupted in such a way? No wonder the Lord of Hell did not prevent them from escaping through the legendary spells such as regather, but focused on activating the blue gate with Emperor's grasp. It was the first time that Lucian faced a real demigod. He was astounded by their level and their incredibleness that was way above legends. The time and space around them changed, and blue water trembled below their feet. Hardly had Lucian and Natasha appeared when the fiery hand that was full of black scales extended out of nowhere and snatched the two of them. The terrifying air twisted the environment and gave the feeling that hell had arrived. The pale fingers that represented death and destruction suddenly lengthened, and they cut Lucian's body like sharp swords. The fingernails seemed plain, but Lucian had no doubt that as long as he was hit, both his body and his soul would return to the eternal silence. That was exactly the domination of demigods against those who were below the peak of legendary. Right then, a mirror of complicated patterns appeared next to Lucian and blocked the pale fingernails precisely. Crack. The mirror, which seemed to contain a different world, broke without any struggle, but the pale fingernails were blown back a little bit. The abrupt magic reverse that Lucian cast earlier had never been consumed. So, it couldn't be more helpful at this moment. As the best reflection defense, even though it could only slightly stop the enemy, it was still powerful enough to send back the fingernails of the Lord of Hell. Seizing the opportunity, Lucian solemnly said in the telepathic bond, "Shield of Truth." In the meantime, Lucian snapped his right hand and chanted, "Storm Barrier." The sky immediately turned dark, and the tides were surging. However, there was absolutely no sound in the thunderstorm. A lifeless vacuum covered the area and trapped the devilish hand as well as Lucian and Natasha. Natasha had a tiny and neat black shield in her left hand. Her face was calm, and her eyes were focused. She did not consider anything beyond the battle, like what would happen if they failed or if the Shield of Truth was destroyed. Ice appeared on the fiery hand, but it melted quickly before the hand snatched the Shield of Truth all of a sudden. Illusionary ripples spread out on the black shield, blocking Lucian and Natasha in a different time and space. Crack, crack, crack. The surface of the shield that had beautiful patterns had deep dents one after another. The illusionary ripples were broken too. That was exactly the might of demigods. Lucian, who had passed the cooldown period during the short time, raised his right hand and declared solemnly, "Positron Cannon." The voice seemed to be from the foundation of matter and the quake of particles. It was strange but magnificent. Cooperating with Lucian, Natasha recalled the Shield of Truth that was on the verge of destruction and flew backward the moment he cast the spell, running away from the center of the explosion. Then, she clutched Lucian's robe of Grand Arcanists and pulled him backward. Lucian did not really have a choice when he performed Positron Cannon from such a distance. It would be fine as long as he could resist the most intense wave of energy storm. After all, his appendix was still at home. As Lucian flew backward with Natasha, darkness appeared outside of his right hand. As if a magnetic field was twisting the scene, countless nameless objects surged out of the void and gathered into fire like electric currents, before they entangled into red pillars of light. Bam! In a soundless explosion, the pillar of light where fiery electricity was flowing was launched and hit the devilish hand, which had broken the defense of the Shield of Truth. The scales on the gigantic hand were opened. Dark and cold, it seemed to be able to resist any attack. When the positron cannon hit the dark scales, the world suddenly changed its color, turning from darkness to daylight. Boom! Unimaginable explosions echoed. Even the waves and the space beyond the vacuum shivered. The scales, which should have blocked the attack, reacted with the fiery pillar of light. So, the obliteration began, and their structure was destroyed. The energy that was released was even more complete than a nuclear fusion that unleashed a hurricane that could destroy everything. The storm barrier was immediately destroyed. The innate effects on Lucian's robe of Grand Arcanists were activated one after another. Magic Trigger, Spell Sequencer, and other passive spells were all triggered. Crack, crack, crack. Lucian and Natasha blinked away in a series of cracks. Their faces were equally pale, and blood was flowing out of both of their mouths. Their clothes had been severely damaged too. Having no time to remark on anything, Lucian dragged Natasha and jumped into his atomic universe. That was exactly the advantage of legendary sorcerers, who always had a shelter as long as they were not in places like near the Blue Gate or in the Realm of Gates. After he reached Babel, Lucian simply activated the defense of the whole demiplane. It was entirely blocked. It was not until this moment that they finally took a breath in relief. They were finally out of danger now. Demigods were indeed the best fighters. If we hadn't backed off in advance, and the legendary armor and the robe of Grand Arcanists failed to block it. Natasha was not entirely scared but remarked in fascination. She seemed to be quite curious about the level of demigods. Lucian coughed and wiped the blood on his lips. Let's inform Mr. President, Master, and Granny Hathaway. It is an important matter that the Lord of Hell has arrived. If the Elven Queen is not out of danger yet, we can go and save her. As a matter of fact, I feel that our escape was easier than I expected. I thought that we would have to use all our life-saving methods. However, as it turned out, Natasha nodded her head and said while being deep in thought, I think that the Lord of Hell did not try his best. Maybe he was too busy dealing with the Elven Queen? Before the Blue Gate, Maltimus grabbed the gold trident in his right hand and extended his left hand into the void. Illusionary ripples surrounded the blackened arm where a sulfuric fire was burning. The closer it was to the palm, the more it was like a lake where intense ripples were surging out. The front end of the palm was completely blurred, as if the core of the ripples was connected to a different world. Gentle light spread out of the gold trident in Maltimus's right hand, resulting in the shiver of the Blue Gate. Hazy blueness sprayed out and attempted to cover the whole hollow. Aglia took one step back. The shadow of the elven tree behind her suddenly became concrete, and weird limbs grew out of the fuzzy root of the tree one after another. They entangled with each other into a monster and penetrated into the hazy blue light. As a result, the ripples of light were soothed, like an ocean where the tornado had come to an end. In the space around Aglia that seemed to have been brushed by flood, the mud that was tightly clutched by the root was not blown away. Therefore, she exited the range of the Blue Gate at ease without being locked at all. However, after half melting with the elven tree, her face was rather pale. It was obvious that she had paid a high price. The moment she exited the range of the Blue Gate, Aglia raised her bow and aimed it at the Lord of Hell. Fleeing in panic would give the enemy an opportunity to attack from the back. Therefore, she planned to use an attack to defend herself so that Maltimus would have to focus on self-protection for now. That way, she would be able to escape safely. Spots of green light glowed on Aglia's fingertips, and nature's heart glowed behind her. In the meantime, Maltimus also aimed the gold trident at her. It seemed that he was ready to use one of the 5 strongest abilities of this body. Right then, Maltimus's left hand that extended into the void suddenly glittered, as if a tiny sun had just broken out in his hands. Boom! The illusionary ripples were broken, and his left hand was obliterated. However, the all-consuming storm of energy did not stop at all but continued surging at Maltimus. Maltimus's body suddenly blurred. He seemed to have entered a different time and space, and he seemed to be spreading throughout the world, living in the heart of every intelligent creature that had negative feelings. The unpredictable and intangible feelings emerged. The essence of demigods was quite similar to the Blue Gate, the Elven Tree, and God's glory, but it lacked something of critical importance compared with the furnace of souls. The energy storm drowned Maltimus, but the most evil voice continued to echo inside. Sinful rebirth. Seeing that it was impossible to hit Maltimus, who was in a storm of energy, Aglia dropped her bow. Then, her body blurred and disappeared. Could there be a better moment of escape than right now? The remnant shadow of the elven tree slowly faded in the dark ocean. The energy storm finally died down, and the illusionary body became concrete. His right hand was still holding the gold trident, and his left hand was still intact. What spell was that? Maltimus, who did not seem to have been hurt, stared at the void before him. A level 3 legendary sorcerer had hurt him, who had almost arrived in person without the help of anybody else, forcing him to recover with extraordinary powers. That was something that never happened even in the Age of Myths. If the attack were a bit more powerful, it wouldn't have been so easy for him to recover. The Lord of Hell stood quietly before the blue gate just like that, neither chasing after the Elven Queen nor trying to break into Lucien's atomic universe. His body changed and resumed the appearance of Herix, with sapphire scales around the body and a blue crown above the head. However, the crimson eyes were much redder, and the indifferent gaze in them became a mockery. He seemed to be staring at the deep black water up above, with the same mocking smile on the corners of his lips. On the ocean, the sunset raised the most beautiful gold waves. In the middle of a cluster of reefs, Mermaid Princess Doris patted the water with her gold tail softly. She suddenly sensed the most extreme and evil air erupting from the bottom of the ocean. Then, she saw that the regular fish in the ocean was blackened, their eyes bloodshot. Such an unexpected change did not surprise her. She merely spoke to herself, why did they not stop him from arriving at the main material world? Nobody would benefit from this. Then, her face was twisted for a moment, and her voice became old and coarse as she said, "The Silver Moon is glad to see him arrive at the main material world steadily to share the pressure of dealing with me." As a matter of fact, Maltimus would never forget his real opponent. However, they don't know at all how much I have earned recently. When I succeed, they will only be clowns in the circus. The voice was exactly from Benedict III, or King of Calamities, Viken. Doris' beautiful voice came out again. Was the Silver Moon around? Probably. My host Star of Destiny sensed something. After all, Lucian Evans has known the location of the Blue Gate, and he has plenty of chances to explore it in the future. Maltimus cannot stay here forever. I'll never be reassured until I figure out the oddities of this world. The old and coarse voice came out of her mouth. She seemed to have accommodated Viken's projection willingly. As a brutal but definitely distinguished sorcerer, pursuing the truth of the world still flowed in Viken's veins. He believed that individuals could not be separated from the world, particularly for demigods. It could be seen from the fact that demigods had to count on Hell, Abyss, the Silver Moon, or Mountain Paradise in order not to be killed. Therefore, it could be quite risky if one were to improve himself without figuring out the mysteries of the world. He certainly would not do such a thing unless he absolutely had no other choices. The weirdest thing about this world that all the legendary experts felt was that planets could not be discovered and the boundless ocean had no end. Therefore, even though Lucian and the Congress of Magic were his nemeses, he was still glad to see them explore and study the problems. Doris' gentle voice came over. The Silver Moon might be waiting for you to attack. She looked at the surging waves far away with blurry eyes, her voice as unpredictable as dream talk. In the ocean in another direction, a handsome man wearing a red shirt and a black high-collar coat was walking on the ocean, but there was forever a thin layer of blankness between his glittering shoes and the blue water. His head slightly lowered as he stared at his reflection in the ocean and the setting sun. The last light of the sun floated along with the wave, covering his reflection in a gold cape. Behind his reflection, in the middle of the sunset, a silver moon that was not in the sky emitted a cold brilliance. It seemed to be there as it had always been. Ellipsis, ellipsis. In the Allen Magic Tower in the city in the sky. Aglia has returned to the Elven Court. The Lord of Hell did not pursue him. In Hathaway's library, Douglas, who had dropped his research and arrived, reported the result of his communication with the Elven Queen. It had already been 5 years since Helen started to supervise Alan. It was Hathaway's turn to watch over the city in the sky now. I'm glad to hear that. Although Aglia had her own ambitions and was not entirely on the Congress's side, it was definitely better to have one more top legendary ally now that the Lord of Hell had arrived. Hathaway controlled the magic circle unhurriedly and said, "All the legendary sorcerers have been informed of the Lord of Hell's possible ambush. Except for the few top legends, even the Grand Arcanists had to treat the matter prudently. If they were attacked by the Lord of Hell without any preparation, it was possible that they would be killed immediately. Therefore, after Hathaway and Natasha submitted the intelligence to Hathaway, her first decision was to inform the legendary sorcerers who were not out and to contact the legendary sorcerers who were out on missions in an emergency. Although the emergency devices could not contact the sorcerers in alternate dimensions, they would know that another hostile demigod had reached the main material world the moment they returned. I thought that the stable situation would go on. I did not expect such a great change. Oliver, who had just returned, shook his head in a bitter smile. Vicente, looking at the half-open defense outside, said coldly, "It's not necessarily a bad thing." Maltimus almost considers his interests to be most important, and his greatest enemies are Viken and the South Church. It's possible that there will be opportunities for cooperation. Fernando was devoted to the studies of neutrons and fission, so he had half-closed the Thunder Hell. He hadn't received the message yet. However, devils have no boundaries. With enough returns, he will sell us and work with Viken without any hesitation. So, the best choice is to banish him out of the main material world, Lucian said firmly. With us alone? There's only a 1% chance if all the legendary sorcerers join their hands. But what about the other enemies? The voice of Erica, master of transformation, came from the projection of her demiplanes. She was watching over the branch in Calais in case of the Lord of Hell's attack. Comment. Lucian nodded his head. The mission certainly cannot be done by ourselves. I'm planning to go to the Night Highland and visit the Silver-Eyed Count to ask for the help of the god of Silver Moon. Everybody in the highest council knew his friendship with Rhine and Alterna. So, nobody felt anything wrong about the proposal. However, Douglas shook his head and sighed. The possibility is not very high. For the Silver Moon, it's a wonderful thing that Maltimus has reached the main material world. Lucian had been rather anxious after the Lord of Hell's unexpected arrival and never considered the overall situation. After hearing what the president said, he was briefly stunned and realized that it was true. Although the odds are not high, I would like to give it a shot. Never to give up and never to give in was Lucian's motto. Douglas nodded. Let Fernando do it. You've been terribly wounded, and the robe of Grand Arcanists and the shield of truth have to be fixed immediately while they can still be fixed. It's inappropriate for you to go out right now. All right. I'll write a letter and ask my teacher to bring it over. Lucian remembered his teacher's connection with the King of Nightmare as well as the King of Nightmare's relationship with the Dark Congress. So, he did not insist. After he returned to the atomic universe, Lucian heaved a sigh. It was true that there were no eternal allies. Calming himself down, Lucian did not immediately fix the two legendary items. Instead, he brought out a pen and a paper to sort out the data of his exploration. Comment. Are they still helpful when we didn't explore the Blue Gate? Natasha, who was treating her wounds, looked at Lucian curiously. Lucian smiled. For other people, they may be useless, but I had a speculation before. Therefore, those data are just for confirmation. It's not entirely impossible for me to find out the secrets behind it. Are there mathematical models where one presses forward all the time only to reach the original point in the end? Knowing that Lucian had been stressing that mathematics should be the foundation of analysis and research, Natasha asked casually. Lucian nodded solemnly. There is. However, the problem is why it behaves like that. In the month of Passion, June, Alan was brimming with the fragrance from the new, unusual flowers. Stannis and I didn't find the Silver-Eyed Count in the Observer's Castle or the Night Highland. It's said that he is still out. The other princes cannot reach out to the Silver Moon. Therefore, the plan to deal with Maltimus has to be put on hold. In the conference room of the highest council, the Lord of Storm reported his visit to the Dark Mountain Range unhappily. As for the Grand Arcanist who was reckless, it was quite annoying to be disrupted from the critical moments in the middle of the research. Also, After he went to the dark mountain range for the big picture only to find that the trip was futile, he was certainly not too happy about it. Douglas nodded and said peacefully, "Perhaps, his outing itself suggests a certain subtle attitude. It is at least better than a direct no." In the meantime, Herrix, whose body has been occupied by the Lord of Hell, has devoted most of his attention to dealing with the forces at the south end of the ocean. They are supported by the South Church. It means that his primary enemy is still Viken. Although their purpose was not achieved, now that Douglas and the other Grand Arcanists were calm and not panicked, the members of the highest council did not feel too alarmed. Lucian, however, secretly sighed. What mattered most was still their strength, not their allies. Those who were not too strong themselves and who dreamed about dragging a bunch of allies to work with them would only find them ending up on somebody else's dinner table. According to the intelligence, Melmax, the Holy Avenger, has already gone to the south of the boundless ocean, in case the forces that belong to the Church are completely destroyed. However, a demigod is still too strong for him to resist. I estimate that most of the territory will have to be abandoned. Only the divine power defense at the core can resist it, Oliver, who was in charge of the affair committee, said. A pile of papers on the field theory was placed before Brooke. They were just retrieved from the Arcana Review Board and belonged to the creative ones. Therefore, he had exchanged them to see if he could learn anything from it. However, the meeting of the highest council had begun just after he exchanged it, giving him little time to read it. After the issues in the south of the boundless ocean are settled, Maltimus's other intentions will be revealed. We cannot be careless. With the help of the Elven Court, while it is impossible for us to drive him back into hell for now, it is still fairly easy to hold the positions at the edge of the ocean. Then, one top legend is needed at the islands for the defense to reinforce the Elven Queen. Faced with such an important issue, Helen joined the discussion too. Douglas looked around at the members of the highest council at the meeting. Seeing that Lucian, Erica, Brooke, and Adaman all agreed with Helen, he said solemnly, "It's better to be safe than sorry. Brooke and I will go to the islands for defense. After the period when we are most likely to be ambushed past, one top legend will stay there. I'm fine with that. My experiments can be conducted anywhere," Brooke replied without any hesitation. Douglas turned to Fernando. "You shouldn't go out for the time being. Stay and watch over Alan together with Hathaway in case of the South Church's ambush." With the defense of Alan and the top legends, he was not concerned about the North Church at all. "I have no time to go out anyway," Fernando complained, remembering the uncontrollable fission reactor and the many experiments concerning neutrons. "You should try not to wander the main material world, in case Maltimus gets his eyes on you. He has melted the weirdness of primeval devils and is hard to resist." Douglas reminded them in the end. Lucian did not say much during the whole meeting, as if he were considering other issues. The other members of the highest council did not find it strange. After all, he hadn't healed from his wounds. There was little he could do to deal with the Lord of Hell. It was only reasonable that he was upset. Ellipsis. After he returned to the atomic universe, Lucian went straight to the top floor to continue the arrangement of his magic circle. A super remote space jump circle? Without anybody knowing it, it was already night. Natasha, who had finished her state affairs, returned to Babel. She observed for a while and found things that were similar to Lucian's arrangement in her memories. She had lived with Lucian for many years, and her family had educated her well. So, although it was still impossible for her to understand and grasp the complicated magic patterns, she was much better at identifying circles and spells than before. Lucian's spiritual power was on the verge of exhaustion. So, he stopped the preparation and swallowed a dosage of Light of Life. In the meantime, he nodded and said, "Yes. Are you going to look for planets again? Have you figured out the secrets deep inside the boundless ocean? What exactly are they about, and what are their causes?" When Natasha remembered the key points of Lucian's recent studies, her silver-purple eyes were full of surprise and curiosity. Lucian walked over with a smile. I obtained something from the data and confirmed certain ideas I had in the past, allowing me to have a basic speculation about what is inside the boundless ocean. Now, I have applied my confirmed ideas to the problem that planets and stars cannot be found. I have adjusted the coordinates of my jump. Hopefully, my ideas will be confirmed again. If they are confirmed again, does it mean that planets and stars will be found soon? Natasha looked at Lucian with a smile. Her voice was full of excitement as she spoke. Since her childhood, she had been hearing about the mysteries that planets and stars could not be found from her mother, her seniors, and her husband. She had the genuine nice feelings about that, just as any common arcanists did, hoping that the puzzle could be resolved someday. A kitten seemed to be scratching her heart inside her body. She wanted Lucian to tell her what ideas he had confirmed and what his speculations were. However, Lucian was quite ambiguous right now. It was obvious that he did not intend to reveal it right now. So, always respecting other people, she could only hold back her curiosity. I hope that I can find them. Lucian seemed to be having a lot of mixed feelings. As a matter of fact, with the facts that the ground is illuminated by the sunlight and that the space is full of radiations and asteroids, I have never suspected the existence of planets. It was not just the simple discovery of planets and the perfect confirmation of Douglas's celestial body's motion system, thereby unveiling the macroscopic world in front of everyone. It also meant that a great puzzle about the truth of the world would be unraveled, so the arcanists could further approach the truth through the answer to the puzzle. Are you going to look for the sun? Natasha asks again. Since it was meant for confirmation, the sun was clearly more important and would take less time. Looking at the dark and boundless atomic universe outside of the window, Lucian said, yes. That can be confirmed with the minimal time cost. If it doesn't work out, I'll be able to change my methodology or switch to other guesses. Natasha walked to Lucian. Looking at the universe outside where colorful spots of light were glittering, she said regretfully, if we can find planets, maybe you will earn the greatest feedback. You'll probably reach the peak of legendary before I become a level 2 legendary knight. It was relatively easy for a level 1 legendary to make an advancement. Therefore, Natasha believed that it would only take her another year for her to become a level 2 legendary knight. However, it was much more difficult for her to reach level 3 and the peak than it was for legendary sorcerers, which could be seen by the fact that the whole world had 5 level 3 legendary knights and 1 peak legendary knight. After Heart of Time perished, another one had advanced recently. Let's say that I can find it and solve the puzzle that planets can never be found. It will be in the favor of legendary knights too. You must have sensed that by polishing your blood power and harnessing your supernatural powers, it will be barely possible to make further advancements. That's because every class is inevitably connected to the truth of the world. You have to make yourself part of the truth and reflect the patterns in which the world operates. How can you know where to go next if you do not know the truth of the world, and how can you change and sublimate your life? Lucian's answer was out of Natasha's expectation. He had a deep understanding of the growth of legendary knights. Also, he seemed to be viewing the problem from a higher level. Natasha felt warm in her heart. Then, she chuckled as usual. Then, I'll wait for your excellency to pave a brilliant way for all the legendary knights. Well, will it work out? You will know the answer by then. However, it may take a long time before I tell you the real answer. Lucian looked out of the window with a smile. His voice was mysterious. Ellipsis ellipsis. At the beginning of July, in the 3rd generic school of Rentado. The first place of our monthly exam has surprised both me and all the teachers. It is evident from the previous monthly exams and his questions in the class that his foundation is not very good. However, we've all seen his hard work recently. His name is Brian, who taught basics of arcana, looked at the students down below with a smile. Those students were all rather nervous because the rank this time would decide whether or not they could go to the Cosmic Observatory and see the space in person. Ali couldn't help but clench his hands tightly. Recently, He had forgotten all about sleeping and eating and was completely devoted to his studies, because he knew that his foundation was weak and that he had to make up for it with his hard work. His name is Ali. Boom! Brian's voice burst out in Ali's head like a clap of thunder. His head became fuzzy, and he could not hear what his teacher said next. Because there is a queue up ahead, the time of the visit has been scheduled at the end of August or the beginning of April. Have I really made it? That was the only ecstatic idea in Ali's head. In the classroom, all the students focused their eyes on Ali, but he sensed none of it and simply stared at his teacher Brian, as if he were trying to confirm that what he heard just now was not his hallucination or a dream. Brian was mostly interested in illusion and psychoanalysis in the magic school. Therefore, he nodded with a smile and repeated what he said just now. Yes, you are the most distinguished student in your grade in the monthly exam. Congratulations. You won the special prize. It's true. It's true. Ali's mind suddenly burst out. His clenched hands shivered softly, and his head was filled with only a few words. The Cosmic Observatory. The Atom Institution. Jane. The Boundless Space. Ali, are you not going to share your joy and your experience in learning with everybody? Brian's voice made Ali back to himself. Yes, Ali. None of us has ever touched the basics of arcana and magic before. How can we learn it well? Some of the students who were born as common civilians just like Ali opened their mouths. It had only been half a year since they came to school. They hadn't suffered major setbacks or given up on themselves yet. Therefore, they were more curious about Ali's miraculous rise in rank than they were jealous. Ali stood up and was about to say something, but he suddenly remembered the difficult journey recently and how he had been toiling. Immediately, his eyes became sour, and it was impossible for him to see what was clear around him. I was only thinking that my father is not a sorcerer, not a noble, not a banker, not a merchant, and my talents are not nearly as good as those geniuses who have been admitted by the magic school, so I can only work harder than them if I want to keep up with them. Ali said, half sobbing. He wanted to express something, but he did so rather poorly. Ellipsis. The month of harvest, September, came again. None of the islands controlled by the Congress was attacked by Multimus. It seemed that all his attention had been dedicated to uniting the sea clans. Therefore, Brooke returned to Alan in advance. Inside the atomic universe, the complicated magic circles on the top floor of Babel were now gradually perfected. The ripples of space and time were spreading out in the hull. Are you prepared? Natasha sensed the strangeness after she returned from the Nexo Palace. Lucian collected the materials for the magic circle and smiled. I still need to modify the details. They will be completed in probably a few days. It's a shame that the Shield of Truth hasn't been totally restored yet, or I would like to jump over with you and see what the real sun is like. Natasha scratched her chin, apparently enticed. She sounded rather regretful. Without the protection of the Shield of Truth, it was impossible for her to resist the ultra-high temperature near the sun. Therefore, she decisively held back the thought of trying, or it would have been irresponsible for her family, her father, and her subjects. After all, even Lucian could not tell whether he would reach an appropriate distance away from the sun or simply land on the sun after his teleportation. Lucian smiled. You have to hold Multimus responsible for that. He paused and continued, if I can really find the sun, you can take a look at it whenever you want to. Right now, I have a paper that I would like you to submit in Alan for me tomorrow. Natasha chuckled. You still have time for papers? To seize every moment to set up the magic circles, it had been a couple of months since Lucian went to the Atom Institution. It's a paper that I wrote earlier. Lucian took out a paper from the magic pouch and handed it over to Natasha. Natasha picked it up and glanced at it, reading the title aloud. Positive electrons discovered in cosmic radiations and some heuristic thoughts on the model of positive and negative particles. You are ready to submit the paper? Yes. Lucian nodded softly. After the cosmic observatory is established, it will only be a matter of time for positive electrons to be discovered. Also, I already used positron cannon in the battle against the Lord of Hell. It might have been caught by the Elven Queen. After all, the magic model cannot be built so easily. For a very long time, it was his unique spell. Ellipsis. At the beginning of the month of harvest, a group of vigorous boys and girls arrived at the gate of the Atom Institution. What will the Atom Institution be like? Ali took a deep breath and said to Anderson, whom he just met. The guy was the top student of the second grade in the generic school. While Ali was speaking, he was actually glimpsing at the girl who was wearing a daisy dress not far away. She had a delicate face, and her curled black hair dangled on her shoulder gently. The students from all the schools had introduced themselves just now. Therefore, Ali knew that it was his pen pal, Jane. However, under the watch of the teachers of the noble school, Ali dare not speak with Jane in case the teachers got suspicious and informed Jane's parents. In such a case, they wouldn't even be pen pals anymore. In the tales and plays of the bards, most of the relationships between the noble lady and the poor boy would be highly rejected by the noble families. Sensing that Ali was looking at her, Jane turned around and put on a gentle smile, which excited Ali and made his blood boil. It definitely won't disappoint you. Anderson had visited the Atom Institution before, but he was still nervous and excited. What will the real cosmos be like? How would the place that carried so many tales and so many beautiful wishes present itself? What did you see last time? Ali intentionally asks, in case his knowledge caught suspicion. Anderson was a rather flamboyant boy, so he said proudly, last time, we completed the particle collision experiment under the guidance of Mr. Lazar and Ms. Heidi. During the last visit, most arcanists in the Atom Institution were busy with their own experiments. Also, they were not allowed to draw close for the sake of confidentiality. Only arcanists like Lazar, Rock, and Heidi, who were better at dealing with people, showed them around and did the famous experiments. They're very knowledgeable. The whole laboratory is absolutely quiet save the noises. The picture of the Atom Institution in Ali's head was more and more clear thanks to Anderson's introduction. The only thing that dissatisfied him was that Anderson's narration did not reflect the cutting edge of the microscopic domain. At this moment, the gate of the institution was opened, and noises came out of the room. Alphalia, read this issue of Arcana. What? Mr. Evans has discovered positive electrons. Antiparticles do exist. This world is too amazing. The exclamations came into the ears of Ali and the other students. They were rather confused. What were positive electrons and what were antiparticles? Why did they sound familiar? As hypotheses that hadn't been proven, the notions of positive electrons and antiparticles were not introduced in their textbook. That was why those students were confused. However, Lucian was best famous for his disruptive theories. His speculations often piqued people's attention and curiosity. They were mentioned a lot in the newspapers and by the radio stations. In other places, they might have remembered it soon, but this was the cutting edge of the microscopic domain. How could the terms and stories show up here? After Ms. Helen and Mr. Oliver extrapolated the Lucian equation to the microscopic particles whose spin is not integral, enshrouding the whole microscopic particles with its splendor, I knew that Mr. Evans' speculation on antiparticles would be proved sooner or later. Loie said excitedly, then, the odds that the vacuum ocean of negative energy exists have increased too. Laria and Alphalia were reading the same copy of Arcana. They understood Loa's excitement well because they were also very thrilled. Suddenly, they exclaimed as they read the following paper. Our teacher did not mention the vacuum ocean of negative energy and abandoned the description of negative energy. He gave a new model, where positive particles and negative particles would appear and perish in pairs in the vacuum. Shelley raised her head and hoped to see the same amazement on Lazar and Alphalia's faces. Laria read part of the content on the paper. According to the field theory and the new material point, all the particles could be seen as different fields. They're the activated status of fields, and the base of fields is the vacuum. Therefore, different fields that are in the base status can overlap. There is no absolute vacuum in our world. Vacuums are not empty. According to the uncertainty principle, there will be great energy fluctuations in a small, fixed time range. Therefore, the vacuum is itself an ever-surging ocean of energy. The conservation of energy is maintained in general. During the process, the fields enter the activated status from the base status, yielding a pair of positive and negative particles. Then, the pair of particles perish with each other, release energy, and the total is the same. Because the process is too short to be investigated, the positive and negative particles are virtual particles. However, under special circumstances, those virtual particles might be separated because of external force and become the real positive and negative particles. That is perhaps one of the sources of materials. It has been generated from nothing because of the uncertainty principle. The whole atom institution was quiet as she read the content. Lazar, Shelley, and the others tried to understand the model. They were still too shocked. The ever-surging ocean of energy in the vacuum, the appearance and disappearance of particles, and the generation of matter disrupted their understandings in the past, raising a storm in their brains. Also, the ever-surging ocean of energy seemed able to explain the source of magic energy. Alphalia, who was rather good at astrology, suddenly mumbled to herself, "The uncertainty principle that is regarded as a demon because it might disrupt determinism is actually the source of matter." Ali was so dizzy at the gate that he turned to Anderson. "Do you have any idea what they are talking about?" Anderson shook his head quickly. "Not a clue. What about you?" Not far from them, Jane also shook her head. "Me neither." Ali looked more than confused. "Perhaps. This is the landscape at the bleeding edge of the microscopic domain." "That's right." Anderson couldn't have agreed more. Lazar managed to get back to himself from his shock. He turned to Ali and the other students and said, "You're here? You will be divided into groups of 4. Each group will spend half an hour in the Cosmic Observatory. Heidi and Anik are waiting for you up there. 5 people could be teleported at one time, but they had to be accompanied by a middle-rank sorcerer. In the Cosmic Observatory, even though the laboratory was only big enough for 5 experimenters to work in, there was enough place for more visitors. Besides, the magic gems and energy consumed would be covered by the Congress of Magic. Ali and the other students were no longer confused. Their hearts were racing again. Ellipsis. Inside the atomic universe. Lucian walked to the center and was ready to activate the magic circle. Natasha, who came to see him off, scratched her chin and said, "To be honest, it has only been 3 months since we explored the boundless ocean and confirmed the ideas with data. I feel that this is too easy, like a child's game." It did not begin from the exploration of the boundless ocean. Lucian blinked his eyes and smiled rather cunningly. Then, the light was on, and the gate of space and time was opened. The silver lines lit up one by one and outlined the space-time gate. Lucian walked into the gate in one stride. A dazzling light burst out, and Lucian's figure gradually disappeared. After the light was gone, Natasha could only see the empty magic circle and the pale space-time gate. Ellipsis, ellipsis. The transmission to the Cosmic Observatory is ready. Please make sure you have finished the potion in your hand, said Laria to the 4 students, Ali, Anderson, Jane, and Philomena. Ali took a glance at the light blue tube in his hand and could still feel the spicy taste. However, after taking the potion, he did feel a strange feeling, as if his soul, brain, and his body had been put into a magic freezer. Earlier, when signing up to be the volunteers, he saw Jane stepping out first, so he hurriedly followed. Luckily, he was the 4th. He looked to the side and into Jane's eyes. He saw that Jane's black eyes, which were always quiet and peaceful, were now shining with excitement and exhilaration. The light in her eyes came from the most sincere passion that a human being had toward the mysterious and boundless universe. One would never be able to realize how small and insignificant an individual was until one saw the starry expanse. Looking around and seeing the look on the students' faces, Laria smiled. The Congress was obviously very generous to these students. The magic potion called strong churga that was given to each student was very expensive, and it was used to help with nausea. Most sorcerers who entered the cosmos would endure this themselves. Churga was a fruit of home, but its annual yield was very low. Churga could be used as the main material for some senior-rank magic potions. But Laria knew that there was a reason behind the Congress's generosity. When the students saw the cosmos, they would understand that the so-called God of Truth on the small planet, which strived to gather more followers and resources, was in fact not that almighty at all. Then the students would go back to their schools and promote the idea among more students. The Congress would then introduce more projects, including Cosmos museums, experience centers, and more radio programs, to widen people's horizons as much as possible. Attention! The transmission has been activated, said Laria. Ali suddenly became very nervous. Before this space jump, he never even tried flying. But his heart was also full of expectation and excitement. The dazzling light streaks blurred Ali's eyes. Ellipsis, ellipsis. Tower. There are positive electrons. It's true, said Rachel to Samantha. In her hand, there was the latest issue of Arcana. Rubbing her forehead, she felt both excited and frustrated. We can't see it before we do the experiment on our own, said Samantha with a meaningful look on her face. Although she said so, she did believe that Lucian had found positive electrons. The Lucian equation had gained great significance in the field of microscopic domain study, and its validity had been proven many times. Lucian was also well known for his rigorous attitude, and he had never published a paper unless he was 100% certain. Perhaps this was the power of authority. The world is so wonderful. In the past thousands of years, not a single intelligent creature has ever realized the existence of antimatter. But now, Arcana will lead us to the truth of the world. Rachel's eyes were shining with excitement. No arcanist could resist the charm of Arcana. Although most arcanists started their studies for power, for money, for treasures, or for material enjoyment, and they could easily forget their most sincere passion because of the tedious, repetitive experiments and wealth, but every time when there was a major finding, they could still recall the passion and pure joy from exploring the truth of the world. Samantha nodded. Actually, according to symmetry, the existence of antiparticles shouldn't be something too surprising. When there are particles, there must be their antiparticles. Mr. Evans has also abandoned the most doubtful concept of negative energy and chosen to replace it with the pair production of particles and annihilation. I wonder how those supporters of the model of the ocean in the vacuum are feeling right now. The Grand Arcanist who was supposed to be the one most likely to support it has given it up, said Rachel. Although the model thrilled every sorcerer, as it provided a possible insight into the nature of magic, many leading arcanists found it unreliable because of the experiments on some particles with integer spins. Samantha finally smiled. No matter what, the falsifiability of the model hasn't been proved yet, nor has the validity of Mr. Evans' model. Then the smile on her face disappeared, and she murmured a bit confusedly, does the uncertainty principle apply to how matters come into being? Then what about determinism? Should it be dumped? At the end of the paper, Mr. Evans discussed a possible experiment for verifying the uncertainty principle, said Rachel in low voice. According to the principle of field theory, there are tiny electromagnetic pulses in a vacuum space. Staring at the paper on the desk, Samantha remained silent. Lucian's fame and past glory had proved that he was by no means a daydreamer. As he had specified the experiment in his paper, he must have been quite certain about it. After the uncertainty principle was put forward, although many microscopic domain experiments had shown great conformity to it, no solid experiments could directly prove it yet, which provided arcanists in the School of Astrology precious time to slowly adjust themselves to adopt the new concept safely. If Mr. Evans had come up with this idea 2 years earlier, only low-rank sorcerers would have survived, said Rachel. Samantha sighed. After the recent 2 to 3 years, the many setbacks she had gone through had forced her to start accepting the falling of determinism, and she believed that this was also true for other countless arcanists. The world showed no mercy to any individual and would never change itself because of an individual's unacceptance. She looked out of the window and the bright sunlight made her squint. She felt that she could see a bright but a bit sad future. Anyway, the discovery of antiparticles will be forever remembered by the history of arcana. We've stepped out of the world that had been trapping us. Now we're even closer to the truth. Maybe nothing bigger than this will show up for a very, very long time, said Rachel, who also turned to look at the blue sky outside. After the past 10 years of rapid development, it seems that arcana has hit the plateau. The next groundbreaking finding has to keep brewing for a long time. Ellipsis. Traveling through the layers of space and time, Lucian saw the countless shadowy and overlapping sections in front of him, just like when he cast Regather. Ellipsis. When the dazzling light retreated, Ali felt very uncomfortable, but the refreshing feeling brought by the potion gave him the energy to look around eagerly. Ali did not take a glance at the mysterious magic circles or the cold alchemy facilities, and he did not even greet the arcanists on site. Instead, he directly looked out of the window. The incredible darkness and endless deep space had instantly struck Ali's mind. Against the darkness, the white light spots were pure. They were not shining, but just hanging there quietly, as if nothing in the past millions of years ever changed them. He turned to look down, and there were the same boundless darkness and pure stars. The students were deeply shocked by the loneliness and the realization of their own insignificance. Was this cosmos? Nothing mattered when compared to it. Laria walked to her friends and handed them the journal. Our teacher has found positive electrons from cosmic rays. That's awesome, Anik said very cheerfully. Katrina also had a big smile on her face. There will be more observatories in the future as more people will want to use them. Heidi, you don't want to take a look at it? Laria asks. Heidi muttered, the experiment is in the key stage. I believe that Mr. Evans has actually founded positive electrons a long time ago, or he wouldn't all of a sudden want to set up a cosmic observatory. Ah! However, her muttering was cut off by her shout. The rest of them turned around and asked in surprise, what is it? A new track, different from that of an electron or a proton. Heidi muttered in a low voice while calculating fast in her mind. Then she sprang up from her seat and exclaimed, its mass is more than 200 times heavier than that of an electron. It's a new particle. Very likely to be the one predicted by Her Excellency Hathaway. What? A new particle? They were all very surprised. Ali looked at them with confusion. He saw the boundless cosmic, the pure stars, and Heidi, whose hands were still on the alchemy device. New particle? Why wasn't it mentioned in the textbooks? Did he just witness a historic moment? Ellipsis. Comment. Lucian could see better now. But then the blinding glare came at him. Even though Lucian had cast the special spell to protect his eyes, he still could not help squinting. A huge fireball was burning in the air. Although Lucian had the protection from space staff and he was still far away from the fireball, the incredible and extremely high temperature was still formidable. The fireball looked a bit blurry and distant. Lucian closed his eyes and gently sighed. Sun. The space and time around him suddenly started to change, and it began to project a starry sky. Throne of Magical Arcana Chapter 767. Two suns in the sky. Lucian's eyes closed tight, and he could feel the arrival of the boundless cosmos. The starry sky that was so almighty and detached looked down upon everything coldly from above. The projection of the starry sky cast in Lucian's half-substantialized cognitive world made the entire cognitive world more and more clear, like a real one. Meanwhile, the cosmos had also set Lucian's host star of destiny ablaze. The host star was now going through a series of fusion reactions like a real star. The black hole was sucking in some of the power to form the new balance. The electron cloud drifting in the air, the charged particles exchanging virtual photons, and the electromagnetic force in the space had also become much more real. In the strange boom, Lucien's cognitive world was further substantializing and transforming to the top legendary status. At this time, Lucien was supposed to carefully observe what was going on in his cognitive world. However, he suddenly opened his eyes. He wanted to see the true world, the world that offered all the feedback but was never discovered by anyone. If any legendary sorcerers or knights had known what Lucien just did, they would have made a mockery of Lucien. Ever since the most powerful men in the world first knew the existence of this feedback from the true world, they had tried everything they could to find it and to master it, since it would, for sure, contain the deepest and ultimate truth as well as the secrets of the world. However, none of them did it, no matter if it was those top legendaries or even Thanos and Viken. None of them managed to capture the existence of the real cosmos in the real world. The only thing they could find was the powerful feedback. Therefore, it was believed that only gods could touch the secret. When Lucien opened his eyes, he saw that something was blocking the blinding light. Then, the clear vision of a starry cosmos appeared around him. However, it was beyond his touch. The real world had revealed itself right in front of Lucien for the first time. No one ever did this before. If it had been another legendary and demigod standing here, they would have been totally shocked. However, as if he had expected this, there was a faint smile on Lucien's face. He reached forward with his right hand and the cosmos suddenly started responding. Galaxies rapidly flashed backward until Lucien's hand finally touched the familiar blue planet, behind which the huge fireball was burning indistinctly. Boom! The substantializing process had been boosted, and Lucien's host star of destiny suddenly burst out the dazzling and mighty glare. The glare had partially blended into the starry sky to enhance the glory of the big fireball. Boom! The blue planet had disappeared. The big fireball had occupied the entire, real cosmos. It looked so huge and bright with its tremendous momentum, but at the same time, it also looked very illusory. Ellipsis. After coming back to Adam Institution from the observatory, Ali, Jane, and Anderson had always been absent-minded. They were deeply shocked by the cosmos and the discovery of the new particle and thus realized the almighty power of nature in person. Now they were totally in awe of Arcana as it could explore the deepest secret of the starry sky. Ali had stopped peeking at Jane. Instead, his eyes had lost their focus as his mind was lost in his many thoughts. Meanwhile, the next group of students was walking toward the transmission magic circle. Suddenly, he felt that the light coming in from the window somehow had become much brighter. He looked up. The autumn sky was high and blue, but in the sky, there were two bright suns. 2 suns? Ali murmured out of confusion, but then, he suddenly realized what it meant. Look! 2 suns! Ali's voice suddenly became sharp. All the people in the institution turned to look at him, having no idea what he was talking about, although they did understand every single word Ali said. Someone's cognitive world has half substantialized? Chelly suddenly came up with the possibility. She was dressed like a married lady. Lazar quickly walked to the window and shook his head. Impossible. There are no other changes in the environment. No thunder, no lightning, but 2 suns. His voice suddenly became very low. He stared at the sky, at the 2 suns. No matter if it was the half-substantialization or substantialization of one's cognitive world, according to all the records, they could only change the environment within a couple of 100 meters. The dimension discovered before was a very rare exception since almost everyone over the world saw it. However, the 2 suns in the sky were almost identical. It was impossible to be something unusual within the atmosphere. If it was because something was going on just beside the sun, then the influence range was just too wide. Lazar was definitely much more trustworthy than Ali. The rest of them had all flowed to the window and let out a gasp. There were indeed 2 suns in the sky. What is going on? Ali asked the famous arcanists around confusedly. Lazar, Jerome, and the rest of the arcanists all remained silent. At this time, they could finally tell the difference between the 2 suns. The one on the left was dazzlingly bright, giving out light and heat. The one on the right, however, was an illusion, but a very real illusion. Something big happened. Alphalia murmured. She had never seen this before, even in the textbooks. The two suns in the sky brought no change to the world other than the brighter sunlight. Although more and more people had started noticing the wonder, no one knew what was going on. Ellipsis. In Lance, the holy city. Viken, the Pope, was listening to Melmax's report and thinking about how to stop Multimus. At this time, the host star of destiny in his soul suddenly flashed a bit. In the next second, he had blinked to the window and looked up. In the early morning sky, two big fireballs were rising, dyeing the entire sky orange. This is... Even for someone as profound as Viken, he had never seen anything like this. For a moment, he had no idea what it was, until he picked up his platinum staff. Lucian Evans has found the sun? But he hasn't studied Blue Gate. Viken knew that Lucian had found the sun and got the feedback from the real world. What was going on in the sky came from the top legendary power that Lucian just gained. However, Viken could not help but frown. But two suns. Impossible. Normally, it should be a really bright star beside the sun. The light of the star should be easily covered by the sunlight. At the moment, Viken felt both excited about the discovery of the sun but also the apprehension from the unknown. Ellipsis. In Observer's Castle, the dark mountain range. Holding the wineglass, Rhine was waiting for a descendant's visit. Suddenly, he spread out his big bat wings and filled the entire hall. In space, an illusion moon quickly rose in the air and transformed into a blonde young girl. Her red eyes looked out of the window. In the darkness, the radiance of the silver moon had been overwhelmed by the dazzling sunlight. Rhine stopped his movement. The glass wine pressed against his lips. Alterna stared at the sun until it slowly disappeared. When the night sky resumed, Alterna said seriously, "He has found the sun. I wonder if he can explain this." Rhine smiled. Neither Alterna nor Rhine looked very surprised. After a while, Alterna sighed. But it was just too big. Ellipsis. In the blue ocean, Multimus was sitting on his throne, holding the gold trident in his hand. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky through the body of seawater, and a sarcastic-looking smile appeared on his face. But soon, the smile was replaced by a shocked expression. Ellipsis. On the Pearl Islands. Douglas was still studying his project using alchemical items to replace space jump in order to reach the sun. Suddenly, his eyes opened big when he felt that a starry sky just appeared around him, which had caused a series of great changes in his cognitive world. After a while, his cognitive world was fully substantialized. His cognitive world had just gained some direct connection to the real cosmos. Douglas was a bit confused but also amused. He was just sitting in his place, but all of a sudden, the feedback from the real world had come to him. It was basically a million arcana credits hitting him while he was just sitting on his couch. However, he quickly figured this out. Douglas knew that his many theories were built upon the assumption that those planets and stars did exist. Therefore, the sudden change must have come from someone's discovery of the planets. Was it Lucian? So far, only Lucian and Douglas himself were still exploring planets. Douglas then immediately asked Brooke to take over the shift for him and headed for the atomic universe. He had so many questions to ask Lucian in person. Ellipsis. The real world had disappeared. Lucian squinted at the huge fireball from a distance and thought to himself out of pity, it was almost there. Something that hasn't been proved. Or I could have. Meanwhile, the two host stars of destiny started spinning around each other and affecting each other. His body suddenly went illusionary and ethereal, but he recovered within a second. It turned out that this transformation could, in fact, be achieved by an individual, and the belief that only a primeval devil could do so had been proven wrong. Lucian put on an ironic smile, which was quite rare. He was now a real top legendary, and he had mastered the method of status transformation, which differed from that of Viking. It was a magic model integrated into his soul, like blood power. Chapter 768, Douglas's Decision. Babel, in the atomic universe. A cluster of dazzling light flew out of the space-time gate. Like a water ball rippling, it instantly lit up the magic circle, and the complicated lines and patterns in the air were now shimmering. Meanwhile, the gate no longer looked gray and pale. Instead, it was now covered with a layer of dreamlike gloss. The layer of light, which was like rubber, then protruded all of a sudden. A vague figure walked out. As the figure was becoming more and more clear, it turned out to be Lucian. As soon as Lucian stepped out of the gate, its gloss was instantly taken off, and the gate collapsed to the ground into ashes. One by one, the shining lines in the air had also broken and became a pile of trash. At this time, Lucian finally realized that Natasha was not the only one standing in the hall waiting for his return. The president was also waiting. Douglas looked quite anxious, which was rare for him, but not in a bad way. The anxiety was from his eagerness to find the answer. However, Lucian was not surprised by Douglas's presence at all. After what he just did, it would have been more perplexing if the president had not been here. As for Natasha, her waiting was out of her care for Lucian and her own curiosity. "How did you find it?" asked Douglas straightforwardly. Natasha opened her mouth, but she did not want to cut Douglas off. She also had lots of questions to ask, like how far the sun was and how it existed. Compared to Douglas, she had plenty of chances to ask. Lucian smiled, as it was so rare to see Douglas being so solicitous that he had forgotten the most immediate thing that he should have done after reaching top legendary. It looked just like a Fernando was living within him. "A second, please," Lucian said calmly. A starry sky then unfolded behind Lucian, where a huge fireball was burning. The stars surrounding the big fireball formed the many mysterious patterns, while behind the fireball, there was a cluster of deepest darkness. Against the sky, there were protons and neutrons forming into atomic nuclei. From time to time, they would drift, and sometimes, they would collapse. Together with the electrons, they formed elements. In the different sections where the elements gathered, there were different beautiful wonders, like the extremely cold liquid and crystals. Light was flowing among the charged matters, and it was divided into portions, which reflected the nature of electromagnetic force, and it joined the wind power in the illusionary space harmoniously. The edges of the entire world bent slightly, and beyond the edges, it seemed that there was something else that was connected to them, which enabled the changes in the cognitive world to affect the material world. Seeing that, Douglas realized what he had forgotten, and he was a bit amused by himself. How could he forget this? After reaching the top legendary level, one should reflect the changes in his or her cognitive world to one's own demiplane as soon as possible to make the demiplane resemble the dimension better. As soon as Lucian unfolded his cognitive world, Babel Tower started shaking fiercely, and the shaking was from the planet it was on. The stars in the dark cosmos in the dimension suddenly burst out splendid light and became very real. And the star, which resembled the sun, was now on fire, and the intimidating and extreme temperature was also close to that of the real sun. When the projection of Lucian's cognitive world disappeared, Douglas finally asks, "How did you do this?" Lucian answered briefly, "Since it seems that our planet was insulated by something like a fog, the deepest part of the boundless ocean would go around and around. When we fly out of the atmosphere, we lose the observation of the planet at some point until we enter the universe. After that, we have to consider two things. 1. Does light also bend when casting through the atmosphere? Second, are other planets also being trapped? So I combined the data obtained from the deepest part of the boundless ocean and an idea I once had, and thus revised the calculation of the coordinate of the sun. In the end, I finally found it," said Lucian after a short pause. "Long time ago, we did think of the possibility that the atmosphere might have changed the transmission of light and considered it a possible reason why we could not find the planets. However, after so many years, we still haven't got a full idea about the secrets of the boundless ocean and the fog, said Douglas. The previous generations of arcanists were no fools. What Lucian just said had already been put forward years ago. However, they all failed to find the problems among the data and records. If it had been as easy as Lucian's narration, those arcanists would have found the sun a dozen hundred years ago. Therefore, the key question Douglas had to ask was how Lucian managed to find the problem in the data and figured out the accurate coordinate. Lucian's right hand climbed onto his chin and rubbed it. He responded with some hesitation, "I can't be very clear right now. I think the fog and the abnormality of the boundless ocean should both have something to do with the unusual abnormality in the space." Seeing Lucian's unconscious movement, Natasha knew that Lucian was not hiding anything. Instead, his mind was indeed filled with questions. Something unusual in space. The bending of space shows gravity, and the gravity there does look strange, but... Douglas murmured. But he suddenly realized why Lucian was being so ambiguous. "You're afraid my head is going to explode?" It's something contradictory to the general theory of relativity. Lucian rubbed his forehead out of a bit of embarrassment. Yes, there are some conflicts between the general theory of relativity and quantum mechanics. I'm more on the side of the latter, but I can't be sure that I'm 100% correct. My bold guess might mislead you, sir. So I cannot just burst out my own thinking recklessly. You're now sure about it. So I'd like to listen to it, as I won't let something uncertain shake my cognitive world, said Douglas with a smile. If you don't want to be very clear, you can give me some hint, and I'll explore it on my own. During the process, I can keep adjusting myself. So even if the final result does go against the general theory of relativity, my cognitive world wouldn't collapse. Lucian nodded slightly. A long time ago, I started thinking about why the planets can't be spotted, but I was totally clueless until I opened the chamber and saw the mysteries. The mysteries of immortality? Douglas and Natasha both asked at the same time. They had never expected that this would have anything to do with the mysteries of immortality. Lucian said seriously, "The missing of planets, the strange things about the atmosphere and the ocean, the gravity-less stars in Star's Grave, Furnace of Souls, and even the real world. They are all around the same question, so we have to see them all together." "Makes sense," Douglas agreed, but he soon got confused again. "If it's like what you said, then the atmosphere should share the same peculiarity with the ocean, as their surroundings are not different by nature. But why, when we were heading for the atmosphere, there was nothing preventing us from flying into the cosmos, yet when we were in the deepest part of the boundless ocean, we couldn't go any further?" Lucian answered seriously, "This is why I'm confused as well. I've built up a special math model for it, but it turned out that it was almost impossible for the math model to form naturally, although it did go into the strange dimension." "Impossible to form naturally? You're saying someone did it?" Douglas also became very serious. Natasha also looked very astonished for a moment as her big silver-purple eyes opened big. Lucian's words might mean something very terrible. Possibly. There might be someone really, really powerful there that we don't know, who created the peculiarity deep in the ocean, but this is very unlikely because there's no point, as we can always find planets with the data. Therefore, I suspect that it has something to do with the age of mythology. After all, we know very little about the age. "The only one," said Lucian. The last time when Lucian risked his life entering the Temple of Spirits, he saw a library where lots of books from the age of mythology were stored there. However, at that time, he did not have enough time to copy them, and when he came back, the spirits had removed them. Douglas nodded slightly. "Possible. Perhaps it's preventing Maltimus and the Abyss from coming to the main material world." After the age of mythology, Silver Moon has also started pulling away from influencing the ground, said Lucian. Then he took a deep breath and said, "To verify my guess, I'll visit the Dark Mountain Range soon to see Mr. Rhine and see what he could get from the Silver Moon." "Make sure you're ready," Douglas agreed. "If the Silver Moon doesn't want to say anything, we'll go back to the library in the temple again." Douglas smiled. Give me the coordinate of the sun so that I can see it with my own eyes. After that, I'll get ready to reach the demigod level. Demigod? Both Lucian and Natasha were slightly shocked. Obviously, Lucian did not agree with Douglas's plan. My cognitive world is basically complete once planets are found, and from my previous studies, I've figured out how to transform my status and reach the level of demigod, said Douglas with the same facial expression. I'll replace the power of feelings with my own cognitive world and replace the power of faith with the corresponding real environment. I will overlap them and combine them together. In this way, I should be able to achieve the transformation and open the gate to become a demigod. Lucian knew that this was the most orthodox path for a sorcerer to become a demigod, but he insisted, "But sir, we can wait until we figure out why this method works and what a demigod is. We can probably find the answers within decades. I know your confidence, but we can wait no more. Maltimus's arrival and Viken's power are big threats to the Congress. If the Congress can't produce a demigod in the upcoming 5 years, we'll all be in trouble. I'm not sure if I can do this, but I'll still give it a shot." Douglas smiled, as if it were someone else's business. But Lucian kept on trying. Douglas stopped him. "If you come up with a better method, I can still improve my foundation after becoming a demigod, and also..." He looked out at the universe outside and said in the peaceful tone, "Also to me, the most intriguing thing in this world is to solve its mysteries one by one. The power that comes with it is just a complimentary gift." Comment. "Even if I'll forever stop at the demigod level, I'll never regret it as I will have done my contribution to figuring out the truth of the world. I think I'll be more than happy." "Sir." Lucian did not know what to say. Throne of Magical Arcana Chapter 769. The birth of a custom. The square near the Rose Boulevard was jam-packed with people after the lights were on. It was the habit of many citizens of Rentado to take a walk to the nearest square after dinner and wait for Arcana Voice. However, after the promotion of offering a magic radio with enough subscriptions, it was no longer as crowded as before. But of course, the people here were not few at all in terms of absolute number. Hello, everyone. This is FM 592.6 M, Arcana Voice. I am your old friend, Nightingale. Thank you for listening to our program. As the sweet voice that sounded like their family member came out of the trumpet, all the audience focused their attention and stopped talking with their partners. Also, after the live stream last time, they were already able to picture Ms. Nightingale's look with her voice. After many programs, Magic Room, a session that people couldn't quite follow but were very interested in, started. Dear audience, I'll teach you how to resist the shallow hypnotization spells. Z. 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 Before the magnetic male voice finished his sentence, shrilling noises came out of the loudspeaker. Then, the noises were replaced by messy sounds of electricity. However, everything was back to normal soon, except that the low, magnetic male voice went back to Nightingale's sweet but exciting voice. Dear audience, this is Arcana Voice. Now, I would like to announce a piece of breaking news. What's going on? The audience looked at each other in bewilderment. They had experienced signal interruptions before, but it had never been restored so quickly, and even the program had been changed. Breaking news? That was something that they had never been through. Therefore, they could barely realize what was going on. In the noble villas, the civil houses, and the schools, the members of the audience who were listening to Arcana Voice looked similar. They had no idea what had happened that called for a piece of breaking news. Ellipsis. Inside the Atom Institution, after Laria, who brought the students up above, told Heidi and Anik about the unusual phenomenon of two suns in the sky, they decided to return to the ground by paying the cost themselves so that they could know what had happened as soon as possible. It was both because of their curiosity and because they hoped to brace for the worst situations as quickly as possible. After all, if they stayed in space, they probably couldn't return if anything happened on the ground. After the energy ran out, they would become floating corpses in space. For similar reasons, most of the researchers who were unmarried did not leave the Allen Magic Tower. Heidi, you've discovered a new particle? The discussion about the two suns had been going on for a whole afternoon and a dinner. So, Laria couldn't help but change the subject, asking about Heidi's discovery. Looking at her friend's sparkling eyes, Heidi smiled in satisfaction. After repetitive confirmation, it's a new particle that is different from any known particles. Its mass is about 200 times that of electrons, and it is very fast. A new particle? Does the number of fundamental particles not agree with the principle of simplicity? Many arcanists believed in the philosophy that the more fundamental, the more simplistic, just like the amazing symmetry that existed everywhere. Rock took off his black top hat and asked in confusion. We can only respect the experiment results for now. Maybe fundamental principles are not fundamental? Heidi spoke while she looked at the clock on the wall of the laboratory. She exclaimed, "It's the time for Arcana Voice." She seemed to prefer Arcana Voice to News of the World. Rock said with mixed feelings, possibly. Right. Did you receive feedback from the Truth of the World after the discovery of the new particle? Very abundant feedback. Having always been straightforward, Heidi replied with a brilliant smile. Hee. Heidi, haven't you been complaining that you never won the prizes like the home crown prize? The discovery of the new particle will probably fulfill your wish. Katrina was happy for her friend. Heidi shook her head and said, not too expectantly, I don't think the discovery of a new particle deserves any, unless it's a very important one, like what Ms. Hathaway predicted, or if the particle is discovered through a new approach. I'd better wait for the breakthrough in artificial intelligence. Is it not the particle that Ms. Hathaway predicted? Both Anik and Katrina were surprised. From the properties measured so far, the new particle was quite similar to the meson that Ms. Hathaway predicted. Heidi sniffed. We can only know the result by testing if it participates in the strong interaction. For now, we can only assume that it is not. She was certainly not entirely unaffected after her friends won the highest prizes in different fields, but it did not stop her from making the rational choice. She was more and more confident about the future of artificial intelligence, and she believed that she would win a certain highest prize, and maybe even an Evans Prize in Arcana, for that. In the middle of their discussion, weird noises came out of the magic radio and caught their attention. Dear audience, this is Arcana Voice. Now, I would like to announce a piece of breaking news. Heidi and her friends immediately became solemn after Nightingale's voice came out. The only thing that deserved such interruption could be the special phenomenon of two suns during the day. The whole Atom institution fell into silence, and a sweet voice spread out of the magic radio. According to the announcement given by the highest council, at 11:37 a.m. today, Lucian Atom Controller, Evans, a Grand Arcanist, a legendary sorcerer, and a member of the highest council, discovered the sun at the coordinates of, in the standard universe location, proving the existence of planets and stars. It raised unprecedented feedback from the Truth of the World and resulted in the unusual phenomenon of two suns in the sky. Dear audience who witnessed the phenomenon, there is no need to panic. This is not the end of the world. On the very contrary, it marks the most solid first step for intelligent creatures to explore the universe. We will no longer be bothered by whether or not planets exist. Although Mr. Evans must have garnered abundant returns, they cannot compare to the great significance of his discovery for all the intelligent creatures and the confirmation of the existence of planets for all the arcanists. This is a small step for Mr. Evans, but this is also a great leap for all the intelligent creatures. It's a major monument of our exploration in the world and the universe. The announcement used all sorts of words of compliment, but Heidi did not feel that it was exaggerated at all. They would have been thrilled and offered their sincere congratulation even if it were any other legendary sorcerer who discovered it. Those who did not study Arcana and never read the history of the Congress of Magic would never know how important and significant the discovery was for the Arcanists. It's about time. The sun has been hiding for so long. Alphalia suddenly said with mixed feelings. It had been so long that some arcanists suspected that they were not in a real world but a laboratory of a certain almighty God. Heidi and Anik looked out of the window. It was pitch dark outside except for the lights from the lamps down below. However, the darkness was gone in their eyes, and the whole world had been illuminated. The heavy darkness that had covered magic since the Magic Empire was finally driven away by the sun at this moment. Heidi stood up in excitement, as if she were trying to do something, but she eventually got scared and stopped. "Heidi, what do you want?" Laria held back her shiver and axe in curiosity. Heidi raised her arms. "I want to cheer. I want to launch a fireball at the sky. The explosion will be the horn of our triumph. I want that too." Sprint, who had always been a rogue, apparently loved the idea, but Alan had strict regulations. Anik, who was relatively rational, suddenly realized that, if Alan did not have so many regulations, it was possible that many gigantic fireballs would have been shot at the sky, and fire would be spluttering out everywhere. Sorcerers tended to express their happiness through the most violent approaches in their excitement, and what they were best at was certain magic. What a splendid view it would have been. Ellipsis. In the square, in the villas, in the houses, and in the schools, all the listeners were stunned by Nightingale's announcement. The church had been attacking the sorcerers because they couldn't find any planets to prove the correctness of their celestial body's motion system and their gravity theory. Some clerics preached that the Lord covered the space because of their blasphemy, preventing them from seeing the truth of the world. Some mocked that their arcana studies were buildings without foundations and would collapse at any moment. Although arcana had been proven correct one step after another, winning the support of most of the people of the 4 countries on this side of the storm strait and filling them with curiosity and awe in arcana, those people would never be entirely convinced until the stars in the sky were discovered. After the South Church was exiled, the people who acknowledged the reign of the Congress of Magic began to hope for the discovery of planets as desperately as the arcanists did, trying to prove that it was not a punishment of the Lord and that their betrayal was not blasphemy. However, now that the good news came and hit their mind just like that, they felt that they were caught in a dream. "Great!" A roar broke the silence. An elegant-looking gentleman took off his black top hat in excitement and threw it high into the sky, as if he could not find another way to unleash his excitement. After the silence was broken, exclamations burst out like a tsunami. Under the influence of the first gentleman, the people all took off their hats and tossed it into the sky. Wearing hats was a fashion in Rentado. So, the whole sky was occupied with hats. Some were the black top hats, some were round, some were soft, some were the broad-edged hats with beautiful ribbons, some were convenient hats embedded with feathers and flowers, and some carried hazy veils. "Great!" Looking at the thrown hats and hearing the tide of roars, a reporter from Rentado Weekly wrote subconsciously, "Perhaps, from today onward, there will be a new custom in the kingdom for celebrations in the kingdom, which is hat throwing." All kinds of hats fell like rain. Chapter 770, Revisit. Inside the Atom Institution, Anik, who had more or less calmed down after hearing the exclamations that were vaguely coming from all directions, hurried to switch the magic radio to the channel of News of the World. He believed that the channel, whose target listeners were arcanists, would have more detailed reports, including how his teacher adjusted the location of the sun. They did not directly ask Lucian because Butler Leo told them that their teacher had closed the top floor of his magic tower and probably wouldn't open it until a long time later. They had been trying to reach out to him to report Haida's discovery of new particles ever since they returned to Alan from the Cosmic Observatory. According to the report of Mr. Evans, he discovered the weird deviation of light and the unusualness of space when he conducted the following experiments, and he adjusted the standard coordinates of the sun according to his conclusion. Lark, Samantha, as Anik predicted, read Lucian's report in detail and interpreted the whole process so that the senior-rank sorcerers could redo the experiment and the middle-rank sorcerers could understand the theoretical foundation of the adjustment of the solar coordinates. The report undoubtedly convinced every arcanist who listened to it that Mr. Evans had indeed found the sun with reasons. Otherwise, his report wouldn't have been so detailed and copyable. Reproducibility was a symbol of arcana. What a complicated experiment. Although her particle collision experiments and her modifications on artificial intelligence were rather complicated themselves, Heidi was still rather stunned, because the experiment was so intricate that no common arcanists could have devised it. Even Sprint, who had always been proud and confident, had to admit in a low voice, "I'm afraid that only our teacher could have designed such a complicated but effective experiment. He, for one, couldn't have achieved it." Despite his fundamental disagreement with Lucian regarding the observer effect, Anik still admired his teacher, who was the pioneer of many new domains, the proposer of many revolutionary theories, and the main booster of the great development of arcana studies and social development in the past decade. There was still a major gap between them. Yes, I don't think that there can be more than 10 experts who have such amazing ideas and such a solid arcana foundation. However, I still think that it is too complicated. Perhaps our teacher partly counted on luck, or perhaps he was doing some other experiments. Hesitating, he proposed his guess. Such a guess did not raise the anger of Heidi, Katrina, or other people. Having been engaged in arcana and magic studies for a long time, they knew very well that certain discoveries needed a bit of luck. For example, back when they were in the Cosmic Observatory, the experiments that everybody devised were identical, but Heidi discovered the new particle ahead of everybody else. The reason was that she made a minor mistake during the design. But of course, only the arcanists who had been doing experiments for a long time with a solid knowledge foundation could have grasped the gift of the goddess of fortune. In any case, the sun has finally been discovered. The chronicle of magic has been turned to a new page, Heidi declared, her eyes glittering. Ellipsis. On the 31st floor of the Allen Magic Tower, all the arcanists in the Sky radio station listened to Samantha's broadcast in excitement. Louise's news was for the ordinary people and contained nothing that they did not know. Also, different from before, Samantha was no longer as nonchalant as usual when she read the report. The insuppressible smile on her face suggested her good mood and quite surprised the arcanists who were used to her previous style. For years, the continual defeat of determinism had made most arcanists of the school of astrology, but they had to gradually change their paradigm slowly. So, they had always been rather sad. Many poets of Rentado had praised them for their excellent poetic vibe and thought that they deserved to be the arcanists who studied space. However, the discovery of the sun ignited the long-buried passion in their hearts, which burnt up all their miseries and melancholy. At least for now, they were delighted and exalted from the bottom of their hearts. The puzzle that bothered the school of astrology for thousands of years had been solved today. After reading the last word, Samantha put down the document in her hand and hinted to the host of the next program to begin with a smile. Then, she left her seat, walked out of the room, and took a deep breath of the refreshing air at night. I thought that the discovery of positive electrons was shocking enough. I did not expect that Mr. Evans also found the sun. A few arcanists who were familiar with her joined her. Looking at the cold, dreamy moon in the sky, Samantha said with a tone of delight, "If it weren't for this grand arcanist, I'm afraid that nobody could have devised such a complicated and unimaginable experiment." This is perhaps the kindness of the goddess of fortune and her acknowledgement for the school of astrology's thousands of years of pursuit. That's why she gave us him. Although no names were mentioned, all the arcanists around knew that she was referring to Atom Controller, Mr. Evans, and that she was not saying Grand Arcanist at first but Monster. It was one of the nicknames for Lucian that many arcanists used in private because most of his achievements couldn't have been accomplished by any other arcanists in their entire life. However, the guy had been proposing one every once in a while. What could possibly be a monster if he wasn't? It was for that reason that they did not suspect why Lucian could have devised the unbelievably complicated experiment. He was the synonym of a miracle. From today on, the school of astrology will no longer be an ungrounded school anymore. Another astrology arcanist observed with mixed feelings. For the arcanists of the school of astrology, they wouldn't suspect the foundation of their prophecies just because planets were real material existences, because the host stars of destiny were indeed right there. Samantha nodded. In the next, the focus of our studies will be divided into two directions. The first is to study the black holes, the stars, and the star systems, in order to unravel the mysteries of the real universe, search for its origin, and predict its future development. The other is to explore the connection between the real universe and the host stars, in order to figure out why the operation of stars affects our fate. That's right. The eyes of the first arcanist seemed to be burning with fire. Just because something went wrong with determinism did not mean that astrology was dead. Staring at the silver moon out of the window, Samantha thought to herself. As a matter of fact, the background that the church made up for him suits him well. He's both an angel and a devil. Ellipsis. Inside the theater of destruction, Oliver did not listen to the broadcast but perused Lucien's report carefully. He pushed his gold-edged glasses and frowned. This experiment is too complicated to be devised. It's more like a product of inferring the process after you have known the result. Is this Lucien's reverse engineering? As a grand arcanist who had a profound understanding of the universe and who explored the space many times, he noticed something wrong after the first glance. However, he thought that it was because Lucien accidentally got a magic model through the feedback when he researched other things before he reverse engineered the magic model. Inside Thunder Hell, on the other hand, Fernando threw the report in his hands onto the table and roared. This boy must have devised the experiment after he discovered the sun. Don't take me for an idiot. With his understanding of Lucien, he had every reason to believe that Lucien must have decided the location of the sun according to other knowledge. Chances were that he even had complete theoretical supports. After throwing away the report, Fernando saw the words on the latter pages of the report, which were in a different format from the first half. So, he picked up the report again and read carefully. It can only be published after verification? Fernando repeated in a low voice. The few pieces of papers contained a complete record of Lucien and Douglas's conversation, which had only been provided to Fernando and Hathaway, two trustworthy grand arcanists. Fernando thought for a long time and tried to solve the puzzle in Lucien's words, but he barely made any progress due to the lack of files. Why do you give me a record? Just come here and talk to me. Fernando snorted in fury and activated electromagnetism messaging. After background noises of electric currents, Fernando heard Natasha's voice. Lucien has gone to the Dark Mountain Range? Fernando repeated what Natasha said and cursed. This boy is really a fast runner. Ellipsis. The sunlight was blocked by the tall trees. Together with the dangerous space gaps in midair and on the ground, the whole mountain seemed to be forever covered in darkness, giving a devastating and ominous feeling. It was not Lucien's first trip to the Dark Mountain Range, but he still had no good feelings about this place that reeked of decay and corruption. However, he was not as paranoid, fearing that he might run into any powerful dark creatures, as he used to be in his previous visits. Unknown to him, it was those dark creatures who were so intimidated that they only wanted to keep as far away from this monster as possible. The cold moonlight illuminated the cliff, donning it in a silver gauze. However, the lonely castle standing at the edge of the cliff was nowhere to be seen. The observer's castle has been moved away? Lucien looked around in confusion. The forest, which was shattered into a gigantic pit, during the attack of Prince Dracula had been filled up by rainwater and turned into a peaceful lake that was rippling under the moonlight. The reflection of moonlight in the lake was beautiful and agreed with the landscape around. It shouldn't have made Rhine feel that the place lost the grace of nobles and forced him to move his house away. What exactly is the reason? Lucien brought out his crystal ball and began his prophecy, and the result was rather ambiguous, which was within his expectation. It was not an easy thing to predict the whereabouts of Rhine, who was supported by the power of the silver moon. Therefore, Lucien took back his crystal ball and planned to ask a local of this place who lived nearby in order to empower his prophecy. Well, there's a dark castle over there. Lucien spread out his spiritual power and discovered intelligent creatures. He blinked and disappeared from where he was. Throne of Magical Arcana Chapter 771. daily life of the dark mountain range, the castle of the Magic Empire, seemed to be enshrouded in the dark fog. Terrifying roars of beasts were coming out, mixed with devastating and miserable moans. If it were any other places, such a situation would have caused all kinds of horror stories. The kids would have been too scared to cry at night, the clerics or the battle sorcerers would have been attracted to cleanse them, and the adventurers would have come to explore the place. However, in the dark mountain range, it was just a regular situation, and chances were that even more spooky castles were somewhere else. In a glamorously decorated room, the carpet from the southern desert of the Gusta Empire lay on the ground, next to the artworks that reflected the passage of time. A big window, which had only gone popular in the recent 100 years, was installed in the room. Everything emanated the air of nobles except for the man and woman on the carpet, who were wearing chainmails that made their action easier and holding longswords in their hands. Before them stood a 30-year-old man in a classic robe. His cheek and his body were extremely slim, but his head was much bigger than usual. The smile on his lips was particularly creepy under the contrast of the dark fog outside. His eyes were filled with passion as he observed the man and the woman greedily. It seemed that he could barely control his desire. Both the mind and the body are so delicious. My trophies this time are really delightful. The man squatted and extended his slim right hand, touching the lady's pretty face and the man's chiseled cheek as if he were appreciating two pieces of thrilling artwork. Such a touch immediately raised reactions on the two sleepers, whose eyes rolled as if they were about to wake up. However, the big-headed man showed no wariness at all but kept on touching every inch of their skin. Half awake, Sharon sensed something cold and smooth wandering on her face and her body like a wriggling long snake. As someone who loathed such a creature, she was immediately woken up and opened her eyes abruptly. She saw nothing but a gold ceiling where crystal lamps were descending, as well as a familiar face. The face was much closer to her than she thought. "Brother Finn, you, my strength." Sharon called his name subconsciously, but halfway through her sentence, it suddenly occurred to her that she was unable to activate her blood power. Her blood power of the Grand Knight had vanished. "Finn, what are you doing?" The man next to Sharon woke up a few seconds earlier and therefore noticed Finn's anomaly. Finn burst into laughter. "Constantine, what do you think I am doing? You captured us here? Why?" As a battle-tested knight, Sharon soon held back her panic and realized that the reason she could not activate her blood power was because of the shackles and manacles on her. However, her question was still filled with an intense shock. Constantine and she had known Finn ever since they were little kids. They had been going for adventures and growing together. They were knighted by the kingdom and were no strangers to the dark mountain range. This time, Finn announced that he found a relic in one of his solo adventures. He believed that there should be a lot of good stuff inside, so they had come together. Little did they anticipate that the castle was not as simple as Finn claimed. They were attacked by many powerful dark creatures. After a bloody battle, they encountered a weird mist and passed out. By the time they woke up, they found that Finn had become a stranger. "Finn has been my slave ever since a long time ago." Finn laughed crazily. All of a sudden, his eyes bulged, as if they would burst out soon. Then, from his nostrils, his mouth, and his ears, tentacles that looked like those of an octopus grew out. His skin became crimson. "A mind stealer!" Constantine screamed in desperation. Such monsters were good at controlling the mind and the relevant spells. Now that they had been captured, their lives would be more miserable than death. It was possible that they would become his loyal slaves while maintaining most of their memories and personalities. Finn shook his head. "I am not a mind stealer. I'm just a radiant knight who has the blood power of mind stealers. I was heavily wounded and could not heal myself, but the message of relics that I spread out earlier attracted many adventures to come. Their brains became the source of my revival. Finn was one of them. He. Greed is truly the harbinger of doom. For nothing but rumors of treasure, they would come to my castle one group after another. By the time I absorb your brains and modify you into my slaves, my wounds will basically be recovered. Finn couldn't have looked more hideous under the black fog when he said that. Sharon shivered even though she was a determined Grand Knight. It was even scarier than death. The raging tentacles next to Finn's head spread out to Sharon and Constantine, aiming directly at their heads. Unable to make use of their blood powers, Sharon and Constantine could only back off by holding their bodies with their hands, until their backs stuck to the cold wall. It's useless. I did not let you obey me by mind control exactly because I want to enjoy your fear. Finn laughed cockily. Dark Knights and regular knights were basically the same, except that the Dark Knights often had bloodlines that were associated with demons and devils, which would affect their personality and mental status. If their willpower was not good enough, it was possible that their blood powers would be out of control, turning them into real demons. Sensing that the cold and smooth tentacles already touched her mouth, even the strongest willpower could not stop Sharon from screaming in desperation and fear. No! It's useless. This is the Dark Mountain Range and my castle. There are no living creatures around except my slaves. Nobody can hear you however loudly you scream. Ha 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 ha. Finn obviously enjoyed Sharon's fear and stopped touching her, giving them even more desperation. Dumb, dumb, dumb. Somebody knocked on the door at a fixed pace, and the three persons in the room were frozen as if someone had hit a pause button. Who was it? Why would someone knock the door at such a time and place? Finn was the most scared one of all. Nobody knew the neighborhood better than him. There might not be one intelligent creature who had the courtesy of knocking the door passing by in a whole year. Also, this was his own castle, and the dark fog, which he asked the elder mind stealers to set up for him, was out there. At this moment, he seemed to be back to his childhood when he pestered his parents to tell him horror stories only to be too scared to go to sleep at night. Whenever he heard any noise, he would have goosebumps all over his body, and coldness would then rise in his heart. Dumb, dumb, dumb. The door knock was neither too quiet nor too loud, suggesting the manners of the visitor. Who is it? Finn recalled his tentacles and axed warily. As a radiant knight, he controlled himself well enough to not take action recklessly. Sharon and Constantine were surprised, panicked, and somewhat hopeful. Even though their miserable fate had been avoided for now, they did not feel relieved. Whoever visited the castle of Finn couldn't have come to specifically save the two of them but was more likely to be the enemy of Finn. If they were the experts of the Dark Mountain Range, they wouldn't go easy on the captives more than Finn would have. It's me. A gentle male voice came from outside. Since somebody is at home, I'll let myself in. Who the hell is me? Unclear about the stranger's strength, Finn secretly cursed and stayed where he was without opening the door. This place was the core of the castle surrounded by multiple defense circles. It was not so easy to break in. At this moment, he saw that the doorknob turned on its own, and the door of the room was opened. No! The eyes of Finn bulged even more widely. Where are my extraordinary circles? Where are my defenses? This is the most heavily defended place of my castle, but why does it look like a common hotel room right now? Why are those defenses gone? Finn stood there like a stone statue as the door was completely opened and a handsome man in a double-breasted suit walked in slowly. I surrender. Don't kill me. Finn did not need to think to realize the gap between them, so he begged for mercy without any hesitation or self-esteem. Then, he added, I'm very close to the tribe of mind stealers nearby, and I once visited the Elder Mind. Whatever you need me to do, I can get it done for you. He was introducing his supporters so that the stranger wouldn't think too little of him. Lucian was amused. I'm only here to ask directions. There's no need to be so serious. If he couldn't find any information, he would have to go to the King of Nightmare. To ask directions. Finn felt that he was about to vomit blood. Suddenly, clings echoed non-stop as Sharon and Constantine's manacles and shackles broke off one after another, but there were no unusual waves in the whole room at all. This is even more unbelievable than the elimination blood power. Finn had witnessed many bloodlines, but he had never been through this before. He did not know what the power was at all. Right when Sharon and Constantine were about to express their gratitude in excitement, Lucian smiled and said, "So, I was meaning to ask why the observer's castle nearby was moved away." Ellipsis. 10 minutes later, Lucian left the castle in satisfaction. According to Finn, the observer's castle was still here yesterday, but the headquarters of the Dark Congress sent a message and called for all the legendary members. It seemed to be a motion from Dionysos, the primordial dragon of time, and Dracula, the vampire prince. They wanted to truly unite the Dark Congress. After all, the Congress of Magic, the Church, the Elven Court, and the Boundless Ocean were more and more powerful nowadays, and the Dark Congress could not remain as divided as before. It was what Finn learned from the Elder Mind. He was rather panicked about the sudden disappearance of the Observer's castle. Considering that Finn provided satisfactory intelligence, Lucian did not kill him but simply put the shackles and manacles on him. Generally, those tools worked only on people below the senior rank, but Finn hadn't entirely recovered. As for what would happen later, it would be none of his concerns. It can be rather difficult to stop the division and the internal strife of the Dark Congress. Is Dracula willing to contain himself and live in peace with the werewolves? Lucian shook his head with a smile and planned to join the meeting while he was visiting Mr. Rhine. I hope that brains will not be flowing everywhere on the ground by then. After making it through the difficulties, the tiny bit of sunlight finally penetrated through the clouds and the fog in the sky that was full of gaps, as well as the dense crown and the leaves of the tree, leaving gold spots of light on the dark and cold mountain. Crack! A thick foot wearing a knight's boot stomped on one of the gold spots, collapsing the rotten leaves piled on it and breaking a branch that was hidden among it. Nasdell, the werewolf who was following him, thought to himself in surprise, why did the prince fail to control his foot? Was he considering something important? It was Dubinal, the werewolf prince, who was walking in the front. He had silver-gray short hair and a brawny body, with arrogance all over his face. One could easily tell that he was a legendary knight who was adept at melee battles. Dubinal was wearing a strange black armor. It was not as clumsy as the full body armor, and it did not have the small pieces. It was more like a leather armor that was crafted with the materials and skills for full body armor. He played with many stones in his hands as he said in an unpredictable tone, "Nasdell, are you surprised?" "My prince, how did you know?" Nasdell blurted out in shock. The prince was able to tell what was on his mind without resorting to the supernatural powers at all? He truly deserved to be the smartest of werewolves and the most cunning schemer. Dubinal squinted and looked at the pillars of light that leaked in through the dense leaves. It was so clear and brilliant that he saw grains of dust flying in the air. "I know that you must be wondering why I did not go to the Valley of Fiery Stone through the portal to alternate realm but decided to walk slowly in the forest." The Valley of Fiery Stone was where the Dark Congress was headquartered. "Well, I was only wondering why you failed to control the force of your foot." "Wait, I did not find it strange that the prince chose walking at all. It would take us hours before we could reach the Valley of Fiery Stone. I'm still too far away from the wisdom of the prince that is as boundless as an ocean. I did not notice the most obvious anomaly, and the prince had to enlighten me in person." Nasdell, who always considered himself smart, was stunned at first. Then, he understood the thoughtfulness of the prince. Half ashamed and half touched, he couldn't have admired the prince more. "Yes, my prince. I was indeed surprised. Ha ha." Dubinal chuckled without a sound. "Your mind is too easy to read. As the most clever prince of werewolves, I can easily know what you are thinking. This meeting is summoned by Dionysos and Dracula together. They're hoping to unite the Dark Congress into a well-organized group, instead of a loose organization where nobody is under any restraint, in which case internal strife might burst out when everybody has their own thoughts. It's a good thing in general, but not necessarily so for us the werewolves, because only I and Senite are legendary. Compared to the 7 primordial dragons and the 4 first-generation vampires, our legends are too few. Also, Senite and I have been lingering on level 3 of legendary, and Denisos and Dracula are both at the peak. If we are united, it's possible that we will become slaves to those goddamn vampires. As his prince analyzed the situation and prospect of werewolves clearly and elaborately, Nasdel's eyes were shining. He was shocked, worried, and awed. Prince Senite and the other princes always mocked that his prince had nothing but muscles in his head and that he was too bloodthirsty and brutal to think. However, could they have been so visionary? There were several princes among the werewolves, but only 2 were legendary. Dubinal looked rather solemn. So, I chose to walk so that I would have time to think about how the werewolves could get away from the dilemma and earn enough benefits from the matter. Looking at the tall and strong shadow of his prince, Nasdel felt that his eyes were wet. It was so touching. Even a tough werewolf such as himself could not control his feelings anymore. His prince was truly the conscience and the hope of werewolves. He was their savior. Have you come up with any solution, my prince? Nasdel asked anxiously. It's a complicated and difficult problem that cannot be addressed so easily. Dubinal's tone became heavy. Then, he suddenly sniffed and said solemnly, "There's a strange smell." A strange smell? A stranger who has successfully reached such depths of the dark mountain range? Nasdel felt that his wolf hair was rising, but he was reassured after seeing the magnificent back of his prince. Dubinal suddenly turned around and pounced forward. The enormous wind blew apart the trees, revealing the glistening lake far away. At the edge of the lake where the wild wind was blowing, time and space rippled, and a shadow slowly popped out. He was wearing a black double-breasted suit and a top hat of the same color, with a delicate silver pocket watch in his right hand. It was Lucian. Lucian was neither surprised nor panicked but simply nodded his head in approval. The legendary werewolves did have keen senses about the changes in the environment around them. It was even more unbelievable than what the Congress recorded. Who? Dubinal's silver short hair rose, and his mouth was opened. Sharp fangs protruded out, and his gold eyes were dyed silver. His body half bent, he was like a longbow that was full of power, with dozens of shadows surrounding him. His eyes suddenly glittered, and the silver in them was gone. However, in the dark forest, a cold moon was rising on the top of the trees. Under the silver moon, the 100 shadows dispersed and lunged at Lucian from all directions. Some slithered on the ground like real shadows, some swooped like black ravens, and some waved their paws like real werewolves. After the shadows dispersed, Dubinal lost his traces, as if any of the shadows could have been him. Luxury cracking. Lucian pointed his finger and cast his spell. Crack, 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 crack. The shadows were broken without any resistance, melting in the darkness where the moonlight could not reach. Suddenly, the shadow next to Lucian's feet was enlivened and turned into an exceptionally brawny werewolf, who snatched Lucian's body with its silver, glittering claws. Dubinal's previous shadows were all disguises, and this was his fatal attack. Crack. By the time he saw the beautiful and mysterious pocket watch, he heard a crisp sound. Then, he could not see anything anymore, as if he had been locked in a different world. Crack. Something on Dubinal's body was broken. It released silver rays, resonating with the cold moon in the sky. So, the grayness around faded away, and all the colors returned. However, Dubinal could not see the stranger anymore, although the distant noise of mental fulmination surged into his ears. Boom! Dubinal felt that somebody just threw an alchemical bomb into his head. The gigantic noise made him dizzy. He could barely keep himself balanced. In the meantime, his mind became slow, and his soul trembled uncontrollably. As a legendary knight, he fell to the ground without considering his image thanks to his natural instincts, before he rolled and jumped in the shadow, dodging the subsequent attacks. Hee hee. A gentle chuckle came from the forest nearby. Dubinal, I never thought that you could look so terrible. If Mr. Evans had intended to kill you, you would not be in one piece right now. Neither Snow Goddess, forgiveness nor the antimatter spell that heavily wounded the Lord of Hell is something that you can resist." As she talked, a little cat whose body was pitch black but whose paws were white crawled out of the forest and lay on the ground lazily, playing with its own belly. Behind the cat, a seemingly weak and sick girl was floating in midair. She had a pretty and delicate face, and she was wearing a long robe in the style of the Magic Empire, which was full of complicated and mysterious patterns. Just like the cat, the girl had a pair of green and deep eyes. Her honey-colored long hair was curled behind her back. Although she was trying to cover her hair, Lucian, who had reached the peak of legendary, keenly sensed that she was a vampire, and a legendary one. However, she was not any of the vampire princes that he knew, and she did not have the unique vibe of the first-generation vampires. After making fun of Dubinal, she turned her eyes to Lucian, who was standing not far away. "Mr. Evans, I am Fisha, Prince Dracula's subordinate. He sensed your battle and asked me to inquire about the reason for your visit to the Valley of Fiery Stone." Although she admitted that she was Dracula's subordinate, her tone lacked respect. She spoke so casually as if he were just a common friend. "Am I not allowed to come to the Valley of Fiery Stone?" Lucian asked back with a smile. "I'm told that Mr. Rhine is around? Fisha? That name sounds familiar. The silver-eyed count has always been mysterious, but I'm sure that he will participate in the following meeting." Fisha told Lucian the things about Rhine with a smile, not obeying Dracula's order at all. "He." A sniff echoed. Intense darkness rose and covered the forest. The deterrence of the top legend bent all the dark creatures in the forest. His face unchanged, Lucian stepped forward, and the time and space around him were immediately changed. Stars in different colors rose from the darkness. The one at the center emitted such strong heat and light, illuminating the darkness like the sun. Soundlessly, darkness faded and stars were gone. Everything was back to normal. The two top legends had given each other a test remotely. Mr. Evans, who had just stepped onto the peak of legendary, was as good as Prince Dracula. The smile on Fisha's face was gone. Chapter 773. Weird invitation. After the pitch dark where one could not see one's own fingers was gone, the forest seemed to have been caught in extreme quietness. Even the slithering bugs below the rotten leaves stopped making any noise. Lucian Evans. The low gnashing sound came over from the dark clouds in the sky and the dispersing smoke, and it was mixed with intense fury. For Dracula, Lucian represented a memory that was the opposite of pleasant. As a vampire prince who had lived tens of thousands of years, and an expert who ranked among the top 10 in the whole world even including demigods, he was actually tricked by a bug who had just reached the sixth circle and suffered a failure that his capabilities did not deserve at all. He could have smashed the guy into pieces just with his intimidating air, but he could only watch the guy summon the primordial ancestor and wound him. Whenever he recalled that, Dracula felt that his face was burning and his heart was full of humiliation. He intended to find an opportunity to kill Lucian, but the guy was devoted to arcana studies and barely went out. When he was indeed out, it was impossible to determine his location through the host stars of destiny. Also, as a vampire prince with self-esteem, Dracula could not do things like lurking around Alan for a long time. Even if he were to abandon his pride, he might not be able to fool the Grand Arcanist who watched over Alan. So, the thing had been postponed until this day. Of course, for vampires who had long lifespans, it was not so much as procrastination, even less so for Prince Dracula, a top legendary expert who could create a prosperous city in his dream that might easily last 100 years. For him, 10 years could be as short as a dinner. It was not procrastination at all. Who could have thought that Lucian would grow from a sixth circle sorcerer into a top legend in only 10 years and reach the same level as him? It was a miracle that he had never seen before. Considering that her boss was quite moody, just like everything when he just woke up, Fisha sighed and said courteously, "Mr. Evans, the Valley of Fiery Stone is the headquarters of the Dark Congress, and an important meeting is to be held soon. So, unless invited, no outsiders are allowed to approach. Do you want to fight against the entire Dark Congress? She was both polite and reasonable, so Lucian smiled and said, I'm only here to visit Mr. Rhine. I can wait for him here. To be honest, Lucian would rather not enter the Valley of Fiery Stone even if he were invited. The place had a powerful defense and a top legend who was hostile to him. Dionysos, the primordial dragon of time, was not particularly fond of human beings either. Entering the place recklessly was like entering the holy city. His life would be at somebody else's mercy. Suddenly, Dubinal, who had gotten back on his feet again, spoke loudly, What if Mr. Evans is invited? We, the werewolves, invite him to attend the meeting as a witness of the justice and impartiality of the meeting. Nasdell was shocked. Why is the prince, who fought a life-and-death battle against Lucian Evans just now, suddenly inviting the legendary sorcerer of the Congress of Magic? Is the moon rising from the west? For a moment, he felt that his brain was in a mess, and he could not understand what was going on at all. He couldn't help but realize that although he was smart, he was a clown compared to the wise prince. It was impossible for him to comprehend his mysterious plans. Dubinal, do you have any idea what you are doing, you hideous monster whose head is full of hair? Dracula, who was hiding in the high darkness, said arrogantly and bluntly. Under normal circumstances, Prince Dracula was a gentleman who appreciated manners, but manners were unneeded when he was faced with a filthy werewolf and a cunning reptile. Dubinal laughed loudly. This is the right of werewolves acknowledged by all the members of the Dark Congress. I did not say that I want to attend the meeting, Lucian interrupted him at a leisurely pace. Crack. Dubinal's smile was frozen on his face. He said both in shock and in fury, Then, what are you doing here? Why are you here if you haven't come to attend the meeting and disrupt Dionysos and Dracula's scheme? I'm here to visit Mr. Rhine. Lucian did not know the werewolf prince very well, but according to the files of the Congress, he was a legend whose mind was a simple straight line. So, Lucian repeated himself again. Why didn't you say it early? Dubinal's roar shocked the bizarre-looking birds in the forest, which fluttered out in fear. Aren't such reasons all excuses? Do you not know what excuse is? I already said it before. Lucian couldn't help but rub his forehead. What were you thinking? Dracula fell into silence while listening to their conversation. Nasdell found it even more impossible to keep up with the pace. Fisha, on the other hand, blinked her green eyes, and her lips were cramping slightly. Fisha couldn't bear to watch the conversation continue anymore and said in a gentle voice, As a matter of fact, Mr. Evans, you can attend the meeting. In the meantime, she waved her hands at the black cat that was moving toward Dubinal and said, Skoy, come back. Fisha, what are you doing? Dracula said in surprise. Completely ignoring her boss, Fisha went on to say, Because the content of the meeting was exposed in advance, at the request of most members, the meeting will be held outside of the Valley of Fiery Stone, in case certain ambitious schemers silence the oppositions with the defense. Therefore, attending the meeting is not dangerous. Fisha! Dracula already sounded angry. Skoy, the little black cat, disregarded its master's summoning and went on to Nasdell. It liked playing with big dogs the most. About that. Lucian thought for a moment. Fisha chuckled. Stannis will attend the meeting too. I'm very curious about the result of the meeting. Hearing that the King of Nightmare was coming and that the meeting was not to be held inside the Valley of Fiery Stone, Lucian naturally wouldn't refuse to attend it. This way, he could know what was going on as early as possible. Hearing that Lucian was willing to attend, Dubinal burst into laughter. It was indeed an excuse. I'd seen through you. Nasdell admired his prince even more, feeling that his prince was truly visionary. The darkness in the sky was much shallower, suggesting that Dracula might have left. Fisha gestured and said, Mr. Evans, I'll show you to the entrance of the Valley of Fiery Stone. Then, she blinked and said with a smile, It's really a great thing that the sun is discovered. Ever since she appeared, vague sorrow and melancholy seemed to have been hidden in her smile, as if she had complicated feelings about the whole world. However, her smile was pure and brilliant this time, like the flower blooming in the northern ice field. Her attitude reminded Lucian of the files he saw before. Wasn't Fisha the Empress of Snow, the legendary sorcerer of the Chakran Empire in the north? She went missing in the War of Dawn. The Empress of Snow? Lucian recited the legendary title in confusion. How did she become a vampire? Fisha smiled. It's actually a long and monotonous story. All in all, because of the problems of my own body and my soul, I could only succeed in my life by transforming into a vampire. Right. Don't discuss too much arcana with me. I fear that my brain might explode. Am I that infamous? Lucian said in self-mockery. When he walked into the forest with Fisha, he remembered that she was allegedly good at many ancient mysterious rituals. Most of the legendary sorcerers today had little to do with the magic empire. The few of them were merely senior-rank sorcerers or archmages during the last years of the magic empire and were far from the center. Therefore, the legendary sorcerers who knew the weird rituals in the past well were only the ones in the Dark Mountain Range and Pope Viken. Fisha was apparently much more important than the former. During the last few years of the Magic Empire, there were only 2 top legends in the 3 empires. Other than them, it was the almost 20 level 3 legendary sorcerers such as Fisha. Seeing that its master had left without bothering him, the little cat Skoy hurried to turn around and follow her. Following Dubinal to walk in the forest, Nasdell held himself back for a long time and finally asked, "My prince, why did you invite Lucian Evans?" "Because Dracula opposed it," Dubinal replied. Then, feeling that it was not enough to reflect his wisdom, he added, "Lucian Evans has already reached the peak of legendary, and he has the special, powerful legendary spells such as Advanced Time Stop, Eternal Blaze, Luxury Cracking, and Snow Goddess Forgiveness. It's barely possible for me to defeat him in a head-on battle. So, I can only carry out my strong suit and crush him with wisdom. This meeting is very complicated and will be a perfect place for my scheme. Lucian Evans cannot attend it safely at all." Nasdell was thrilled. It was truly as expected of his prince. He had come up with a solution to deal with Lucian Evans so quickly. Ellipsis. Inside the Valley of Fiery Stone, volcanoes were erupting, covering the sky with thick dust that looked like lead clouds. However, the place was not dark at all. The overflowing magma illuminated everything around. Outside of the valley, black chairs that looked like thrones had been placed in the open air. The chairs had been occupied by the experts who were in different attires and appearances. There was a legendary knight with 6 arms, a spirit absorber, the formal name coined by the Magic Empire, but they were more commonly known as the Mind Stealers because they were good at controlling the mind, who had an octopus head, a legendary sorcerer covered in a black cloak, a middle-aged man who spread out the aura of a dragon, and a brown eye that spread out many tiny tentacles that had little eyes and different eyes. Now that Fisha brought Lucian over, the 6-armed knight among them suddenly burst out, "Lucian Evans?" He was apparently both shocked and suspicious. Lucian Evans? The other legendary experts had recognized Lucian's identity too. The atmosphere was suddenly frozen. Although they had hardly been away from the Dark Mountain Range, it would be an insult to their wisdom if they did not know the most dangerous person in the world. Every legendary expert had the ability to influence the environment around them. When they were shocked and suspicious, the atmosphere was naturally as frozen as the ocean before a storm, depressing and gloomy. An unimaginable storm might burst out at any moment. The 6 arms of the dark legendary knight emitted cold, sharp brilliance, as if they were 6 legendary longswords themselves. The octopus head of the spirit absorber raised its tentacles, as if it were playing the piano of mind in the sky. The middle-aged man who looked more like a necromancer and a vampire than a dragon squinted, with crimson scales growing on the forehead, the face, and the hands. The demogorgon of eyes stared at Lucian with its every eye. It was not because they were making a fuss and lost the calmness as expected of legendary experts. It was because the seemingly handsome and harmless young man before them was too famous. The legendary experts that he killed in the past few years were perhaps more than what most people killed in their entire lifetimes. None of the unintelligent specters, the manipulative spirits, or the demon lords and the legendary knights were weak creatures at somebody else's mercy. They also blamed the death of Congus on Lucian. Also, more importantly, even though Lucian Evans was not the one who gave a fatal final blow, his appearance often meant the death or decline of legendary experts, such as Lancashire, the former Prince of Demons, Herix, or the incarnation of the Lord of Hell in one of his arrivals. The names that were more astounding than those killed by himself made the intelligent creatures in the Dark Mountain Range respect Lucian Evans as embodiment of misfortunes and disaster bringer. One, therefore, after seeing Lucian Evans in such an important meeting where everybody might burst into a fight, they couldn't help but feel that their blood was running fast. Who would be the unlucky guy? Lucian pushed his monocle in confusion under the eyes that could have collapsed a radiant knight. Even though they were vigilant of a strange top legend, they shouldn't have behaved so obviously, should they? If they did not want any outsider to attend, they could have said it out aloud. Why were they glaring at him so angrily? Did they still want to talk to him nicely in the future? With a shallow smile, Fisha said, "Everybody, this is Mr. Lucian, Atom Controller, Evans." He happened to be in the Dark Mountain Range visiting a friend. After he learned that we are about to hold an important meeting, he decided to come to attend in order to learn first-hand information. Seeing Fisha's attitude, the legendary experts on the spot contained themselves and did not ask who invited Lucian. The sorcerer, whose whole body was covered in a black cloak, said with a hoarse voice, "Are you here on behalf of the Congress of Magic?" "Although it's my personal decision, I represent the will of the Congress as a Grand Arcanist," Lucian said ambiguously. He. A Grand Arcanist. The sorcerer of ancient heritages did not seem fond of the term, Grand Arcanist. Fisha chuckled. "Ogre. Admit it or not, every sorcerer who has obtained the title of Grand Arcanist can't be any worse than you." The sorcerer of ancient heritages was Ogre, the Umbral King, who was adept at shadow, darkness, curse, illusion, and other spells. He was merely a level 2 legendary sorcerer when the Magic Empire collapsed. Therefore, Fisha, who was senior to him, mocked him rather straightforwardly. Lucian glanced at Fisha in surprise. She did not seem to reject arcana too much, but she had unmistakably expressed her dislike of arcana. No wonder she always gave a contradictory feeling. He. Ogre stopped talking. Although he was of the same rank as Fisha now, he was still rather scared of Fisha, who knew more mysterious spells and rituals and who had transformed into a vampire. Fisha pointed at a glamorous chair that looked like a black throne. "Mr. Evans, you will be seated here." That chair was at the last row of the legendary members of the Dark Congress. Further behind were the followers of the legendary experts. Lucian nodded and did not object. From their early conversation, he knew that Fisha was not a member of the Dark Congress. She was attending the meeting as Dracula's subordinate. At this moment, the experts of the Dark World moved their eyes back and looked at each other. Cracking sounds immediately burst out in the air, and tiny sparks leapt out. They seemed to be engaged in undisguised communication of the mind. Ogre said angrily, "Perhaps Dracula is conspiring with the Congress of Magic. That explains why he is so confident in trying to unite us." "Dracula works with the Congress of Magic?" The Demogorgon of Eyes waved the tentacles of little eyes. Of all the legendary members of the Dark Congress, other than Ogre, Dubinal, and the few primordial dragons who loathed the Congress of Magic, Dracula and Denisos were among the people who disliked arcanists most. After all, they had been suppressed by the sorcerers because of their internal strife in the Magic Empire. The Elder Mind sneered with a mysterious voice, "With enough interests, why wouldn't Dracula work with the Congress of Magic?" If he is indeed working with the Congress of Magic, and Douglas and the top legends are hiding in the dark, what are you going to do? Do you oppose or concur? The Elder Mind was not a real legend but merely a representative of the mastermind of the Spirit Absorber. That monster who was hiding in the deepest part of the dark mountain range never left his lair, and most of the experts who fought him had been either killed or enslaved. Therefore, even Dracula and Dionysos would not piss him off easily. They had no idea how strong he was exactly. Every time the Dark Congress had important issues, or it was the turn of the Mastermind to watch over the Valley of Fiery Stone, he would send out an Elder Mind. By controlling the mind, soul, and body of the subordinate, he would make his puppet legendary. Therefore, the Elder Mind spoke for the mysterious Mastermind. The legendary experts on the spot fell silent. If that were true, what should they choose? Thinking about that, they shifted their focus to Lucian again, as if they were trying to obtain something from him. Black short hair, handsome face, deep eyes, and fashionable clothes. The more the experts like Ogre watched, the angrier they became. A boy whose age was only a fraction of theirs was not a top legend. Although most of them kept their appearances young, the vigor in Lucian's soul was not something that they could simulate. It clearly indicated his youthfulness. Sensing the concentration of spiritual power and consciousness domain, Lucian chuckled unhurriedly and snorted as a way of greeting. The snort came at such a perfect moment that thanks to his demiplane, a scorching, dazzling fireball suddenly appeared in Ogre's senses. It shined before them like the sun. In grunts of pain, Ogre and the rest of them moved their senses away from Lucian's body. However, they were not infuriated but clearly realized that the young man was indeed a top legend. No matter how young he appeared, he was still a top legend who was much stronger than them. He was one of the strongest regular powers of this world. In the meantime, they thought of the legendary spells that Lucian revealed: Advanced Time Stop, Luxury Cracking, Eternal Blaze, and Snow Goddess Forgiveness. When those legendary spells were combined, if they did not have the supernatural abilities or items to resist Time Stop, even a level 3 legend would have been instantly killed. Which legendary experts on the spot dare say that they could resist one round of Lucian's attacks? Except for the mysterious and terrifying Mastermind, Ogre probably would have been the only lucky dog, because Lucian Evans did not seem to have spells that could directly destroy the phylacteries like Light of Judgment or Fateful Meteor. But of course, things would be different if he carried his wife's Sword of Truth. After slightly awing the experts of the Dark World, Lucian waited patiently for the meeting to begin and for Mr. Rhine to arrive. Evans? Stannis, the King of Nightmare, saw Lucian the moment he was teleported to the valley. Why are you here? I'm here to greet Mr. Rhine and see how the meeting goes. Lucian did not cover his purpose. The King of Nightmare still looked like a common middle-aged man, but he was covered in a mist under the perception of Lucian's top legendary spiritual power, as if he were a dream that nobody could see through. Casting Whispering Wind, the King of Nightmare asked solemnly, "What's the intention of the Congress? Do you want to see Dracula succeed in uniting them, or do you want him to fail?" He asked the Congress of Magic stance. Lucian smiled. Either is fine. For the Congress, there is barely any difference. Of course, Lucian personally did not have high hope in that. The King of Nightmare nodded and stopped asking about that. Instead, he discussed psychology, which had only grown popular in the Congress during the past decade, with Lucian. I believe that the analysis of dreams is also a kind of psychology. You've paid too much attention to the results of actions. Dreams are prone to the interference of too many irrelevant factors. Lucian was rather interested in psychology too. During their discussion, the legendary experts of the Dark World came one after another. Except for Dubinal, they were all shocked to see Lucian sitting in the rear. After a while, Nitrevos, a legendary sorcerer known as Lord of Abyss, and the Silver-Eyed Count were the only two participants who hadn't arrived. At this moment, the bright sky of the Valley of Fiery Stone became dark due to an enormous creature that was flying above the area. It was an elegantly shaped dragon, whose whole body was in gray. Scales covered his body, including the eyes, like hourglasses. Circles of blackness that resembled annual rings could be found on his body, marking the passage of time. Cold, indifferent, and slow, but never to stop. That was exactly the feeling that Dionysos, the primordial dragon of time, gave. If one were to observe more carefully, they would discover that although his scales seemed lackluster, a layer of light seemed to be floating on them all the time. Around Dionysos, time and space overlapped naturally. When rays of light illuminated it, the sky seemed to be snowing. The meeting begins now. Those who are late will be informed of the result. Dionysos opened his wings and looked down. His voice was more solemn than ever. Throne of Magical Arcana, Chapter 775. The first Dionysos' appearance as a dragon instead of a human suggested his deepest hate against mankind. After all, the Pope who killed his wife, Aflora, was a human, and most members of the Saint Truth were human beings too. As he talked, an invisible wind seemed to be blowing across the field, bringing the feeling of aging and distance. His eyes that were covered in gray scales did not have pupils, and there were only layers of transparent ripples that looked like the ever-running river of time. It also made Dionysos a high and mighty witness of history, who observed the changes of worlds and lived indifferently without ever being involved. For a moment, Lucian sensed that Dionysos was staring at him coldly. He had a subtle, uncontrollable shiver, as if he had been paralyzed because of the changing time and space. The moon timer in the pocket of his waistcoat had also been dimmed by the ruler of time. Right when Lucian was about to unleash his air and resist Dionysos by melting the projection of his demiplane, Dionysos suddenly moved his eyes away. Instead of questioning why Lucian was invited to come here, he looked at the dozen legendary experts in the dark world and repeated, "The meeting now begins." Dragon of Time and Luminosity, the Silver-Eyed Count and the Lord of Abyss haven't arrived yet. Both of them are very influential among their people or in their territories, and they may have different opinions. I believe we should wait a bit longer. Few members of the Dark Congress dared to argue with Dionysos, and the Elder Mind was one of them because he was the representative of the mysterious mastermind. The Silver-Eyed Count, Rhine, was a first-generation legend, and the only legend who could directly summon the Silver Moon. His influence among vampires was as good as that of Dracula. If he was absent, it was estimable that the decision of the meeting would not necessarily be carried out among vampires. The Lord of Abyss, Netrevos, was only a level 2 legendary sorcerer, but he was the greatest collector of the bloodline experiments in the Magic Empire. After transforming his body into a demon lord's, his real combat ability was as good as that of level 3 legendary sorcerers. He was sort of a central member of the Dark Congress. Of course, after being transformed into a demon lord, Netrevos seemed even more brutal and bloodthirsty, with additional masochism. Before Dionysos replied, a low voice came from outside of the valley. Rhine's absence will not change the decision of vampires. If Netrevos is late, it means that he has abstained. All he needs to do is to choose whether or not to accept our final decision. A male in a tailcoat walked to the front of the meeting field in a seemingly slow way but covering hundreds of meters in every step. He was a mature, charismatic middle-aged gentleman with a well-trimmed mustache. He looked around at the meeting field with his crimson eyes. After he appeared, the whole meeting field became dark again, as if the light had been absorbed by him. Around his cape, which was red inside and black outside, humans, dragons, elves, villas, towers, and other objects seemed to be hidden. It was exactly Dracula, the vampire prince known as Night Dominator. Dracula looked around at all the experts of the dark world and stopped briefly on Lucian's face, before he raised his head proudly and announced, "The vampires have reached an agreement with the dragons. We will establish a new Dark Congress, which will not be a loose alliance but an association against common foes. It's time for you to make a decision whether or not to join it. If you are unwilling to, please leave." He was so arrogant that it was more like a notification than a discussion, and the attendees could only choose to accept it or not to accept it. Also, he seemed not worried that it would push the other legendary experts of the Dark Congress away. Perhaps they were not significant in his eyes at all. However, Dracula had indeed been well prepared about this despite his arrogance. When the vampires and the dragons were united, he already boasted an overwhelming advantage, and he could totally establish a new force without being restrained by the Dark Congress. Also, although he had only one half of the legendary experts, there were two top legends, multiple level 3 legends, and absolute solidarity among them. Without internal strife, their combat ability would be much higher than that of the Dark Congress right now. Hearing Dracula's announcement, all the legendary experts on the spot fell into silence. They had expected a debate on the matter. After all, every legend's opinion should be appreciated. Little did they know that Dionysos and Dracula would be so dominating and arrogant that they did not give the other legends a chance to speak at all. They could only reply with yes or no. Dracula looked at them coldly with his crimson eyes. After the new Dark Congress is established, the Dark Mountain Range will be our main territory. Whoever doesn't belong to us will be attacked, if they are not hiding too well. There were too many dangerous places in the Dark Mountain Range, and even Dracula could not promise that he knew every secret hideout. The atmosphere was frozen again after his speech. The tension that Lucian felt upon his arrival reappeared. Arrogant. That's too arrogant. We're legendary experts, not vampires under your command. We can always leave the Dark Mountain Range for the north to join other forces that are willing to take us in. Will there be any place that does not welcome a legendary expert? Stannis was the calmest of all. He had been conspiring with the Congress of Magic since a long time ago. Had it not been for his remaining fear for Arcana, he would have gone to Alan. Lucian looked at the King of Nightmare with a smile, feeling that he should thank Dracula for helping Stannis make up his mind and helping the Congress of Magic to secure yet another legendary sorcerer. Previously, Lucian told the King of Nightmare that the Congress of Magic did not really care whether or not the Dark Congress was successfully united because there would be no difference. However, Lucian admitted that he was wrong and felt genuinely delighted. Based on what Dracula and Dionysos were doing, the thing was definitely in favor of the Congress. Well, should we try to win the two legendary knights over? The Congress of Magic has plenty of prosperous islands, and we are short of hands to defend our territory in the ocean. We can reach out to the spirit absorbers, the eye demons, and the werewolves too, and see if they are willing to participate in the research work, or rather, to be researched on in the territory of the Congress. Of course, the odds of success couldn't be too high, because the spirit absorbers and the eye demons were probably unwilling to leave the Dark Mountain Range that was most suitable for their survival and development. When Lucian considered that, the legendary experts of the Dark World considered their future. We don't know if the Congress of Magic is fully supporting Dracula. In that case, we will be in a very disadvantageous position. Also, there will be much fewer choices. The minds communicated with each other remotely, and Fisha had achieved her purpose. As long as she brought Lucian to the field, whatever Lucian said, it would be considered an excuse because his arrival suggested that he was on Dracula's side, unless Lucian simply attacked Dracula. Under normal circumstances, Lucian would hardly attack with his prudence. As a result, the legendary experts might be mistaken and make the wrong decision. Sensing the changing atmosphere in the shabby meeting field, Lucian suddenly understood Fisha's intention. He couldn't help but thought that every legendary sorcerer had remarkable wisdom as long as they were not corrupted by the negative air of death or abyss. Dubinal, on the other hand, was an idiot to invite him here. Even if Dubinal told everyone that he had invited Lucian, nobody would believe that the Congress of Magic was working with werewolves, because they knew exactly what a fool Dubinal was. Right when Lucian was about to speak while disregarding the rules, the Elder Mind stood up. His 8 tentacles were drifting in the wind as he said, "Prince Dracula, is the Silver-Eyed Count aware of the decision that you have made on behalf of all vampires?" If the observer did not know, it would mean that half of the vampires might be unwilling to work with dragons, and that the God of Silver Moon's attitude was obscure. Rhine has gone missing and is out of reach. We cannot wait for him due to the urgency of the matter. Now, the 3 first-generation princes of vampires, as well as all the members of the Council of Elders, have agreed with my decision. Dracula's face was so pale that he seemed to have been away from the sun for decades, but his lips were in the weird sanguine color. The mastermind behind the elder mind was slightly surprised. Even Sat, the prince who was closest to the observer, had agreed with Dracula's proposal? The two enormous eyes on his octopus head looked at the unusually handsome man, only to discover that the vampire prince had closed his red eyes slowly, giving connivance to what Dracula said. The atmosphere was frozen again. Suddenly, ripples of time and space spread out, and an illusionary gate appeared. A young man in a black magic robe stumbled out, with a loud voice that was enhanced by magic. "Mr. Denisos, Prince Dracula, my teacher has perished." He couldn't have sounded more panicked. What? Everybody was shocked. All the legendary experts knew that the young man was a student of Netravos, the Lord of Abyss. He claimed that the Lord of Abyss had perished. How could a sorcerer close to level 3 of Legendary, who mastered all kinds of weird spells, have died so easily? What happened to Netravos? "Give me the details," said Denisos solemnly. The invisible wind blew again, appeasing the young man. As a legendary sorcerer student, the young man hadn't even reached the senior rank yet. However, all the experts on the spot knew that it was very normal. Netravos was a demon-like lunatic, and his students had a surprisingly low survival rate. The young man took a few deep breaths and said, "Your Excellencies, I received the notification of gathering yesterday, but my teacher was engaged in his experiment and had been locking the top floor of his magic tower, making it impossible for me to inform him. This morning, I gave it another try and activated the reminder magic circle, only to discover that the defenses of the laboratory had collapsed. The whole top floor of the magic tower was absolutely destroyed except for the outer wall. I searched for a long time and found my teacher's phylactery in the remains, but it was already broken. It might have even been the source of the destruction. Has Netravos really died?" The legendary experts were both vigilant and surprised. Was it done by Denisos and Dracula in secret to eliminate their toughest opposition? Or was it the reason why Lucian Evans came to the Dark Mountain Range? Ogre brought out his crystal ball and performed astrology to determine the life status of the Lord of Abyss. Not just Ogre, every expert on the spot who was capable of astrology or who had similar prophecy powers began to predict the life status of Netravos, the Lord of Abyss. They trusted their own judgment on such important matters, particularly when they were faced with partners that they couldn't really trust. Lucian was no exception. The crystal ball in his hands soon lost the colors and became dark, with stars emerging in uncanny trajectories. Since nobody was interfering with or covering Netravos' life condition, Lucian reached a result soon. The legendary sorcerer with the title of Lord of Abyss had indeed completely perished. Netravos is really dead. After a dozen seconds, Ogre spoke of the result with his coarse, rusty voice, somewhat at a loss. Following him, the other legendary sorcerers reached similar conclusions. The atmosphere was even more frigid, and a storm seemed to be brewing. All of a sudden, Denisos, the dragon of time and luminosity, said in his indifferent but intimidating tone, "I examined the traces of time but failed to find the cause of Netravos' death or the murderer. Perhaps an expert intentionally destroyed the traces, or perhaps all the traces were destroyed in the destructive storm that caused Netravos' death." Denisos could not travel back in time. However, every matter would leave traces in the river of time more or less. Only the experts who had grasped the mysteries of time could examine them. The longer it was delayed, the more such traces would be worn out. Even Denisos would not examine the landscape that was too distant unless it left too deep a mark on the river of time. Of course, purposefully or inadvertently, there were always cases where things could not be examined clearly even though they had just happened. The Demogorgon of Eyes, Senite, Dubinal, Cervantes, who was the legendary knight known as Six-Armed Inquisitor, Sterling, Sat, the King of Nightmare, and the other experts were not entirely convinced by Denisos' words. They looked at Ogre, the Elder Mind, and Lucian. After all, it was very possible that Denisos and Dracula were behind it. Lucian put his crystal ball back and nodded at the King of Nightmare and sat, the vampire prince, solemnly, hinting that his result with the moon timer, the crystal ball, and the mirror of fate was the same. In the meantime, Ogre, the Umbral King, had also confirmed Deniso's words through other prophecy spells. The elder mind stiffened, his body so empty that the soul seemed gone. The two eyes on his octopus head, however, turned dirty and old but showed no senility. Every expert who looked at him in the eyes felt that their mind had been slowed. The mastermind has completely taken over the body. Lucian nodded his head slightly. How the mastermind could control the elder mind over such a long distance in the dark mountain range that was brimming with space gaps was certainly something worth studying. The elder mind's voice became extremely coarse. I only saw that Natrava's mind was full of pain and delight before his death. Pain and delight? The former was easier to understand. Most of the ways of death were usually very painful, but what was the delight about? All the legendary experts on the spot subconsciously asked the question, but they soon realized that Natravos was a masochist. The more pain he was in, the more delighted he would be. It was exactly like when normal human beings had a taste of wonderful food or wine or met certain satisfactory things. Did Natravos go a bit too far when he played with himself? But blowing up his phylactery was still too much, or maybe the pain that did not cause his real death was not enough to bring him any pleasure. The same idea that everybody was thinking of popped up in Lucian's head. For some people, they would never be gratified without the pressure of death. It seems that Natravos had severe psychological conditions. It's a pity that he did not go through any therapy in time. However, it was only the judgment of the mastermind, and it was not backed by any proof. Also, even if the conclusion was true, the possibility that Natravos was killed could not be ruled out. It was possible that he was both in pain and delight when somebody brutalized him. When all kinds of thoughts were popping up in Lucian's heart, Ogre, Cervantes, and the rest of them already began their mental communications. Whether or not Natravos was really murdered, we have to seize the opportunity and postpone the meeting. Ogre said in a hurry. He seemed strongly opposed to Deniso's and Dracula's reorganization plan. Sterling said solemnly, "Yes, we have to figure out the cause of Natrava's death first. Otherwise, we will not end well even if we agree with Deniso's and Dracula's demand. It's possible that we will die a mysterious death exactly like Natravos in the future." He also objected to the reorganization and wouldn't let go of the opportunity. However, if we agree with the reorganization, as legendary experts, we are too influential for Deniso's and Dracula to ignore us. Why would they kill us? Cervantes, the six-armed inquisitor, asked confusedly. He was rather neutral about the reorganization. What if their real purpose is not reorganization? We do not know why so many legendary experts perished in the past few years yet. Sonite, another werewolf prince, detested vampires from the bottom of his heart. Seeing that everybody fell silent, Dubinal held his head high and controlled his tone in the mental communication. This thing happened quite unexpectedly. Although somebody leaked the message in advance, little time was left for us, and many ways cannot be put into use. The Demogorgon of Eyes, the Elder Mind, and the other experts were all shocked at his eloquence. Since when had Dubinal become such a philosophical thinker? I haven't come up with any good solution on my way here. I believe you are the same, right? Dubinal looked at the other experts, looking for acknowledgement. So, it's the same old Dubinal. However, Dubinal seemed to have inspired Ogre, who sneered and said, "Therefore, Natrava's death gave us an opportunity to postpone it. With enough time, it is possible to disrupt Deniso's and Dracula's scheme." That's right. The silver-eyed count is not present. Things would have been different if he objected on behalf of some of the vampires. After all, he is not scared of fighting Dracula since he can summon the Silver Moon, the Demogorgon of Eyes, and Cervantes said at the same time. The Elder Mind pondered and said, "The dragons are not absolutely united either." Malarias and Denisos have been rivals in love for ages. Their relationship hasn't gone better at all even though Aflora perished. As long as we can convince him, it will be possible to divide the dragons. Also, Denisos and Dracula are both very arrogant. Even if they are working together for now, I don't think that they really respect each other. If we have reached a consensus, we can pretend to agree first and instigate them to fight against each other for the leadership of the new organization. Then, the new Dark Congress will be the same as the one right now. Even if it is not destroyed, we will win enough benefits and positions in the new Dark Congress. Most of the legendary experts were wise and sophisticated. The situation was only one-sided because it came too unexpectedly, and Denisos and Dracula were more tough and arrogant than they expected. Now that they had an opportunity and plenty of time, they were naturally able to come up with a sabotage plan with high odds of success. Dubinal nodded in satisfaction at their discussion. Just as he expected, everybody's wisdom couldn't be activated without him. The mental communication moved fast, and they finished the discussion very quickly. Before Denisos and Dracula spoke, Ogre stood up and said, "Dragon of Time and Luminosity, Prince Dracula, Nitrevos has abruptly died, and the murderer is unknown. A great scheme might be looming over the Dark Mountain range. We have to put down our prejudices and leave other problems alone in order to focus our attention on the cause of Nitrevos' death and the potential dangers. I believe that this is also a great opportunity for you to demonstrate that the new Dark Congress is better than the one right now." "That's right. How can we join the new Dark Congress relaxedly if we do not figure out the reason behind Nitrevos' death?" The Elder Mind agreed with Ogre. Nitrevos' sudden death was a major shock for dragons and vampires too. Even the hardcore supporters of Denisos and Dracula couldn't help but agree. After all, it concerned their own safety. At this moment, the King of Nightmare suddenly said to Lucian in a low voice, "If the Lord of Abyss was really killed by someone, I can't think of a murderer who could have done it in the victim's own demiplane and magic tower. Even a demigod couldn't have done it so quickly and secretively. Perhaps he took advantage of the Lord of Abyss' hobby of autosadism, and perhaps he was not in his demiplane when he died. The destructive effect was actually caused by the connection between the soul and the phylactery through weird spells. About that, Viken is an ancient sorcerer who possesses many unusual spells. He can transform into the status of primeval devils, and he is much stronger than the Lord of Abyss. So, he is the greatest suspect." Lucian guessed the intention of the King of Nightmare and purposefully pointed the matter at Viken. As he expected, all the legendary experts on the spot changed their faces. Was it really Viken who had come to sabotage it when he heard that the Dark Congress was to be reorganized? Was he still around? For our own safety, we have to investigate Nitrevos' death, the rigid middle-aged man who looked like a necromancer said in a low voice. He was Mayor, the primordial red dragon. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Denisos and Dracula to insist. So, Denisos said, "Then, we will go to Nitrevos' magic tower for investigation together, in case anyone suspects that Dracula and I destroy the clues and fake the conclusion." "All right," Ogre agreed. "Evans, Stannis, I invite you as witnesses of the investigation on behalf of the Dark Congress." "That's not a problem," Stannis replied with a smile. There had to be undestroyed magic files and notes in Nitrevos' magic tower. As a great collector of the ancient bloodlines, his stuff would be very valuable. Ogre had proposed the invitation exactly because he wanted to exchange the knowledge for their witness service. Therefore, Lucian also nodded his head with a half-smile. Chapter 777. Jungle of Demons. The space-time gate toward Jungle of Demons was still near the valley. Bizarre-looking trees could be vaguely seen. The young man wearing a black magic robe was directing Denisos, Dracula, Lucian, and the other legends to approach it in panic. After Nitrevos closed the top floor of his magic tower, did anything unusual happen, or was there any visitor? Ogre asked Nitrevos' student while he walked. The young man recalled carefully and shook his head. It was the same as usual. There were neither guests nor weird stuff. Pausing for a moment, he gnashed his teeth. In fact, because my teacher was too rigorous, I often kept as far away from his magic tower as possible after it was closed. A student speaking evil of his teacher behind his teacher's back was punishable by death in the Magic Empire. Even in the Congress of Magic today, it was still not a likable behavior. However, it was of great significance and might concern the real cause of his teacher's death. Therefore, the student still confessed about the real conditions truthfully. The black cape covered Ogre's face in the shadow, revealing only 2 spots of great light that seemed to be from his eyes. He observed the young man with his green, emotionless eyes, making the young man sweat in panic before he opened his mouth. Nitrevos was a lunatic. He could have modified himself into anything that was better than the senseless and brainless demons. It was because his legendary class was Lord of Abyss, and modifying his body into a demon lord had the best prospect. The young man defended his teacher in his heart, but he did not object to the conclusion that Nitrevos was insane. On their way toward the space-time gate, Ogre, the Elder Mind, Dubinal, Denisos, and the other experts asked the young man every once in a while to confirm the results that they achieved by astrology, prophecy, superpowers, and deduction. Fisha was left behind in the Valley of Fiery Stone to watch over the headquarters of the Dark Congress. The short journey took such a long time for the experts, who could arrive in a blink, because it was a process of communication, but however slow they were, they reached the space-time gate very soon. Denisos, who was flying in midair, flapped his gigantic gray wings and raised his skull while roaring. The time and space around immediately quaked, and the illusionary gate was suddenly expanded. Then, Denisos' enormous body dived into it as if he were swimming in the ocean. At this moment, Lucian, who had been quiet the whole time, suddenly asks, "What's your name?" "Me?" The young man pointed at himself and replied respectfully, "You can call me David, Your Excellency." It was a common name that could be heard anywhere. The other legendary experts looked at Lucian in confusion, wondering why he raised the unimportant question. Was it the courtesy before the real question? After all, the Atom Controller used to be a musician, and he was the Queen's husband. It was not strange that he appreciated manners. Lucian, however, merely nodded his head and said, "David, lead the way." Then, he became as silent as before. The unusual question was only a brief episode, but most experts on the spot were too sophisticated to let it go. Their magnificent willpower and weird spells all fell upon David to make sure that there was nothing wrong with him. Otherwise, it would be the greatest humiliation if they were tricked by the sorcerer who hadn't even reached the senior rank yet. After a few seconds, they looked at each other and slightly nodded, suggesting that there was nothing wrong. Then, they stepped into the space-time gate with David, reaching the jungle of demons. Space and time changed, and the fuzzy scene before him turned clear. A weird jungle was unfolded before Lucian. The trees in the jungle were only in 2 colors. Some were as dark as ink, and the others were as red as blood. However, they were in an assortment of appearances. Some were in the shape of humans, some had eyes all over the trunk, some had mouths bearing the sharp fangs as their leaves, and some were upside down, with the crown at the bottom and the root extending into the dark clouds. There was even a gigantic leaf floating in the wind, with veins stretching out to all directions as the trunk, branches, and fruits. Nitrevos' demiplane was even more chaotic than the abyss. All the creatures seemed to have been randomly jumbled together. However, those creatures were only relatively terrible. In the eyes of the investigators, they were too weak to be bothered. The real things that called for attention were the chaos, spreading in the mud, the air, and the water. They were the cores of the demiplane and the origin that caused everything. Even a legendary expert might be affected if they did not pay enough attention. David cast a spell and paved a broad path in the jungle. At the end of the jungle was a pointy magic tower with a top that rose into the clouds. It was pitch black and twisted, exactly like the trees in the jungle. Denisos swooped at the magic tower from the sky, blowing invisible wind that scattered all the chaos. The other legendary experts were not stopped either, and they entered the magic tower in their own ways. The hall at the bottom floor of the magic tower had a black carpet but not any lamps. The only sources of light were the silver candlesticks on the wall. The red fire in them did not drive away the darkness in the room at all. Every candlestick was surrounded by different things, including thorny whips, sticks with rising steel stings, and little creepy silver needles. All in all, everything that shouldn't have appeared in the house of a legendary sorcerer was there. Those were the tools that Netrevos used for his self-brutalization a long time ago. They cannot satisfy him right now. Ogre, who was relatively familiar with Netrevos, introduced them to the legends who had never been here with a coarse and helpless voice. Nobody said anything, because they really did not know how they should comment on it. Lucian shook his head in amusement and turned to the front side of the hall where a painting was hanging. On the painting was a middle-aged man with a special look. The man had a solemn face, with a pair of demon horns full of patterns on his forehead. His pupils were crimson, his nose collapsed, and his cheekbones were rising, full of the feeling of disunity. It's Netrevos' self-portrait. Noticing Lucian's eyes, Stannis introduced it for him. As I expected, Lucian guessed that it was Netrevos. He chuckled and thought that it was probably his last picture. Dear sirs, the 4 destroyed levels in this magic tower start from level 9. David directed the legends to the top. We'll go to the scene now. Although this magic tower did not have many levels, every level was extremely broad and high. Denisos had only reduced the size of his body, and it was already spacious enough for him to pass. There's no need to rush. Let's investigate floor by floor. We may find other leads, Ogre interrupted David. That way, they might be able to find a lot of good stuff. The other legendary experts, particularly Stannis, who had come for Netrevos' books and notes, certainly wouldn't let go of the opportunity either. So, the investigators pressed forward rather slowly and only approached the crime scene after several hours. In the process, Lucian and Stannis had both obtained a lot of trophies. They copied and recorded many useful files. Although they were not the core of Netrevos' current research, they were still the distinguished results of the bloodline synthesis studies in the Magic Empire. It will be the 9th level in the next. David stood on the stairs, and it was a chaotic, gray stone gate before him. Dracula covered his nose with a pair of white gloves and said, "Open it." As the stone gate was slowly opened, the gory view inside was exposed before everyone. All the floors and ceilings from the 9th level to the 13th level had little left now. Halls, anatomy rooms, synthesis rooms, alchemy rooms, binding rooms, and libraries were no longer distinguishable. Dilapidated walls were everywhere. The central part had been completely shattered and almost vaporized. I'm afraid that the files have been destroyed. Stannis sighed with a low voice. Thanks to the protection of the magic tower, the window on the outer wall was still intact. However, different from the fashion nowadays, it was narrow and emitted the feeling of rigidity. Through the window, the jungle of demons outside could be clearly seen. The clouds corrupted by the air of the abyss seemed even dimmer and darker now. Let's walk together in case anyone destroys the clues, Ogre said, as if he were not scared of Denisos and Dracula. Denisos said emotionlessly, then, we should examine Netrevos' phylactery first. Nobody objected to the proposal, because it was indeed the object that most likely contained clues. Netrevos' phylactery was kept in a hidden interlayer between the 12th level and the 13th level, but it had completely collapsed under the storm of destruction and was no longer hidden. The explosion took place from inside to outside. The Elder Mind's withered hands picked up a deep black object, on which gems seemed to have been embedded. However, the gems couldn't be found anywhere now. This is also the place of the initial destruction. It was not hard to imagine how hard the phylactery of a legendary sorcerer could be. So, there were still remains in this place even though it was the center of the explosion. Either Netrevos blew it up himself, or somebody affected the phylactery with weird spells through the soul. Dubinal reached a conclusion. Nothing that we do not know. The other legendary experts secretly thought to themselves. Among them, Denisos and Dracula kept away from the place where the pieces of the phylactery were gathered, as if they were trying to avoid suspicion. Lucian looked out of the window. Chaotic and dark clouds were surging there. Throne of Magical Arcana Chapter 778, Revelation Chapter 778, Revelation. Crack. A blood-red bolt of lightning struck in the rolling clouds. It did not seem real but more like an illusion caused by the chaotic air, which was similar to many floors in the abyss. The rolling clouds and the falling blood-red bolts of lightning didn't raise the attention of Ogre, the Elder Mind, the Demogorgon of Eyes, and the other legendary experts because the weather was normal in the jungle of demons. As a matter of fact, it would be unusual if such phenomena did not exist. Suddenly, a bolt of enormous lightning glowed in the sky and spread out like a gigantic tree. Half of the demiplane was illuminated by the blood-red light. Even though the magic tower had no windows on this level and only a few narrow ones on the upper level and the lower level, it was still illuminated into redness by the lightning. Boom! After the lightning, it was naturally the deafening thunder, which was so terrifying that the whole magic tower was clattering as if it were trembling in fear. Even the legendary experts were somewhat stunned. Right then, Denisos, the dragon of time and luminosity, who had been squatting at the edge with his eyes half closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Lucian's reflection was clearly displayed in the shaking invisible waves in it. He then opened his mouth. The gray scales on his body somehow showed the air of passing time, and the 12 black circles on his body that looked like annual rings slowly revolved. He spewed out a mouthful of transparent dragon breath, which seemed both real and illusionary. The time around Lucian was immediately slowed down. It was so thick that he seemed to have fallen from the sky into the ocean. None of the defenses seemed to be working before the breath of the primordial dragon of time. Denisos had attacked Lucian without any hesitation. A silver item glowed in the pocket of Lucian's waistcoat, cold and dreamy as it ticked non-stop. The slowed water immediately resumed normalcy after the ticking, and the thickness was no more. It was exactly the passive effect of the moon timer after it was upgraded into a level 3 legendary item, Real Vision. After the moon timer was improved to a level 3 legendary item, the maximal usage of Advanced Time Stop and Gravity Collapse had been increased to 5 times, significantly enhancing Lucian's control over time and space. Also, its anti-interference abilities against space-time effects had been transformed into an innate quality. Once space and time were controlled and had unnatural abnormalities, the moon timer would be automatically triggered, keeping the time and space in the zone around it relatively regular. Denisos did not hope to restrain Lucian, who was an authority when it came to space and time, with only a breath. After the ticking broke the thickened time, the black circles on his body revolved even faster, and he began to chant dragon roars to perform his magic. Supposedly, the short duration of the passive effect was not enough for a complete spell. Not even extraordinary items were employed. However, the case was different for Denisos. He seemed to have been enshrouded in hastened time, or he might have stolen time from the future. He had indeed performed a mysterious and powerful spell in the dragon tongue. Generally speaking, any legendary sorcerer or powerful magic creature could only speed up their cast but could not change the legendary spells, which had specific requirements, no matter how many acceleration abilities they enhanced themselves with. However, the dragon of time and luminosity was not within the range of normal. His time acceleration could double the speed of his spell casting. It was the most terrible part of the primordial dragon of time. After all, no matter how many extraordinary abilities he had grasped to attack or affect other people, his opponents could deal with it as long as they were strong enough, but this time acceleration was influencing himself as well. During the same time, there would be 2 Denisoses that would attack Lucian at the same time. The scales that constituted Denisos' black rings opened, and his hair stood erect. Spots of light emerged out of the void and gathered into an invisible, glistening river that surged toward Lucian. At this moment, Lucian had just got rid of his breath. The shadow of the river of time washed away the heavy defense around Lucian and constructed a cage of frozen time outside of real vision. It was impossible for those inside to get out, and it was impossible for those outside to break in. It appeared that he intended to imprison Lucian. However, Dracula was thinking of something else. When Dionysos cast the dragon tongue spell, he extended his right hand that was wearing a white glove and snatched into the void. His right hand seemed to be enshrouded by the night. Layers of shadows blurred the real entity, and the cage-like frozen time did not seem to exist at all. Dracula's right hand passed through it and caught Lucian's chest. It was night travel, the vampire's natural endowed ability, which could break any space-time barriers. The other vampires mostly performed night travel to run away, but different from them, Dracula had such amazing control over the ability that he could allow part of his body to travel. So, night travel became an attack method that could break most defenses. Chapter 779. Attack. However, Stannis, the Demogorgon of Eyes, the six-armed Inquisitor, and the other legends were not too devastated. Now that the top experts were on par with each other, although they were outnumbered, they would still have a chance to escape, especially when people like the King of Nightmare had plenty of ways to preserve their lives. After all, when they were on the same level, they would be overwhelmed in a battle against twice as many people, but they would not be killed instantly, and as long as they were not killed instantly, there would always be a chance for them to escape with their life-preserving approaches. Therefore, for the experts of the Dark World who had plenty of battle experience, they were far from desperate and scared. In the mist created by the King of Nightmare, their minds communicated with each other via their respective extraordinary abilities. They decided to concentrate their strength to break the siege. At this moment, they both hated and felt lucky about Lucian. This wretched, disaster-bringer, and embodiment of misfortunes had indeed brought death and disasters, but it was also a fortune for them to have him here. Otherwise, few of them would have survived if Dionysos and Dracula, two top legends, joined the battle. For a moment, Stannis had considered abandoning the Demogorgon of Eyes and everybody else and escaping on his own. After all, he had been enhanced with legendary spells similar to Regather, and he could return to his own demiplane after they were activated. However, he decided to stay in the end. Both Ogre and Fisha were very familiar with the legendary sorcerer's ways of running. They must have prepared for his escape. If he were to run off recklessly, it was possible that he would be trapped. So, he might as well stay with the team while looking for a better opportunity. Therefore, he affected the primordial dragons, the vampire princes, and the other enemies with the mist as the real King of Nightmare, traveling in their minds, creating illusions, and reflecting reality, while he secretly performed prophecy spells to determine the safest path of escape. In the meantime, he paid attention to Lucian's status. Although Lucian was rather stunned before Dracula and was under the ambush of Dionysos' breath and space-time spells, Stannis believed that he had created too many miracles and defeated too many enemies stronger than himself to not be prepared for emergencies. Suddenly, the crimson bolts of lightning outside fell densely from the dark clouds, and these bolts of lightning were almost at the same level as this floor of the magic tower. So, with the hazy mist blackened, the chaotic dreamland was even more chaotic and illogical now that some of the psychological reflections were lost. The six primordial dragons, including Malarias, also abandoned their human forms and revealed their real appearances to carry out 100% of their strength. The red dragon, which was hundreds of meters long, spurted out fire, and horrifying heat spread out. In the dazzling fire, the ruby scales emanated brutality. The piton-shaped breath, which carried freezing coldness and deepest paralysis, came out of the elegant-looking dragon, consolidating the mist into ice that blocked the storm of blades from the six-armed Inquisitor. When the primordial dragons unfolded their bodies, even the shortest of them was 100 meters long. Although Natrava's magic tower was rather tall and spacious in every level, it shouldn't have been huge enough to accommodate such gargantuan creatures at all. However, things were out of the expectation of the legendary expert. The destroyed magic tower seemed to have been connected to the jungle of demons, deep and boundless. Even though all the 7 primordial dragons were rolling and breathing blatantly, they were not restrained at all. What's going on? Such an anomaly made the experts like Stannis, who knew legendary sorcerers well, feel strange. To carry out the overlapping effect of the magic tower and the demiplane, it would either require the control of the tower guard when the magic tower was not too severely damaged, or the control of the master in order to summon the power of the demiplane when the magic tower was almost destroyed. Since the tower guard of the magic tower had obviously perished in the storm of destruction, who was controlling the magic tower, and who was summoning the power of the jungle of demons? Had Nitrevos not died yet? Was he Deniso's and Dracula's ally, too? No. Nitrevos could have prevented Lucian Evans from getting a certain conclusion from covering his life status, but he couldn't have feigned his death under a top legend's astrology. Therefore, the Lord of Abyss must have died. Then, who could it be? While they were shocked and suspicious, a chuckle came from the clouds outside of the window. I was waiting for someone to escape through a teleportation spell. The greatest ability of the chaotic jungle of demons is to mess up such spells. The clouds dispersed, and illuminated by the bloody bolts of lightning, a handsome man who had crystal-long hair and a dark skin stepped close in midair. He was wearing a black tailcoat, elegant and handsome. Demogorgon of Darkness. Gonheim. The different titles confirmed the identity of the stranger. He was exactly Gonheim, the new prince of demons. Stannis, Senite, and the Demogorgon of Eyes suddenly realized something. The terrible scheme that manipulated everyone accurately must have been created by the Prince of Demons. Just like the Devil Dukes in Hell, he was best famous for his cunningness and schemes. However, how could he have arrived at the main material world so easily? And how could he control Natrava's demiplane? As if he knew their question, and in order to create desperation, Gonheim smiled. As a matter of fact, you may also call me Nitrevos, because he is a part of me now. As his words dawned upon them, his body suddenly turned illusionary, as if it existed in everyone's mind, and his handsome face became hideous, with 3 eyes, high cheekbones, and protruding lips. It was Nitrevos. Stannis, who knew a thing or two about the situation, felt that his heart was heavy. The Demogorgon of Darkness had completed the status transformation with Nitrevos as the container. Also, through his demiplane and his body, the Demogorgon of Darkness could arrive at the main material world steadily. Stannis' heart was sinking not just because of that, but also because they now had one more top legendary enemy. The previous situation, which was not too devastating, was now sliding into the abyss. Also, the top legends who fought in their own demiplanes were close to demigods. Even though this was only Jungle of Demons, that belonged to a level 2 legend, it was still enough to let the Demogorgon of Darkness carry out 130% of his strength. For him, it was almost a death sentence. It was impossible for him to resist the Demogorgon of Darkness attack. He must and had to flee immediately. The Demogorgon of Eyes, the Werewolf Princes, and the Dark Knight, regardless of whether they knew the secrets of status transformation or not, were secretly cursing, "Damn you, Nitrevos. Why do you love tormenting yourself? You've got yourself killed, haven't you? But why do you have to drag us to death with you?" In the meantime, due to the slowed time, the other side where changes happened more slowly had new situations. When Dracula, the Night Dominator, extended his right hand that was wearing the white glove through the space-time that was as frozen as a cage, he snatched Lucian's chest steadily, accurately and rapidly. The defenses around Lucian collapsed under the blast of Deniso's previous dragon-tongued spells and could not resist Dracula's attack at all. Also, he seemed to be reacting more inertly, and he was hit by Deniso's precisely. Hee. I'll humiliate you 100 times more than what you did to me. Hardly had delight rose in Dracula's heart when his right hand that was covered in dark shadows felt empty. Empty? Dracula's crimson pupils constricted. He saw that Lucian suddenly turned illusionary and seemed to be spreading out in midair without any real entity. Therefore, his attack that was not attached to any extraordinary abilities completely missed the target. He has finished the status transformation? Doesn't he always despise the primeval devil's status transformation? Shock and confusion proliferated in Dracula's heart uncontrollably, but he soon had a fixed answer. Lucian Evans' despise was a mere disguise, and he was actually no different from the Demogorgon of Darkness, the Elven Queen, the Master of the Boundless Ocean, Dionysos, and himself. The overwhelming and illusionary mist seemed everywhere, but it immediately collapsed and gathered into Lucian's body somewhere far away. The moment he was gathered, Lucian summoned the projection of his demiplane before Dionysos could perform the dragon-tongued spells and before Dracula could reach him through night travel, so that his cognitive world could affect the environment in reality. The dark and boundless cosmos scattered the chaos of the jungle of demons. From the stars in different colors, an enormous fireball emitted intense light and heat. The dazzling light couldn't seem more real. No. Dracula screamed and avoided the enormous fireball subconsciously, with black smoke popping up from his body. After he discovered the sun and the real cosmos, one of Lucian's host stars of destiny was more and more like the real sun, and the sun was the bane of all vampires. Therefore, although it could not really hurt Dracula, it could weaken him and scare him off at the critical moment. When Dracula was scared off, Lucian made an intricate, weird sound. Luxury cracking. Crack, 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 crack. The defenses around Dionysos were immediately broken. Luxury cracking, at the peak of legendary, was truly intimidating. However, Dionysos wasn't panicking. His scales and his physical body alone were enough to block a top legend's attack. Therefore, he continued casting the dragon-tongued spell, hoping to trap Lucian and settle the labile factor as soon as possible. Thanks to the acceleration of his spell casting, his spells were completed quickly. At this time, he saw that Lucian, who was holding the silver pocket watch, was not solemn or vigilant at all. Instead, the guy put on a smile and looked at him in a rather pitiful way. This is not right. Hardly had the idea occurred to Dionysos when a cold, hazy beam of moonlight found its way through the narrow windows, leaving a whole ground of dreamy silver on the floor. Throne of Magical Arcana Chapter 780. The Silver Moon's announcement. The windows in Natrava's magic tower were in the classic style of the ancient magic empire. They were on the upper part of every level, narrow and unframed, as if they were directly embedded into the wall. The complicated panes formed all kinds of mysterious magic patterns. Even during the day, the sun could barely reach into the magic tower because of the location and size of the windows and the blockage of the panes. As a result, the inside of the magic tower was always dim, dark, and horrifying, exactly like the impression of the ancient sorcerers in ordinary people's minds. However, at this moment, the cold moonlight broke the everlasting dimness inside the magic tower, spraying pure and peaceful silver brightness on the fallen walls, the remains of the floor, and everyone's body. The moonlight fell exactly on the place where Dionysos was at. Having unfolded his body, which was hundreds of meters long, he was flapping his enormous wings, spinning the rings of black scales, and opening his mouth to cast the unbelievably fast spells, when his back that was close to his head emitted a silver light under the moon. Who? The primordial dragon of time's dragon-tongued magic was directly disrupted. His thick neck raised high, and he roared in extreme pain. On his back, where the silver moonlight gathered, a beautiful girl, whose blonde long hair was tied on one side, appeared. Half squatting, she held a silver longsword and stabbed it into Dionysos' back brutally, without the slightest emotion in her crimson eyes. Where the silver longsword stabbed into, a cluster of transparent blood erupted, exactly like the famous spring in Rentado City Square. When the blood dropped on the floor, it did not mix with the dust at all. Instead, it rolled on the ground like mercury, uncontaminated. Who? Dionysos' painful roar was his dying struggle. His body shook violently, and all his gray scales emanated ripples of light. The black circles that looked like rings expanded and stood up. Immediately, the space and time around him were slowed to the minimum. All the legends were slowed down as if they were performing a play. The mist and the bolts of lightning were frozen to a consistency like gel. However, no matter how Denisos struggled and resisted, the light of the silver moon was still shining on his back, and the hazy, beautiful shadow was still squatting. Her hands that were holding the silver longsword did not move at all. A black fire started to appear on the longsword, and unimaginably complicated symbols began to flow in it and inject into Denisos' body. It was Alterna, the god of silver moon. The demogorgon of darkness eyes that were constantly changing colors were frozen. He was a top legend and the master of a demiplane, and he was far away from the battle. Therefore, he was not affected by Denisos' dying outbursts, but he could sense the condescending indifference directly. Even though Alterna did not look at him, a pair of crimson eyes popped up in his head coldly. "Goddamn Dracula! Didn't you say that the silver moon was somewhere around the boundless ocean? Wasn't she conspiring with the Lord of Hell to deal with Pope Viken? Also, why is the silver moon helping the demogorgon of eyes and the six-armed inquisitor? I have 3 vampire princes on my side, who are her loyal supporters. Killing the enemy will not influence her at all. Even though she wants to save the werewolves, she doesn't have to be so intense, does she? Judging from the timing of her attack, she seems to have been taking advantage of it all the time." Gonheim had no doubt that the silver moon had arrived in person at this moment. What should he do? Ask Dracula to keep Lucian Evans occupied so that he could save Denisos and resist the silver moon together with him? As long as they could stop her for a couple of minutes, it would be enough for the mastermind to arrive in the body of the Elder Mind and kill all the other legends. However, Denisos had been directly hit by the silver moon's sword of origin and destiny. He would be disabled if not dead. How long could he stall the silver moon after he was saved? If Gonheim was mired here, he might be unable to escape. So, should he give up the chance and run away immediately? As the demon who was most similar to devils, Gonheim certainly had the nature of devils. He liked to consider the pros and cons. When there were greater dangers or temptations, he would abandon or betray his partners without any hesitation. As for contracts and oaths, he was certainly cunning enough to keep loopholes for himself. Besides, there were few witnesses who could guarantee such contracts. There might be no losses at all even if he betrayed him. Thinking quickly, Gonheim weighed the risks and returns. Of course, he knew that it was an urgent matter and that he had to make up his mind quickly whether to run or to save his ally. However, at this moment, below another narrow window, David, who had passed out because of the Battle of Legends, floated up. His hair became as silver as the moon, and he smiled at the demogorgon of darkness. It was Rhine, the observer. Gonheim saw that David's face turned handsome and weird, with 2 enormous black bat wings unfolded on his back. He was exactly the silver-eyed count. When did you replace him? Gonheim asked solemnly. David was an important part of his plan. So, he had corrupted the guy a long time ago. He stopped paying attention to him after Natrevos was killed and asked him to deliver the message. Little did he anticipate that David would turn into Rhine at some point. Rhine smiled but did not say anything. He raised his right hand, as if he were the conductor of a concert. Together with his movement, a tall and cold moon rose out of the narrow window behind him. This time, instead of summoning the silver moon, he had created a moon of his own with his strength. His strength had been greatly improved too. The Demogorgon of Darkness made a decision after seeing that. He had decided to surpass Rhine and escape back into the abyss. Therefore, the darkness arrived. Weak, barely perceivable light raged inside, creating the frigidity that felt like the end of the universe. It was the lonely and lifeless darkness that did not have any temperature. It was the purest and most devastating darkness. Rhine waved his right hand, and the symphony burst out. The moon collapsed from the sky into the darkness, releasing infinite brightness that filled up everybody's horizon. When Gonheim fought Rhine, Lucian looked at Prince Dracula with a smile. How could I have come if I had not smelled the silver moon? Dracula was both jealous and loath. Why did he not smell the air of the primordial ancestor when a human sorcerer could? What have I done wrong? In his fury, his body collapsed into countless bats that flew toward Lucian overwhelmingly. Those bats were the size of the skull, with pointy, narrow, and bloody mouths. They looked hideous and terrifying. Knowing that the bats that Dracula turned into could directly absorb energy, Lucian did not activate elemental protection, but simply pressed the moon timer. The moon timer was ticking when Lucian pressed it. Then, it immediately came to a stop after a crack. As a result, the colors around faded away, and everything was covered in lifeless grayness. Those bats became the bugs in ambers, frozen in midair. Lucian did not perform luxury cracking, which was what he usually did, but he simply cast Vengeful Gaze, that was attached with Hand of Uncertainties. His right eye became clear, reflecting the beauty of rubies before a ray of light shot out from it. Lucian did so because Dracula was particularly good at night travel and resisting space-time consolidation. Even though he was not immune to advanced time stop, the effect would be broken many seconds in advance. Suddenly, the frozen bats were covered in shadows and collapsed where they were. In the lifeless grayness, the shadow of a sundial forged out of gold appeared. Every mark of time was a symbol made of different gems, and at the center was a narrow, long gold stick. The shadow of the gold stick spun quickly on the surface of the sundial, and the frozen time and space were immediately back to normal. Dracula, in his black tailcoat and his red and black cape, appeared again. At this moment, Vengeful Gaze had already reached him. Dracula's face was livid, and his crimson eyes contained the deepest fury. He simply allowed the Vengeful Gaze to hit him. However, the moment Vengeful Gaze touched his body, a lackluster fog rose. After a moment, the crimson rays vanished into thin air. Was it the power of elimination? Lucian was rather shocked. Even though he knew that Prince Dracula was capable of depriving and robbing someone of one of their supernatural powers, he did not expect that he would steal elimination, too. The sundial, with which he broke time stop, just now was perhaps not an extraordinary item but a unique ability. Although the stolen abilities would be one level lower than his actual level, it was not hard to imagine how terrifying Prince Dracula was when all of them were combined. No wonder he had always been among the top 3 on the cleansing list. However, Lucian was not scared at all. Faced with the enormous shadow that Prince Dracula turned into, he raised his hands with a smile. Eternal Blaze. Using Eternal Blaze in such an enclosed environment? Does he not worry that he might kill himself? Gonheim, who was attempting to flee, was greatly shocked. He knew very clearly that Douglas's Eternal Blaze, when performed with full strength, was as powerful as an attack of demigods. Since Lucian was not very far away from Douglas right now, and Eternal Blaze came from his legendary class and was deeply associated with his cognitive world, his Eternal Blaze would be no weaker than Douglas's. It was possible that it was as powerful as a real demigod attack. The most dazzling light burst out like a small sun, but it was much less powerful than Gonheim imagined. No! Dracula screamed miserably under the pure and overwhelming sunlight. The shadow he turned into was gone, and terrible blisters appeared on his face. After he reached the peak of legendary, Lucian's control over Eternal Blaze had reached a very accurate level. He could control its power precisely. Just now, he only caused a minor fusion to make use of the high temperature, the rays of particles, and the damage of the sunlight. As long as the enemy was not at the center and not entirely defenseless, even a level 3 legend could have resisted it. However, Dracula was different. As a primordial vampire, he hated sunlight more than anything else. Who? Denisos roared in regrets. The black fire of void on the Sword of Origin and Destiny had already consumed him, drawing symbols, one after another on his body. Suddenly, Alterna drew the longsword out. Black fire spurted out of the fire as well as the void, igniting the magic tower, the chaotic jungle, and the whole demiplane. The chaotic and corrupted air of the abyss was gone, and a bright moon showed up in the sky. Denisos, on the other hand, shrank his body and crouched next to Alterna's feet. Seizing the opportunity, the Demogorgon of Darkness took one of Rhine's attacks the hard way and escaped back to the abyss. Looking at the Demogorgon of Eyes, the six-armed Inquisitor, and the other legendary experts with her crimson eyes, Alterna announced solemnly, "I am your president." Huh! All the legendary experts were stunned. Throne of Magical Arcana Chapter 781. Sending away politely in the jungle of demons, the bright silver moon had driven the dark clouds in the sky away, but the moonlight had resumed to normal. However, as the blonde figure became clearer, the cold and lonely moonlight had cast over the entire magic tower and looked rather peaceful and quiet. Beside Alterna's feet, Denisos had become as small as the size of Alpharis, the little crystal, and there was a horrible lesion in his back. Chunks of flesh covered in black flames were falling to the ground, and thus the transparent and shapeless organs and the spine had been revealed. What was even worse was that half of his wings had been cut off and the bones were now visible. If the unreal flame kept burning, Denisos, dragon of time and luminosity, would for sure die soon, but the flame was now slowly dying. It would take him a long, long time to recover from such a horrible injury by Sword of Origin and Destiny. At this time, he was lying beside Alterna's feet. Although well known for his great life force, Denisos still had no idea how long it would take for him to recover. Around him, drops of blood came together and formed a transparent lake in which his flesh and half-wing were floating. Watching the scene, hearing Alterna's serious announcement, none of them present, including Elder Mind and Dracula, could figure out what just happened. Alterna had no intention to repeat, but her scarlet eyes stared at them who were all stupefied by the situation, as if she believed that they would understand somehow. The air suddenly became somewhat weird. At this time, Rhine had folded back his giant bat wings and smiled. So what the primordial ancestor means is that our era is the most chaotic, dangerous, and lively one since the age of mythology. So here the primordial ancestor is, to lead us out of the thick fog. All of you should have felt the imposing danger surrounding us in this era. A legendary could fall at any time if he or she lowers her guard. No one could stay away from it even if you don't want to be involved at all. Therefore, this is the worst era ever for you all. But the revolution of the world and power will also bring unprecedented opportunities. I believe that in the upcoming decades, we'll have the most precious chance ever, which exceeds any opportunities in the past to further improve ourselves and to even transcend our own lives. But it all depends on if you can seize it. His silver eyes looked around at the extremely powerful legendaries and smiled. Therefore, this is also the best era ever for you all, and this completely depends on your choice. Facing the current situation, the disparate groups will for sure die, and the united groups will grow. We have to reform the Dark Congress just like what those sorcerers did to their own Congress to secure our survival and more opportunities. He walked to the legendaries and asked in a cheerful tone, "Any ideas?" Rhine's lecture finally made them understand what Alterna's announcement meant. Somehow, the Silver Moon had started wanting to reform and consolidate the Dark Congress and to be the president. Therefore, taking advantage of the Denisos, Dracula, Demogorgon of Darkness, and Ogre's plot, Alterna had defeated the primordial dragon and thus ruled out the legendary who was most likely to stand against her. Dracula felt both disappointed and excited. What made him feel disappointed was that obviously, the primordial ancestor did not trust him enough. But what made him excited was that once the primordial ancestor became the president of the Congress, he would be able to skip Rhine to summon her. He touched the blisters on his face and took a deep breath. Then he lowered his head and said, "Your letting of the Congress is our great honor. We werewolves are always ready to serve you," Dubinal said hurriedly before Senite to show his loyalty. Lucian was a bit amused. The werewolves were nothing more than big dogs. The vampires and werewolves were the fastest to show their attitude. The rest of them needed a bit of time to think about it. The primordial dragons did agree on reforming the Congress, but on the premise that they should be the leader. And those Demogorgon of Eyes also had their own reasons to refuse. They were weighing Ryan's words. Indeed, this world was getting too dangerous. In the past, becoming a legendary basically meant endless life. However, the situation had totally changed now. Even if they just did nothing, they would still have to be careful not to be killed by someone else. But this was just a beginning. When the powers were all ready after their plots worked out, to collect followers and resources, another War of Dawn might happen. At that time, anyone could fall. Demogorgon of Eyes and the rest of the legendaries were never on full alert even after the death of the Demon Prince and what happened to the Master of the Boundless Ocean. They believed that in the Dark Mountain Range, they could always avoid any dangers in time. However, the siege that happened just now had finally warned them. Maybe coming together wasn't something bad. What was more important was that their president would be a demigod. They needed that strong power. Ryan saw through the struggles in their mind, so he smiled and added, "What's past belongs to the past." Then they finally made up their mind, including Ogre and the 6 primordial dragons, because of the reasons above, and also because they did not dare to say no in front of the Silver Moon. They could not take the risk no matter how many mysterious spells they knew. They looked up at their president, trying to see the Silver Moon better and to show their loyalties. At this time, Alterna turned to look at Lucian and pointed at the remains of the primordial time dragon, including some blood, flesh, and a wing. "Your food," Alterna said seriously. Then she quickly turned around as if staring at the blood for too long would be too much of a temptation to her. Somehow, the president doesn't appear to be very reliable, the legendaries thought to themselves. But soon, they realized that it was the president who defeated the primordial time dragon and did all the plotting, and those who believed that Alterna was unreliable perhaps had all been eaten by Alterna. "We're all very confident and much encouraged to have you, the Silver Moon, to be our president," said one of the legendaries, and they saluted in great respect, with only Elder Mind hesitating a bit. The pair of scarlet eyes stared at Elder Mind. After a while, Elder Mind finally lowered his head and said, "Your wish is our will." If Deniso still got his back, Elder Mind would not have given in. However, there were now 2 top vampire legendaries. The Congress had been united, and the Silver Moon had become the president. Meanwhile, on the other side, the King of Nightmare had made up his mind heading for Alan. Lucian thought that the problem had been solved in a perfect way, but when he was collecting the time dragon flesh and about to leave, he realized that others did not think so at all. "Mr. Evans, when are you leaving the Dark Mountain Range?" asked Cervantes seriously. Lucian thought for a while and said, "I'll pay a short visit to Mr. Ryan and then I'll leave." Then Lucian heard many sighs of relief. Cervantes finally gave Lucian a sincere smile. Then, "Take care. I hope you don't come here often," said Ogre a bit resentfully. Lucian did not think it was fear. They made the plot themselves, and it turned out that only Natrevos was killed. He shouldn't be the one taking all the blame and thus be called the embodiment of misfortunes. Ellipsis. In the Valley of Fiery Stone, Fisha, wearing the black magic robe of the ancient magic empire, saw Dracula coming back in a great rage. "It failed?" Fisha asked, lifting an eyebrow. Dracula told the whole story to Fisha and asked angrily, "You said the Congress would be reorganized." Fisha grinned. "Am I wrong? You?" Dracula's dark red eyes were furious. Fisha shrugged a bit and then squatted down to stroke the cat, Skoy. Dracula stared at her for a while but finally managed to control himself. He complained in great frustration, "Why the primordial ancestor always trusts that B** starred more. Even a sorcerer is more trustworthy than me." The same cheerful smile remained on Fisha's face. She had been used to this since a long time ago. The black cat Skoy turned around proudly and swept Fisha's hand with its tail. Chapter 782, The Age of Mythology in Observer's Castle, Lucian stood in front of a row of bookshelves and was reading a book about the era ruled by dragons, in which different traditions and customs of the time were recorded. The elegant study was well decorated, and the books on the shelves were well organized. Except for the age of mythology, the books covered the rest of the past ages, even including the lost ones. The study was not strange to Lucian, as this was the place where he took away transformation mask, but this time, the creepy garden and the magic plants could not intimidate him anymore. Lucian read the book very fast because he had a spiritual library. Meanwhile, he was waiting for Rhine and the Silver Moon to come back. To reorganize and unite the Congress, they would need to sign a formal agreement, and the witness would be their leader, the president. Only the most innocent and inexperienced would expect that these top legendaries would bend their knees forever only because of the prestige and power of the Silver Moon, as the power of the Silver Moon could not easily beat all the top legendaries if they should come all together. Therefore, a good way would be securing what they had for now and seek cooperation with those who were not resolute. Then they would eat away the opposite power bit by bit and gradually absorb their power, or the Congress would still fall apart eventually. The top legendaries were for sure still pissed, but they still chose to follow the Silver Moon because of their best interests. The fits of anger in their minds were not intense enough for them to risk all they had to fight against Alterna. Therefore, the reassembly of the Dark Congress had finally got a pretty good start. After half an hour, Rhine, wearing a red vest and a black long coat, took his time and walked in the study. "Where's the Honorable Silver Moon?" asked Lucian, who was going to ask her about the age of mythology. Rhine sighed. She felt bored and then disappeared again. Maybe she needed to resist her gluttony. After all, there are quite some lovely desserts in her eyes. Lucian did not know what to say. After all, a president who kept going missing wasn't a piece of good news to the Dark Congress. Rhine smiled. "Don't worry. She'll be back when something big happens. You can count on her on that." "Sir, can you please summon her?" "I've got some questions," said Lucian. Rhine walked to the desk and sat down. "We knew what you wanted to ask, so Alterna has told me all, and I'll be telling you." "You knew?" Lucian was a bit surprised. Rhine's silver eyes looked at Lucian, and there was a meaningful smile on his face. "The moment when you found the sun, Alterna knew you were coming. It's about the strange things in the deepest part of the boundless ocean, right?" "Yeah. Normally speaking, the deepest part of the boundless ocean should be like the atmosphere in the way that it should never go around and around in the same place. Based on my model, it's almost impossible that this was naturally formed, so I guess that this has to do with the age of mythology. But I'm not sure." Rhine asked out of curiosity, "What model is it? How did you find it out?" Viken even ignored it, as a demigod. "Sir, are you interested in arcana?" Lucian said after a short pause. Rhine made a fake cough and picked up the quill pen on the desk. "Never mind." Rhine started looking serious as he said, "At the very beginning, Alterna's consciousness was only half woken, so her sense of the world was rather blurry, like a dream. In Alterna's dream, the soul did not have to depend on a body but could be like some spirits, or like light walking over the surface of a dark lake. At that time, some magic creatures that owned some extraordinary powers started to grow stronger and stranger, but the initial intelligence did not yet take place." Lucian listened very attentively. The progress of this world might not be identical to the evolving process of the Earth, and this might be one of the most important clues for exploring the nature of this magic world. Lucian also believed that although the processes might be different, the rules hiding behind might still be the same. Perhaps the oddness of this world was caused by some other unexpected factors. When the primordial ancestor fully woke up and started walking on the land, many magic creatures emerged, and so did the Lord of Hell and the Will of Abyss. Out of their instinct, they launched bitter fights. Rhine did not directly explain the oddness of the boundless ocean but started from the general background of that era. The ancestors of the magic creatures nowadays were born a long, long time ago, but at that time, they already had some extraordinary powers. Lucian frowned slightly, but he then relaxed. Based on the studies conducted by the Congress on the origin of the world, soil, and some fossils, it seemed that this kind of initial stage of power only had to do with soul power but not with the environment. Lucian then noticed something strange. At that time, there were only 3 demigods and there was no conflict in their interests. Except for the Will of Abyss, which would launch random attacks, it seems that the Lord of Hell and her Hun had no reason for fighting. And why were there only 3 demigods? How does this match the age of mythology? When they were first born, the 2 demigods only had endless lives, but they had not mastered their own wills and powers, and they were greatly influenced by their instincts. The primordial ancestor once told me that there were many potential ones that could grow into demigods, but in the end, only 3 made it. The rest of them all failed, like the ancient elven tree, like Blue Gate. They were only half awake but never made it further. Rhine then added, then, when more intelligent creatures were born, some powerful ones started collecting their followers and became fake gods like what you saw in the dimension. So in the entire age of mythology, the Will of Abyss kept killing and slaughtering, the Lord of Hell kept seeking for ways to grow more power, while the half-awake wills were joining the primordial ancestor to fight against them. The fake gods were all trying to grow stronger and stronger by eating each other, and they thus were lured by the Lord of Hell and became its experiment subjects. The Lord of Hell could figure out why there were fake gods and what their powers were. In fact, the Lord of Hell gave it the name, the power of faith. Lucian rubbed his chin. The Lord of Hell named it? Yes, but in the end, the Lord of Hell got nothing, until the genius, Thanos, figured out a way to produce demigods by combining the ancient devil power and the power of faith and even the way of becoming a true god. I've been thinking that it was the Lord of Hell who purposefully released the information to Thanos in the first place, Rhine said with his fingers crossed. Then how were the Lord of Hell and the Will of Abyss trapped out of the main material world? Lucian did not rush into asking the oddness about the boundless ocean, as he believed that it should be about the same thing. Rhine grinned. The climax of this whole thing was a big-scale fight among those gods. In the fight, almost all of them fell. The ancient elven trees lost their wills, completely, and became part of the world. The Lord of Hell and the Will of Abyss were sent into exile, and the primordial ancestor could no more walk on the land at her wish anymore. Even if very few of them survived, they must have all been killed by the world of souls. Like how? Lucian did not understand how they were restricted. Rhine pointed at the sky above the Dark Mountain Range and said, in the age of mythology, the Dark Mountain Range didn't look the same as what we could see today. There weren't that many space gaps. Instead, there were many stable channels heading for the other dimensions, and there was a demigod to be sleeping there, as well as in the deepest part of the boundless ocean. However, at that time, the depths of the boundless ocean and the moonlight ocean were like the atmosphere. You could keep walking further and further, but you just couldn't see how you came all the way. Does this oddness start from the very beginning? Asked Lucian thoughtfully. Rhine looked a bit confused. At least since the primordial ancestor woke up. But earlier in the primordial ancestor's dream, that place was less odd compared to the time after. Land could be faintly seen through the atmosphere. However, it was just one of the primordial ancestor's dreams, and many of them have been proved wrong or twisted. Don't take it seriously. Lucian slightly nodded and waited for Rhine to continue. At the end of the war, those half-awake existences including Blue Gate sacrificed their wills and helped the primordial ancestor twist the time and space, and thus the direct connection between the main material world and the dimensions were cut off. Only those space nodes were left for traveling. And the boundless ocean and the Dark Mountain Range became what we see today. Also, because of this disconnection, the Lord of Hell and the Will of Abyss were kept away from the main material world as there were no stable channels, and it was the same for the primordial ancestor. Therefore, the primordial ancestor created the vampires and werewolves in advance and left me with the power to summon her. This way she can land at some key moments by breaking the limit, said Rhine, who felt it totally fine with being used as a tool. Lucian asks, then why were time and space twisted into this model? How did Alterna do this? Was there something, like a hint? At that time, they fought and cast out their instincts. So out of instinct, the primordial ancestor felt that worked the best. Rhine was sure that the silver moon wouldn't have been a mathematician there to solve the problem. Lucian smiled. One of the biggest problems in his mind had been solved, and that had ruled out a possible hidden danger. Throne of Magical Arcana Chapter 783. A year later, in the year of 829, the month of fire, in an alchemy lab in Babel. On the walls, ceilings, and floor, there were magic patterns in different colors, shining, and together they formed a complicated magic circle that covered the entire lab, thus preventing any noise from sneaking in and reducing the blazing light. The robe of Grand Arcanists that Lucian was wearing still looked like a long, black suit, instead of the style of the ancient magic empire. Right now, the suit was slightly bulging to prevent the last remaining amount of harmful substances away from Lucian. While in the space, Lucian's cognitive world was affecting reality and a starry sky where element spots were floating, eating, and blending in anything tangible or intangible around. Although Lucian had always been cautious about his experiments, with this one, he was even more cautious. It was because of his failure to upgrade Moontimer using the materials he got from Denisos. Moontimer remained at the same level. Lucian was also badly injured. It took him half a year to fully recover. At this time, Lucian was confident that neither he nor Moontimer would get hurt or damaged, but he was not confident that he could improve Moontimer to level 4 and make it his 14th top legendary item. What was more important was that since the materials he had were very limited, if he failed a second time, he had to go to another dimension to find another spacetime legendary item. There was another option that Lucian could persuade. The Silver Moon could raise the ancient time dragon in a pen and turned it into an endless source for providing legendary blood, flesh, and bones. But Lucian never considered it as it would take the dragon too long to recover from it. According to what Lucian knew, so far, Denisos still had not recovered back to the top legendary level from the fight a year ago. It might take Denisos a few more years to recover from the fight, and Denisos probably had to spend another 200 to 300 years to fully recover. Therefore, Lucian was being extremely cautious about this experiment to upgrade Moontimer. He did not even allow Natasha to stay in, as her destructive power in this lab had been quite considerable. On the alchemy operation desk, the drops of pure blood were drawing a strange magic circle driven by Lucian's spiritual power. At first glance, it looked very complicated. Even looking at it would make a sorcerer below the legendary level feel extremely dizzy, and the sorcerer would lose his or her spiritual power fast. However, for a sorcerer who had enough spiritual power, with careful observation, the special but simple pattern within could be identified. It was just like those complicated words. When one understood the roots, remembering the words was no more complicated. Lucian had sweat beads on his forehead. But in this fancy lab, the beads of sweat immediately disappeared in the air. After a long time, Lucian finally finished drawing the last line. Instantly, the magic circle trembled slightly, together with the entire lab, as if there was something disturbing the space and time. After this calmed down, Lucian processed the remaining wings and flesh and then put them on the tips of the magic circle. After that, Moontimer flew out of Lucian's pocket and then fell in the middle of the magic circle, covered in water-like light. Influenced by it, the lines of the magic circle started wriggling onto the timer as if they were alive. The lines then connected to the hands of the timer and the constellation symbols on it. During the process, Lucian's eyes did not even blink. Using all his spiritual power, he was still doing some minor adjustment. Lucian released a sigh of relief. The first 2 steps going well meant that he could be more confident about the result. The previous failure came from a minor mistake that Lucian ignored, but in the end, it was amplified into a horrible result. Staying focused, Lucian turned on the alchemy desk again. Immediately, All the energy of the entire magic tower gushed into the magic circle in the middle and overwhelmed it with the silver light, from which some light fog rose up. It was using so much energy that all the crystal lights had gone off and the defense of the tower had been switched off. Pinocchio, the tower guard, had to turn on the backup energy pool. The backup energy pool only lasted less than a minute, and the timer still needed a bit more time. At this time, Lucian reached out his right hand and pressed it against the operation desk. Using his own body, he was pouring his own spiritual power in. Suddenly, splendid light burst out and filled the entire lab. Tick, tick. All the clocks in the magic tower started running fast like they were in a race. In Atomic Universe, Natasha, who was practicing sword using the element planets, also felt the extremely rapid elapse of time as if time were rushing to its end. It worked? Natasha looked up at Babel Tower. Since she became a level 2 legendary knight, it was the first time she felt such great changes in the environment. Then, with a gentle click, the passage of time went back to normal. It just felt that time had passed a long time in the lab. Lucian stared at the timer on the operational desk and believed that it now looked a bit different. Its light had become more conservative, and a new button appeared beside the original one for advanced time stop. Worked? Lucian was not sure. Picking up Moon Timer, Lucian felt it with his spiritual power. It still felt familiar to him. After a while, Lucian put the timer back into his pocket and finally smiled. His own legendary item had finally become the 14th top legendary item, and a new function had been added, Faster Cast. Like Deniso's talent, it could double his speed for casting legendary spells. However, Deniso's could use the power without limit, while Lucian could only use it 3 times a day. But Lucian's casting time had been cut half, which made it equivalent to casting a common legendary spell. Advanced Time Stop and Gravity Collapse had reached the top legendary level. Although Lucian could only use them 5 times a day, he was still very satisfied with the result, as he knew that with smart strategies, the power would be the key for him to win a fight. Natasha also grinned, and she shared the joy with Lucian through electromagnetism messaging. She then returned to her practice, although such practice might not be able to bring much difference to a level 2 legendary knight. What was going on recently made her feel extremely alert, so she had to seize every second to improve herself. In the past year, it seemed that the entire situation of the world remained relatively peaceful, but this opinion was only shared by the common folks. In the eyes of the top legendaries, they knew something big was coming underneath the calm ocean surface. The Dark Congress, the South Church, and the North Church never initiated a war in the past months. Instead, they were all targeting the countries ruled by fake gods north to the Dark Mountain Range. They were slowly eating in those countries and made them shrink further and further. A legendary level fake god could fall at any time. The Lord of Hell had also done some achievements in uniting the powers in the boundless ocean despite the interference from the Congress of Magic and Elven Court. Ellipsis. The sky was blue when Lucian walked toward Adam Institution. Today, his students, Heidi, Chelly, Loie, and Alphalia, would be reporting their progress in artificial intelligence. In the past year, most sorcerers were still working on digesting quantum theory, while the arcanists in the institution had already started converting the knowledge into their own powers. Among them, Anik was the first one who managed to make the breakthrough in his cognitive world and thus became a senior rank, while Sprint, Heidi, and Lazar were also almost there. Even those apprentices, including Loie, had reached the 4th or 5th circle. Suddenly, Lucian felt that the floor was slightly trembling. He knew that it wasn't from an explosion, but the joy of city in the sky. Lucian blinked to the core part of the city and saw the big smile on Fernando's face. "Ha ha, finally! The stable nuclear fission reactor," said Fernando in triumph, whose gray hair looked a bit messy. Chapter 784. Commencement of the Revolution of Energy and Information. The magic circle where silver and black brightness entangled raised electric light, enveloping the matter at the center that was in the middle of fission. The overwhelming energy generated was transformed by the magic circles nearby into the energy that the city in the sky could make use of. The fission reactor this time was no longer fierce and untamable like before. Although it still contained grave dangers, it was now steady and controllable. "Master, congratulations to Granny Hathaway, Mr. Reventi, and President Morris," Lucian said sincerely. He had barely made any contribution to the achievement except for proposing the fission reaction and helping with the analysis of the self-explosion. It was the product of the wisdom of the four legends. Such a fission reactor was designed in different ways from that on Earth. Since it was a combination of reverse engineering and regular research, many unknown dangers might be lurking in the middle, and one might suffer explosions and curses after one moment of carelessness. Therefore, no personnel below Legendary were involved in the project. Because of the shortage of hands, Fernando and Hathaway dragged Reventi and Morris, two legends in the School of Elements, into the project. Fernando was smiling, but he snorted and said, "It should have been completed a long time ago. I was too idiotic and made many unnecessary mistakes." He did not even let go of himself when it came to rigorously demanding and habitually despising products. In any case, with a stable, enormous fission reactor, the city in the sky will have a regular source of energy. It's safe to say that this is a major breakthrough in our research on the energy well. The energy problem that shackled us before will be solved effectively. Lucian was rather glad to see the product. Combing his messy hair, Fernando stared at the fission reactor with his slightly cloudy eyes. Next, we will focus on the minimization of fission reactors. By then, artificial planets, airships, cosmic observatories, and the steam trains that are in need of powerful defense and attack magic circles will be given a powerful heart. By then, artificial planets and airships would be able to conduct attacks that consumed a great amount of energy, like electromagnetic cannons or laser beams. In a war, blockage would not only include the ground, the sky, and the space around, but also the cosmos. Lucian subconsciously thought of the paradigm shift of war. It would not be a dream to launch meteorites on the enemy's head without resorting to any sort of magic. Also, for a magic world, minimization was much simpler than stabilization. However, the energy of the fission reactor was still not good enough. If we can achieve the controllability, stabilization, and minimization of nuclear fusion, all of us will be the Sun King, Lucian said humorously. Also, many particle experiments in the microscopic domain can be put on the agenda right now. The super-large collider that I proposed in the meeting of the highest council can be included in the secret projects of the Magic Research Board too. In many projects of the microscopic domain, fission reactors were indispensable. They could provide many particles that could be found under normal circumstances, and they could directly participate in the experiments. Therefore, the stable fission reactor was the achievement that many researchers were in dire need of. Lucian proposed the super-large collider because the regular cyclotrons and colliding magic circles could not meet the demand of the senior-rank sorcerers. That's right. When we studied the nature of neutrons, I already discovered the importance of a stable reactor. The moment arcana studies were mentioned, Fernando became solemn and grave. Then, he said self-mockingly, "I didn't know that neutrons of different speeds could result in such great differences." As he spoke, he was deep in thought. The experiments on neutrons and protons give me the feeling that they are not necessarily fundamental particles. For example, the super-heavy particle that can participate in the nuclear force is rather weird to me. In the past year, thanks to the new particle, muon, that Heidi discovered, more and more arcanists had devoted themselves to the study of cosmic rays. There were too many applicants in either the Atom Institution or the Tower, and it was anything but unusual to wait in line for 3 months. Among them, Anik discovered muons with a positive charge and those without charge, and Anonis of the Tower discovered a particle that was heavier than neutrons and protons. The new particle could also participate in the strong interaction, or to wit, nuclear force, and it had been named as hyperon. I never said that neutrons and protons are necessarily fundamental particles. At the very least, no theory so far can naturally lead to the conclusion. I've always described them as the internal structure of the atomic nucleus. Lucian understood that his teacher was merely reminding him based on his keen instincts, in case the founder and pioneer of the microscopic domain would lose his head when the more fundamental particles were discovered. He had to admit that as time went by, the grand arcanists and the legendary sorcerers were no longer following him blindly in microscopic research but had their own expansion after the digestion. Seeing that Lucian was open-minded, Fernando stopped saying anything else. There were no experiments or phenomena that could directly lead to the question after all. It was only his arcana institution. All right. I have to seize the day to discuss minimization with Hathaway. Now that everything was settled, Fernando left the core of the city in the sky in a hurry, as impatient as before. Minimization. That's beyond the Earth level. Lucian shook his head with a smile. It was both a beautiful and dangerous path. For example, would the minimized fission devices be easily damaged, and would there be ways to deal with the possible nuclear leakage? In that aspect, fusion devices were much safer. The explosion could only cause damages within a certain range. There wouldn't be any long-term problems. It was clean and safe. Ellipsis. The moment he returned to the Atom Institution, Lucian saw Heidi's complaining eyes. Master, you're late. Heidi had been preparing her presentation in uneasiness for a long time, but her teacher, who usually arrived early, was late. Lucian said in a good mood, I was delayed by something unexpected. Let's begin. Heidi removed her pretended complaint and walked into her own laboratory with Chelly, Loie, and Alphalia. Lazar, Anik, Sprint, and the other arcanists who were in the institution followed them. For them, the monthly presentations always gave them something new, particularly in the fields that they were not good at. Therefore, even though Lucian did not demand them to participate, they still volunteered to join every time. This time, Heidi and Chelly's artificial intelligence was half the size previously. Although it was still huge, it was more or less acceptable right now. Heidi turned on the power. Vague sounds of electric currents echoed, and the red and green lights flashed. After the test run last time, we found many problems and made the following improvements. Naturally, the presentation was conducted by Heidi, who was best at public speaking. She controlled artificial intelligence, while she introduced the theory, the specific design, the modularized applications, the storage of programs, etc. Although there was still a long way from real arcana studies, all of the audience could tell the mathematical ideas behind it and the simulation of human thinking thanks to Lucian's torture. Also, the system where 0 and 1 represented everything gave them the deepest astonishment. It seemed to be a representation of the simplistic beauty and the nature of the world. After Heidi's introduction, she looked at Sprint provocatively. Didn't you say that your mind calculated faster than our artificial intelligence? Sprint had always been strongly confident, if not arrogant. So, he snorted and said, Fine, if you lose, you will work as my assistant for 1 month, and if I lose, I'll do the same for you. However, you cannot give the tests. As he spoke, he looked at Lucian. Please give us a test, Master. Lucian nodded and picked a difficult question that required the calculation of massive data. Then, he announced the beginning of the test with a smile. The red and green lights flashed non-stop, so fast that nobody could distinguish them. The whole laboratory was turned into a ball. After 4 seconds, Heidi declared delightedly, Here's the result. She had inputted with her spiritual power, so the input did not take much time. Sprint raised his head and looked at Heidi in disbelief. After 10 seconds, he finally said in a low voice, I've got the result too. It's correct. Let's try one more. It was not because he was a sore loser, but more like he was testing the limits of artificial intelligence. Anik and Katrina gave tests this time, but Sprint failed even though he used the ancillary computation circles. Ha ha. Our artificial intelligence this time equals the computational ability of the senior rank sorcerers. Also, it is better at processing massive data and long-term calculations than the senior rank sorcerers are. Anik, You can give it a shot." Heidi laughed gloatingly. Anik did not bet but still joined the competition in curiosity. With the help of ancillary computational circles, when given tests that did not require the calculation of massive data, he had some wins against the artificial intelligence, but when it came to the massive data that had to be processed after a long time, he had to admit that the artificial intelligence was stronger than him. Very good. Congratulations on making a solid first step. You may submit the paper now. This should help you win a prize, Lucian said with a smile. The discovery of the new particle did not bring any honor to Heidi. Although she proved that the particle was not involved in the strong interaction and was not the predicted meson but a new particle, she was not given the home crown prize because the standard for the prize was much higher. Heidi and Shelley both put on a brilliant smile and soon looked forward to the future. Hathaway, Helen, and Oliver are introducing part of the knowledge in the quantum field into the studies of magic crystals. Hopefully, there will be a major breakthrough. By then, artificial intelligence will no longer be heavy and clumsy. At this moment, Sprint was keen enough to notice a weird icon on the screen, so he activated it with his spiritual power curiously. As a result, the picture on the screen changed, and a simple process where squares fell on each other showed up. What's this? Lucian raised his eyes with a half-smile. Heidi and Shelley blushed. In the end, it was Heidi who stammered, "Master, it's a little game to test the modules." We didn't. Okay, that's good, Lucian said without waiting for her to finish. He did not sound angry at all. Huh? Heidi was immediately stunned. Throne of Magical Arcana Chapter 785. Distant view. Seeing how stunned and confused Heidi was, Lucian said with a smile, "I like to listen to and write music when I am free, and Mr. Oliver likes to watch and create plays. That's essentially the same as you playing games. It's just a form of recreation. As long as you are not addicted to it and your arcana studies and magic abilities are not affected, there will be no problems at all." Whether a thing was good or bad highly depended on one's attitude toward it. Heidi and the students were not exactly scared of being criticized by their teacher. It was just that Lucian's criticism often came with a lot of homework, such as the studies on the quantum field theory and the exercises about the new products in mathematics. It was a nightmare that they could not forget for the rest of their lives. Rest assured, Master. We have only devised the game to test certain modules. We won't be addicted to it, Heidi promised Lucian on behalf of her team. Looking at the game on the screen, Lucian had a lot of mixed feelings. Although it was rather shabby, it already had the looks of the game that he was familiar with. Let's call it Alley Tetris. As a matter of fact, game design is a good thing. Huh? Even the shy, introvert guys like Anik were surprised. Sorcerers need relaxation and entertainment too. Do you not feel that the regular ways of entertainment, like opera, play, concert, ball, and arcana voice, are too few? Lucian said half-jokingly. As for hunting and the other activities that nobles liked, they were not very popular among sorcerers. Also, it will help build up the image of arcanists and sorcerers. Think about it. If there is a game that simulates adventures so that ordinary people can play as sorcerers and sense how marvelous magic is when it is used to deal with monsters and in daily applications, they will be more and more into magic. Heidi's eyes beamed with interest, but she immediately frowned and said, even though the ordinary people can afford such games right now, the artificial intelligence at present cannot support such a complicated game at all. Also, we are too busy with all the research programs in hand to design any other games. We have to continue the studies on magic crystals, and we need to try to melt alchemical life and artificial intelligence. I'm not asking you to design it in person. There must be 100 arcanists who are studying artificial intelligence with you, aren't there? You can let them play a part. Also, the design of a game can be separated from magic. It's like writing a play in the language of artificial intelligence. In such a way, the job can be outsourced to the ordinary people who do not have talents in magic. You'll be creating new jobs for the kingdom, Lucian suggested casually. Outsource? It was the first time that Heidi heard the notion, but she understood her teacher's meaning well. After all, her teacher was most famous for the terms that he invented. In such a case, the simple modules can be outsourced too, but we have to devise courses. However, the most important thing right now is to improve the performance of artificial intelligence. Speaking of games, she suddenly remembered something else and acts in confusion and curiosity. Master, the massive live stream screen was ready to be manufactured half a year ago. But why hasn't Arcana Voice been live streamed yet? Thanks to their studies on artificial intelligence, the screen that could display images was invented very soon. Although a lot of efforts were spent on lowering the cost, maintaining the color, and reducing the size, and there were no products available for even the nobles yet, the large live stream screens could already be manufactured and deployed in the squares of important cities. Thankfully, there weren't many such squares, so the Congress of Magic could still afford it. Heidi had also obtained abundant revenue through the patent from it. Arcana Voice is a radio channel. All the programs have been designed for the sound-only feature. Now that the screen displays images, many programs are no longer appropriate. So, we have to devise new programs. The interviews, interpretations, and music shows can be live-streamed, but not the others. Otherwise, why would we bother to use images? To see what the storyteller looks like. Lucian had been teaching the Sky radio station new concepts and recruiting new workers. Some of the new recruits were even ordinary people without any magic talents, but they were smart and had the most creative ideas. Heidi understood what her teacher meant and nodded with mixed feelings. I wonder when we can see the first real live stream. Perhaps it will be sooner than you expected. Lucian smiled subtly. Ellipsis. A few days later, at the beginning of the month of Scorch, August, in the city square of Rentado. A white pillar of water erupted to the sky from the pool made of stones and fell to all directions like a waterfall, raising spindrifts on the clear water. It was noisy and loud, but no one around was upset. They even approached it, trying to drive away the heat on them. On the opposite side of the famous spring was a weird enormous screen. It was transparent and complicated, and unique parts could be vaguely seen inside. Why do you think there have been no live streams when the screen has been established for 5 months? A citizen asked Longman, his child. Longman was much taller than before. As a student of the 4th grade in the first generic school, he was already a knowledgeable scholar in the eyes of neighbors and friends. Although he lacked extraordinary talents in magic, he was praised by his teacher for distinguished mathematical aptitude. Longman's parents were very proud of him and subconsciously considered their kid as a scholar, asking him whenever they had a question. Live stream is not an activity, but more like a program like Arcana Voice. Longman explained according to what he learned in school. Right then, the enormous screen suddenly emanated gentle brightness. It's glittering. It's glittering. There's a live show? Why didn't Arcana Voice announce it? In the square, everybody became noisy as the place was filled with confusion and excitement. Longman and his parents ended the discussion and focused their eyes on the screen. What would the live show be? They really looked forward to it. After the enormous changes brought by the development of arcana and magic, the citizens of Rentado lived every day in shock and delight, so they all looked forward to the unexpected live show. As the light stabilized, 2 figures appeared on the screen, one male and the other female. The female had long hair and was wearing a long dress. The citizens who still remembered the last live stream well recognized that she was Ms. Nightingale. The male, on the other hand, was a typical Holmish man, with black hair, blue eyes, and a mustache that represented his manhood. He was wearing a neat tuxedo as if he were going for dinner. Hello, everyone, I am your old friend Nightingale. This is an experiment on live streaming, so it was not announced in advance in Arcana Voice. Now, you will witness the first live stream from the satellite television channel of Alan. Fearing that she was too nervous, Louise had cast a mechanized mind on herself. She said with a sweet smile but was not really smiling. "The gentleman sitting next to me is also your old friend. He is Mr. Karen, who is the host of Man and Nature." Man and Nature? Longman and the other citizens watched the screen enthusiastically, wondering why Mr. Karen was asked to co-host with Ms. Nightingale. Karen said with a smile, "I'm too nervous to say anything right now. So, let's start today's Man and Nature immediately." The moment his voice fell down, the transparent glass behind them released a gentle light that filled the screen. As the light gradually faded, a green, refreshing meadow appeared before the eyes of the audience. The meadow seemed boundless. Wherever their eyes could reach, everything was green, and a hideous monster with 3 horns was lurking in the grasses, having no idea that it was being observed by hundreds of thousands of humans. This is... Longman looked at the screen, shocked at the unimaginable meadow. He had never seen such a broad meadow and such refreshing greenness. The shock spread out in the hearts of everybody in the square. Jane, Allie, and Bannis, wherever they were shocked from the bottom of their hearts after seeing the view of the meadow. It was more magnificent and beautiful than they could ever imagine. "This is the prairie south to the desert in the Gusta Empire." Karen interpreted it with his magnetic voice. Was this a prairie? Was it the south of the Gusta Empire? For most people in the 4 kingdoms of the Strait and the North coastline, the furthest places that they went to in their whole lifetimes were the cities next to them. The Gusta Empire was almost a different world for them. So, they never thought that they could witness a prairie in person. So, that was what it looked like. The 3-horned monster lurked in the grasses carefully under public observation, before it lunged out and bit a lone goat in its neck. "Ah!" The clear image made everybody exclaim in shock. Longman, on the other hand, had only one idea in his head. That was arcana. That was magic. They turned the impossible things possible and allowed ordinary people to see the faraway scenery without leaving their hometowns. The prairie that looked entirely different from the 4 kingdoms of the Strait and the North coastline, and the creatures on the prairie with every detail manifested, were demonstrated in the eyes of the audience, leading the audience to enjoy the exotic view and the unprecedented dinner for the eye. For the people who probably had never left their own city or kingdom, such a view fascinated them, as if their souls were truly placed on the prairie. They were overwhelmed by the vast, refreshing view, shrieking and roaring at the predation on it. In the Mill School of Nobles, the same screen stood at the central square. The noble students who had just finished their night classes were attracted to it. Then, their feet seemed to have been glued on the ground, making it impossible for them to move. Is this the prairie? Jane, who had always been calm and quiet, looked at the greenness on the screen, which befitted all her romantic fantasies about the prairie in her reading. So, she mumbled uncontrollably. However, the experience this time was much lesser than that during her visit to space. The noble friends next to her expressed their shock too. Even though their families had villas, manors, forests, and hunting grounds, there weren't any such boundless prairies in home. That was the unique, enticing view in the south of the Gusta Empire on the opposite side of the Storm Strait. However, since they had enjoyed many beautiful views, their horizons were much broader than the common citizens. They were not entirely overwhelmed or lost, and they were still communicating with each other in a low voice. The live show this time is too surprising. Before, I only felt that Man and Nature was fun. I never knew that it was so astounding until today. The noble ladies were more or less romantics. This is not a live show. As Ms. Nightingale said before, it's a satellite television. Jane's friend corrected her opinion and pressed her face, feeling that her cheeks were burningly hot. She said with a dreamy tone, "How I wish to go to the prairies, sit on the wild horses, and watch the setting sun dye the green grasses red." Jane, was the view in space even more splendid than this? Although they had repeated the topic many times, the boundless space was the forever romance. Yes. Stars were much more beautiful than on the ground. They were pure, clear, and some of them had beautiful halos. Jane tirelessly described the scene again. What she saw and heard was deeply etched into her brain. Without them knowing it, Man and Nature was over, and the picture was back to the studio. Nightingale smiled and said, "Starting from next Monday, Man and Nature, on Arcana Voice, will be stopped, and it will be aired in the Sky Channel of the Allen television station. Correspondingly, we will have significant improvements and adjustments on other programs so that broadcast and satellite streams can carry out their own advantages. In the next show, you will see a brand new show that solely belongs to the Sky Channel and is different from any shows in the past. It will bring you a new and marvelous experience. My friends, are you ready?" Ms. Nightingale's sweet voice entered the ears of every member of the audience, waking them up from the shock brought by the world of grasses and animals. Even the most experienced adventurers had barely been to the Gusta Empire and the Southern Prairie. Naturally, they were fascinated too. What brand new show? Can there be any show that is more exciting than the Prairie? Nightingale's words filled Longman, Jane, and Allie with curiosity and expectation. Nightingale continued, "If you are ready, let's begin a journey of exploration." The gentle light appeared and slowly disappeared. A blue ocean showed up on the ocean. The waves were surging, and the seabirds were flying up and down. Ocean. It was still a major shock for the ordinary people who had never been to port cities, but having just appreciated a prairie, they were much less shocked than just now. It seemed no different from Man and Nature, just now, although the scene was different. For the noble descendants like Jane, even if they had never traveled on a ship, they had visited the coastal cities like Padre Port and enjoyed the freshness of the ocean. So, they were relatively calm. They talked to each other in confusion. Is this really as good as Ms. Nightingale described? No, I don't think it's a brand new experience either. Looking at the screen, Jane was rather confident. For all these years, Arcana Voice never disappointed her. She trusted that Sky Satellite TV station wouldn't either. At this moment, the camera drew close, revealing a steamship before everyone's eyes. 8 magic cannons that were attached with the effect of Lucien's fireball pointed at all directions magnificently. Then, the camera drew even closer so that the audience could see the 2 males and 2 females on the deck. This is the ocean near the Senel Island. We have accepted a contract with the islanders to investigate the floating dead fish that often occurred in the ocean recently. In the Senel Island, there's a story that goes like this. Many years ago, this place used to be the territory of a sorcerer, but he never appeared again after a certain day. From that day on, the islanders have been hearing appalling cries and seeing green fire floating on the ocean all the time. Sometimes, they are lost for days when they go out fishing. It is said that when the fishermen are lost, they will see a lighthouse that they have never seen before in the event of a storm. As the magnetic male voice continued, Longman, who was still a teenager, had goosebumps all over his body. Was it a horror show? This journey of discovery will be conducted by 2 middle-rank sorcerers and 2 grand knights. They will unravel the possible cause of the mysterious incident and look for the treasures behind it. After the narrator was done, the tough-looking middle-aged man on the deck cleaned his classic magic robe and said, "I'm Grills, and I'm good at illusion, necromancy, and elements. I am the captain of this journey of discovery. We are about to reach the Senel Island. Investigate a mysterious incident, explore the magic tower that possibly lingered, and search for the possible treasures." Longman, Jane, Allie, and the other ordinary people who never had any adventure before felt that their hearts were bursting. Their eyes were focused and excited, and they were completely focused on the program. What could the cause have been? Could they find it out? Would they run into any danger? As for the adventurers, the noble knights, and the sorcerers, although they had similar experiences before, they had never been through a journey from such a perspective. So, they were also enthralled. As the steamship reached the Senel Island, the sorcerers, knights, apprentices, and squires dispersed and asked the islanders for clues. Those scenes were displayed to the audience in an orderly fashion. They were more and more devoted and even began their own analysis in a low voice, proposing possible answers and pointing out the self-contradictions in the islanders' testimony now and then. In their investigation, Grills and the other sorcerers used magic to help themselves, solving the problems that the audience thought tricky easily. They were so astounded that they couldn't have admired magic more. Half an hour into the program, and 3 days later in local time, the investigation reached a preliminary conclusion. All clues led to certain waters. Therefore, we need to explore the bottom of this part of the ocean. While talking, Grills cast ancillary spells such as underwater breathing, leading the other 3 middle-ranked professionals into the ocean. They are really going into the water. Are they really going to explore it? Exclamations of shock echoed now and then. None of the audience could believe that they would witness a real adventure. The water around shook softly, and both common and bizarre fish swam by quickly, dazzling the audience. Occasionally, fierce sea monsters came at them, only to be finished by the knights and sorcerers easily. Even a serene girl like Jane couldn't help but feel that she was palpitating. Although she lived a peaceful life and disliked changes, she more or less had adventure fantasies, and since such fantasies could be experienced without her taking any real action, she was naturally attracted by it. She was amazed by the splendid spells and scared by the sea monsters that popped up out of nowhere. Her feelings were fluctuating more intensely than ever. It was exactly the feeling that more members of the audience shared. So, when the shabby, broken magic tower at the bottom of the ocean appeared, all the squares were filled with cheers after gasps. The magic tower was opened, but the golems at the gate suddenly lunged at the strangers, raising rounds of exclamations. Slow, ice, fireball, and the other spells were cast, leading to praises and compliments. Ghosts, secret chambers, treasure boxes, and traps appeared one after another. The atmospheres on the squares were almost frozen. Everybody was looking forward to what would happen next. After Grills finished the last monster and destroyed the magic tower, a wind suddenly blew on the square, causing everybody to gasp at the same time. Their palms were sweating, and their expressions were twisted. Excited and scared, they learned what the new and wonderful experience was through the unprecedented journey and exploration. Arcana voice is too boring compared to satellite TV. Longman's father said sincerely. Longman agreed with him, but he was reluctant to admit it. Some programs are more suitable as radios, like those which you have to listen to with full attention. This is much more thrilling than plays, operas, and the bard's stories. The common audience in the city square and the noble students in the Mills School remarked in the same way in excitement. It was an authentic adventure, without any disguise. Even Earth does not have such reality shows. In the atomic universe, Lucian, who was watching the TV show, with Natasha, Grand Duke of Orvarit, Joel, Elisa, and John, had a lot of mixed feelings. Even though broadcast hasn't been popularized here. Should I invent a wilderness survival or a bite of home? Chapter 787. Incessant after the journey of discovery, the picture on the screen was not switched back to the studio like just now. Instead, a pure and blue sky appeared together with the melody that everybody was familiar with. In the center of the sky, a shuttle-shaped metal object was floating. It was streamlined and bright-colored, giving a strong visual blast. What is this program? Are they going to let us experience flying? Having just been through the prairie and the ocean, just now, the audience talked to each other in confusion and speculated the possible outcomes excitedly. Creative appearance design, state-of-the-art energy transformation circles, unparalleled speed, and indestructible life defense. A magnetic male voice introduced the aircraft with great passion, while the aircraft in the sky changed its posture non-stop according to his words, demonstrating its unique magic effects. All the audience was stunned. The world of aircraft was too far away from them. Also, the gentleman described it so perfectly that even the small nobles did not seem able to afford it. The aircraft in the sky descended and descended, until a city appeared down below. The view of the city was getting clearer and clearer, and the square that was jam-packed with people could be clearly seen. The square was as full as if a black torrent were flooding in, whereas the sky where the aircraft was at was spacious and empty. It was a major contrast. The aircraft stopped above the square and looked down upon the crowd that looked like ants, which made the viewers who were sharing the vision of the aircraft somehow feel that they were high and mighty. However, when they realized that they were actually the people who were being looked down upon in the square, they felt rather complicated. Was it the perspective and perception of those grand nobles? The picture was frozen there, and the magnetic male voice roared, "Retin, Model 3 is the aircraft most worth buying in 829. Call XXX to place an order anytime." It was not until then that the audience, who had listened to Arcana Voice and other radio programs for years, finally realized that it was a commercial. Even commercials could be so entertaining. When they recalled how it felt like to fly an aircraft, and when they realized its price, which must have been extremely high, many young people were both frustrated and ambitious. "One day, I will be successful, and I will look down upon everybody on an aircraft at the peak of my life." Clenching their fists, they somehow remembered the grand nobles who already had all kinds of aircraft and the privileges of nobles that had existed all the time. They suddenly had a lot of complicated feelings. Coming next is Sports Time. We are going to present to you a flight contest between Allen Magic School and Paphos Owl Magic School. In the contest, flight skills, aircraft, magic brooms, magic pets, and other regular methods to assist flying are allowed. The judge designated by the Arcana Review Board will score the contestants according to their performances in their flight, which will have a lot of obstacles, as well as the time it takes for them to finish the trip. This time, it was another host doing the interpretation. Thanks to the popularization of newspapers and radio stations, none of the audience was a stranger to flight contests, which had been held in magic schools for a long time. However, all their understanding was based on words and voices. They never knew what such games really looked like. Therefore, they were greatly attracted by the program, even secretly blaming the sorcerers, whom they dare not slander on other occasions, for not being fair enough. Time went by fast in the new and amazing programs. When Nightingale announced that the satellite stream this time was over, the crowd in the square was reluctant to leave for a long time. They stared at the screen greedily, hoping that the next release would be aired right now miraculously. Why is it only aired once a week? Longman's parents and all the other ordinary people around remarked. They were full of regrets and desires. Journey of Discovery and Chronicles were Longman's favorite programs. Mesmerized, he said pitifully, "Didn't Ms. Nightingale say that the programs today are not enough for everyday streaming? When there are enough shows, we will be able to watch them every night." Today, Chronicles was a black and white documentary named War Between Wave and Particle. It faithfully recorded the war that lingered for hundreds of years. Starting from the question, are light and spiritual power waves and particles? The documentary introduced the beginning of the debate during the Magic Empire, the Arcanists' pursuit of truth, the classic and marvelous experiments, and the miserable Arcanists who fell before the problem. The big shots whose heads exploded and the pitiful experts who were never heard again after their cognitive worlds were broken and solidified highlighted the difficulties and devotion in the development of Arcana. This documentary made the general people realize the wonder of Arcana itself after it was separated from magic. They couldn't have admired the Arcanists who explored the nature of the world more. I wonder what happened after the first war between wave and particle, and how everything ended as it is today, Longman thought in a trance. It was much more magnificent than A Brief History on Magic and Arcana that he read at school. He looked forward to the following episodes of the documentary. Longman's father suddenly burst into laughter. Harriton spent all his money on a magic radio so that he could listen to Arcana Voice at home, only to miss satellite streaming as a result. He laughed rather happily. Because of Longman's mathematical talents, he had always tried to save money for Longman's further education in the future. Even though his son had no extraordinary magic talents, there would still be improvements as long as he could distinguish himself in Arcana. He did not hold the wish that Longman could become a senior rank sorcerer and a real big shot, but he did hope that his son could become an official sorcerer. So, after his neighbors and friends bought magic radios and stopped coming to the square, he always felt bad about himself. Really? I feel sorry for them. It's such a marvelous program and such a new and wondrous entertainment. The audience nearby repeated what Ms. Nightingale said. Then, they sighed. This screen must be much more expensive than the magic radio. Only the real nobles can afford them. Perhaps we will have to be gathered in the square for a long time in the future. Ellipsis, ellipsis. Even Mountain Paradise can't be more incredible. Can it be aired every day? It was what Joel, Elisa, and Grand Duke of Orverit said before they left. They were deeply captivated when they watched the satellite TV. Joel even felt the urge to create songs after Journey of Discovery. Appreciating the social changes brought by Arcana has become a hobby that's as important as music for me. Natasha was also quite interested in some of the programs on satellite TV. Then, she went to the room of seclusion to practice in quietness. It was a way of exercise that Lucian proposed. Since the 3 lonesome years at the bottom level of the Abbey helped her really grasp the melted blood power, it meant that the way of training was as good as fighting. He suggested for her to seclude herself for 3 days every month. Lucian walked into the library and picked up the journals on the desk, finishing the parts that he failed to earlier. Then, Lucian took over January Arcana Review. Through the excerpt journal, he briefly learned the research progress in all the magic schools in the past month. It was because other than the mainstream journals such as Arcana, Magic, Nature, Elements, Astrology, etc., most of the journals contained papers that were of some value for other people but useless for Lucian. Reading them carefully would be a waste of his time. Therefore, he browsed through them through the excerpt, and if he found any paper he was interested in, he would find the original journal and read it more carefully. January Arcana Review was in a unique force. On every page, the left side was the title, abstract, and keywords of the article, and the right side was the comment from the Arcana Review Board so that the readers would understand the basic content and value of the paper as soon as possible. Some points on the gauge field. Lucian suddenly found a title that he was interested in. He read the abstract and the comment before he found out from the journal where it was published and read it more completely. To put it unprofessionally, the gauge field was a theory that hoped that physical laws did not change because of the different measurement standards in every space-time point. Somebody had studied it in the classic electromagnetic stage. After Lucian, Fernando, and Brooke established the quantum field theory, some arcanists naturally followed up. Lucian appreciated the theory because of its future brilliance. The standard particle model was exactly founded on it, and the marvelous God particle was only meant to resolve the problem that certain particles in the model did not carry mass when they were still like photons. After reading the paper and finding no groundbreaking achievements, Lucian continued reading January Arcana Review. On the symmetry of microscopic particles and its conformation? Lucian found another paper he was interested in. It was the product of a middle-rank arcanist who believed that microscopic particles and their mirror particles corresponded with each other according to symmetry except that their spins were opposite. He proposed detailed mathematical and arcana standards, which he had named conservation of parity. He also proved that such symmetry did exist through a series of experiments. The comments of the 2 members of the Arcana Review Board were basically the same. Symmetry is a representation of the beauty of arcana and the fundamental law of the universe. This paper has little practical value, but his experiments and new concepts can help us learn more. So, he will be rewarded with 4 Arcana credits and 30 Arcana points. The author of the paper seemed satisfied with the comment. He also divided the paper into 2 parts in order to claim more rewards from the journal. Conservation of parity. Lucian suddenly felt that he was in the wrong time and space. He tapped the journal softly. At this moment, Pinocchio announced that Douglas had come to visit him. "Mr. President, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Lucian greeted him in confusion. Smiling, Douglas said, "I'm ready for the advancement right now." Throne of Magical Arcana Chapter 788, Entrusting and Scheming, Advancement into the Demigod Stage? Lucian was truly surprised this time. It had been only slightly more than a year, and the president was all set? Douglas said with a smile, "When you discovered the sun, my preparation was almost done. I spent most of the last year confirming the existence of the sun and melting the feedback of the truth of the world with my own research products to deploy ancillary magic circles. Opening the gate of demigods actually does not need any special legendary materials. It's the accumulations in the past that matter, like the solidification of the cognitive world, the real connection with the host star of destiny, etc. Therefore, as long as the nature and the key of the ancillary magic circle are found, the deployment will be relatively simple. I estimated that it would take 3 to 4 years, but it's much shorter than that. It was similar to the magic circle with which Thanos and Viken became demigods. No special legendary materials were required. As long as they completed the status transformation and accumulated enough power of feelings and faith, the preparations could be accomplished rather easily. The long time to gather the power of faith and the feelings could be saved. As he spoke, Douglas smiled peacefully and gently, not having the excitement and anxiety of someone who was about to try to break into the demigod level. He was not even as thrilled as he had been when he learned of Lucian's discovery of the sun a year ago. But wouldn't it be too hasty? Although Lucian was proud of his rationality and decisiveness at the critical moments, he couldn't help but hesitate at such a moment. Douglas shook his head with a smile. All the preparations that should be done have been done. Making the attempt right now and doing so 10 years later will be no different. You should remember that it's been almost 300 years since I reached the peak of legendary. I've come to you because I am not entirely reassured. Brooke is smart, cautious, and open-minded, but he prefers to be devoted to his own studies. He is not very suitable to lead the Congress. Fernando and Hathaway, on the other hand, have major deficiencies in their personalities and are even less suitable. So, if the attempt fails and I don't survive, I hope that you can lead the Congress, Lucian." He roughly analyzed the other 3 top legends and looked at Lucian earnestly. "Mr. President, you'll certainly be fine," Lucian said subconsciously. Then, he said solemnly and sincerely, "The Congress will never die as long as I am alive." Douglas smiled in satisfaction and patted Lucian's shoulder. "Then, I'll have to ask all of you to protect me during my attempt." "Protect you? That's not a problem. Mr. President, are you going to make the attempt in an alternate dimension?" Although there were no records about the unusual phenomena when somebody broke into the demigod level, Lucian had no doubt that it would be quite noisy, considering how the advancements of the previous major levels behaved. Also, he had concluded that Thanos must have accomplished the advancement in an alternate dimension or his own demiplane. That was why the legends of the Magic Empire did not sense anything. Behind every door of the Realm of Gates was an independent alternate dimension. Viken could have fooled Masculine and the rest of them. However, Douglas's advancement was different from them. He needed the cognitive world and the demiplane, the real environment that corresponded with his cognitive world. It was obvious that he could not complete it in his demiplane. So, he could only go to alternate dimensions or places like the world of souls. Also, if it was too eye-catching and took too long, Pope Viken, Maltimus, and the Pontiff would certainly come to hinder him. Douglas said rather helplessly, "My advancement is based on my cognitive world and my own demiplane, and I have to grasp the host star of destiny in order to melt its projection in the soul completely with the soul, the cognitive world, and the demiplane. This process will be much more difficult in alternate dimensions and the world of souls. So, I can only choose the main material world and count on the defense of Alan. How long will it take? If it's short, there will be no time for Viken to come, and we only need to take care of the Lord of Hell. 3 top legends should be able to stop him with the defense in Alan." Lucian became rather solemn. Faced with demigods, the Congress of Magic had no problem in defending itself, but it was unable to put up any counterattack. Douglas sighed and said in a self-mocking smile, As the legend who tries this path for the first time, I can only roughly estimate that it will take 10 to 40 minutes. It's hard for me to predict what will be caused in which phase. The Congress of Magic didn't have any systematic research on the unusual phenomena yet. We can only assume that it will take 40 minutes. I believe that the Silver Moon will be happy to have one more reliable ally. After all, Viken has the Platinum Staff and the key to master the power of Mountain Paradise. I'll pay another visit to the Dark Mountain Range. Lucian analyzed the situation. However, we need to be prepared that somebody would release the Will of Abyss during the mess. Alterna would stop Pope Viken, and the 3 top legends would stop the Lord of Hell. It should be enough provided that there were no other emergencies. Douglas became rather solemn. I'll go to the Dark Mountain Range with you and talk to the Silver Moon face to face. Having carried the Congress of Magic to move forward for hundreds of years, he was not a person who considered his pride to be above everything, and he knew that he had to show his own sincerity if he wanted to ask for somebody else's help. All right. Lucian nodded his head but hesitated for a moment. Although it's been only 5 years since Viken turned into Benedict III, and he hasn't entirely recovered, we know that the real reason that he hardly uses God's arrival is the irrecoverable physical exhaustion and the fear for Monster Viken. When the critical moment comes, he certainly will not hesitate to use anything. So, we should be braced for God's arrival. Do we have to find a way to distract Viken so that he cannot arrive in time to stop us? With Douglas's wisdom, he naturally had plenty of plans, such as attacking the alternate dimensions that were under the control of the Church, acting as if they could save Monster Viken. Thinking for a moment, Lucian hesitated and said, perhaps there's a better way. Ellipsis. In the praying room of the St. Gino Church. Saint Clement was repenting before the cross quietly. Last time, he went to the chaotic cosmos to take the time plate under the instruction of Macantron, only to run into Lucian and almost get consumed by the high-energy storm created by the positron cannon. Thankfully, the Lord of Hell, who had been conspiring with him, saved him from the disaster. He was terrified for a long time after he learned from the Lord of Hell that even Macantron was almost killed. Unlike Macantron, who was a container that the Angel King prepared for himself and who would be reborn in the light of the Lord as long as Mountain Paradise existed, he would have been completely killed if he had been touched by Lucian's terrifying legendary spell. He learned the truth of Macantron's resurrection from the Lord of Hell. I have gathered almost enough power of virtues, but I still need a container. The Book of Virtues, which Clement acquired from the Angel King, replaced the power of negative feelings with positive symbols such as honesty, so there were not as many problems. He did not need to capture another legend as his container and could use the utensils made of special materials. Those were the 2 branches that Thanos and Viken created while they perfected the path to the demigod level. The difference was because Thanos started from scratch and was, therefore, not restrained by negative feelings and primeval devils. But the materials I need are difficult to collect. Clement thought rather regretfully and said, I could have used Gino's body as the container, if he hadn't died a long time ago and only left his power and godhood behind. Why have I inherited the power of Gino, instead of that of St. Ivan or St. Felix? When he was sorry about himself, the suburb of San Ivansburg was enshrouded in darkness. San Ivansburg in the late autumn was already as cold as the winter in Allen. It was particularly freezing at night. On a wide but not steep hill, a wagon was riding toward the manor at the foot of the hill. The slim coachman had a red nose and wore a coat that wasn't very thick. He spurred the horse and poured hard liquor into his mouth, as if it was the only thing that could prevent him from the coldness. Suddenly, the coachman shivered. Even the hard liquor seemed not enough to stop the coldness from rising in his heart. He looked at the sky. Seeing that the silver moon had been blocked by the clouds and everything was dark, he subconsciously felt deserted and creepy. So, he waved his whip and accelerated the wagon. The horse ran quickly for a while, but it slipped during a turn, and the wagon flew out, falling off the slope that was not too high. Damn it! How should I tell my lord? The coachman was not heavily hurt. He stood up, upset, blaming himself for not reining the horse well. He was about to check the wounds of the horse when he suddenly saw a cave, which was at a corner of the slope that could never be found under normal circumstances. There was a glittering coin at the entrance of the cave. A coin. The coachman's eyes became passionate. He observed the surroundings carefully and walked to the cave, speculating in excitement whether or not there were treasures inside. He was too drunk to consider whether or not there were dangers in the cave. He simply walked over and picked up the coin, not realizing that he passed through a transparent shield of light that was about to disappear. He was about to examine the coin, but his pupils suddenly widened, because the cave was full of weird symbols that denoted pain, desperation, and hate. The coachman went stiff and stood where he was while watching the symbols decompose and disappear in a couple of minutes together with the light shield that he did not notice. Then, he shook his head and burped. Did I fall asleep just now? When the coachman walked into the cave, Clement, who was still in the St. Gino church, suddenly sensed something. He disrupted his repentance and really closed his eyes. Then, he saw a pair of mocking red eyes in the darkness. Somebody transformed into the status of primeval devils in St. Ivensburg through the power of negative feelings. I sensed the strong pain, desperation, and hate. Maltimus said affirmatively. Find out who he is as soon as possible. Clement squinted. Did anyone else in St. Ivensburg know the status transformation? Throne of Magical Arcana Chapter 789, Discovery Chapter 789, Discovery. Clement floated in the darkness outside of the cave and observed the situation inside emotionlessly. Both the strange patterns and the intense hate and desperation were gone. Had it not been for the supernatural vibe that was still lingering in the place, nobody could have guessed that a minor magic ritual had been held in this place. Even so, nobody could speculate the specific content of the ritual and whether or not it was part of another greater ritual. After an hour, after the supernatural air was dissolved in nature, everything that happened would be completely buried in the river of history. Clement performed prophecy with divine powers, hoping to be inspired by the god. However, he did not learn anything that he had not already known. The guy is no weaker than me, and he was well prepared in advance. Therefore, it's impossible for me to predict the real situation. Even the Lord of Hell cannot do that. Clement frowned. If the Lord of Hell had been in this place when it happened, he must have been able to tell the truth. However, he was in the distant boundless ocean and the 9th level of hell that was even more distant. When he sensed the abnormal power of feelings, the opportunity was already gone. Clement disrupted his divine powers and analyzed the possible suspects on his own. He's no weaker than me. There are only a few people in St. Ivensburg who meet that requirement, unless they come from outside. However, in that case, they couldn't have made such full preparations in St. Ivensburg. That's strictly under our watch. Right, the power of negative feelings needs a container that is only one rank lower at most. I have to check who has gone missing. Now that the suspect had finished the status transformation, Clement was not in too much a hurry to determine the life and death of the Saint Cardinals and Divine Knights in the major churches. Instead, he waited patiently until the morning and visited the Grand Cardinals one by one. Your opinions are very important. I'll certainly take them into account. Outside of the St. Felix Church, Clement bid farewell to another saint who had inherited his power. He was full of confusion. None of the 7 saints, including himself, had gone missing. They were either in the main churches in St. Ivan Church or in the critical areas that they were defending. After he reached out to them, he also confirmed it with divine powers. It was also the case for the other Saint Cardinals, Divine Knights, and Legendary Knights of the Empire too. Only a few of them who were out on secret missions were out of touch, but there was no sign that they had perished. In such a case, there would be no containers available. Had the suspect who completed the status transformation captured a legend of other forces or one who lived in isolation? Before he realized it, he found himself stopping before the St. Ivan Church. The pontiff has not been occupied as a container, hasn't he? Such an idea suddenly popped up in Clement's head. No normal people could have been so bold, but what if it were a lunatic who did the job? With that in mind, Clement walked into the St. Ivan Church and asked to meet Pontiff Belkovsky. Several minutes later, he met Belkovsky, who was as brawny as a bear, in the library. His voice was still loud, his eyes were yellow, and his nose was high. "Clement, do you have any thoughts?" Belkovsky hinted that he already knew that Clement had visited a lot of grand cardinals and legendary knights of the empire today. Clement was rather shocked. He had been too anxious and should have finished it in a few days. Had it not been for the Lord of Hell's perception of the primeval devils and the power of feelings, he wouldn't have known what happened at all, and his frequent visits might have betrayed him. Therefore, he said in a panic, "The monsters in the Dark Congress swallowed the few countries on the north side of the Dark Mountain Range and threatened the Mother God of the Earth. I fear that the Mother God of the Earth will join them and have been trying to stop it in secret. So, I talked with the Grand Cardinals and the Legendary Knights, hoping to propose a suggestion after we reach a consensus. You should talk to me first if you have any questions." Belkovsky did not say anything else, because they were the North Church, unlike the South Church where the Pope had absolute authority, and such massive, private communication would have been regarded as disrespect for the spokesperson of the Lord on the ground. In the North Church, the power belonged to all the Grand Cardinals, and the pontiff only had the power to convene meetings. His voice was only louder than others because he was stronger. Of course, no saints would challenge the authority of the pontiff under normal circumstances either. Relieved, Clement said respectfully, "I'm here to ask for your advice." After they discussed the current situation, Clement returned to the St. Gino Church and looked for where he had neglected. However, he couldn't figure out what the mysterious status transform used as container at all. After all, there was only a fixed number of legends. He then thought to himself, "I'm still in need of several special materials to build my container. Should I borrow some from the Lord of Hell? No, he doesn't know that I am not using the power of negative feelings but relying on the Book of Virtues. If only St. Gino's body can be used. A divine body and the power accumulated for hundreds of years will be enough for me to reach the peak of legendary and make a breakthrough." Body. The saints' bodies. Clement suddenly thought of a possibility. His facial muscles were somewhat twisted under the shock. Was it really one of them? He kneeled on the ground and drew the horizontal cross on his chest. Closing his eyes, the brilliance of godhood appeared on his body, gathering into a cluster of light and turning into a light angel with a gold eye. Then, the silent, freezing, and monotonous black, white, and gray filled the area. In the temple of spirits inside the world of souls, 5 black iron coffins were placed with a cluster of erratic, intangible balls of godhood before or above them. Suddenly, something seemed to have flown into one of the balls, making it grow longer and bigger into an angel of light with 6 wings on the back. Clement's consciousness was attached to the radiance of godhood, and he observed the room of the Holy Spirit, which was as quiet as a grave, sensing the passage of time in it. Who could it have been? Looking at the other 4 coffins, Clement hesitated. If he opened the wrong one, the corresponding saint would definitely sense it, and it would be hard for him to explain why he did that. Although he wouldn't be executed, he would certainly be regarded as an ambitious schemer by his fellows and ostracized. He performed divine powers, hoping to give himself some hints, but the results of his prophecies varied and included every coffin. Shaking his head, Clement remembered that the Lord of Hell was behind him and therefore made up his mind, ready to check the target that he was most suspicious about. He walked to the front and stopped before the coffin of St. Ivan, which was standing vertically. With the angelic wings flapping, he extended his right hand and moved away from the cover of the coffin. Creak. The coarse, heavy friction interrupted the dead silence in the room of the Holy Spirit. The coffin behind the cover was empty, showing nothing but the cold reflection from the iron. Clement's gold eye was immediately frozen. It was indeed empty. Saint Ivan, who betrayed the Holy City and established the North Church, was gone. His divine body and his generations of power were all gone. It's indeed Belkovsky. He has completed the status transformation. Clement could barely hold back his fury. He was angry at Belkovsky's betrayal of their ideal. It was not until this moment that he finally realized why Pope Viken never considered the saints in the North Church when he secretly released the ways to become a demigod, because he must have known that, with the divine bodies of the few saints and the power that they accumulated, all they needed for status transformation was to collect the power of feelings, which was relatively easy. Together with the power of faith that the North Church stole, the preparations to become a demigod were already done. The resources were enough to support a demigod. If this path did not involve the understanding of divinity and faith, and the odds of failure were not as high, Belkovsky might have already tried to make the advancement. Clement thought angrily and enviously. He hadn't even completed status transformation yet. However, he did not know that Belkovsky was unaware of the secret to combine them to break into the demigod level. Suddenly, he frowned. Belkovsky couldn't have fooled everyone when he collected the power of feelings in St. Ivensburg. It's normal that I didn't know it, but it's rather strange that none of the saints sensed anything. Does he have any special ways? Thinking about that, he suddenly came to a horrible conclusion, which forced him to turn around and open another coffin without any concerns. In squeaks, the cover of the coffin was opened, revealing the empty hollow. Felix's divine body was also gone. The coffins were opened one after another. The divine bodies of Uriel and Alexei had disappeared too. Belkovsky was not the only one who had completed the status transformation. So, I was the only one who did not know it. Clement laughed in his utmost fury. As it turned out, he had been exiled from the central circle since a long time ago. After cleaning up the room of the Holy Spirit, his consciousness returned to the St. Gino Church, and he reached out to Multimus. Belkovsky and the other three saints have all completed the status transformation with the divine bodies as containers. Where did they learn the mysteries of negative feelings and primeval devils? Viken couldn't have leaked it to them. The other legends who learned it certainly wouldn't want to disseminate it either. Multimus considered. He once had a plan to reveal the secret to Belkovsky at a critical moment to disrupt the situation, but he dropped the plan after he successfully arrived. Before Clement proposed any speculation, Multimus suddenly laughed mockingly. I'm afraid that it was done by the guys from the Congress of Magic. They only have the secrets about negative feelings and primeval devils, and they need the way to steal and utilize the power of faith that you know. You guys are perfect partners. Hee hee. To think that Douglas and Lucian Evans still insist that they will walk on the path of arcana. What do we do now? Clement asked thoughtfully. Multimus chuckled. Release the message. Make sure that Viken learns it. Ellipsis ellipsis. A few days later, in the Holy City. Benedict III looked unusually awful as he read the intelligence before him. He gnashed his teeth as he hissed, Lucian Evans. Chapter 790. Snooping. If it were anybody else, they probably could have only vaguely guessed the range of suspects, but Benedict III clearly knew that Lucian only grasped the secrets about negative feelings and primeval devils but was unaware of the ways to steal and utilize the power of faith, and that Lucian was developing the Church of Steam in secret, intending to intercept the power of faith for Heit, the god of craftsmen. Therefore, it was very likely that Lucian Evans and the North Church exchanged their bits of knowledge to make up for what they were short of. Of course, with his smartness, Pope Viken knew better than to jump to any conclusion. The possibility could not be ruled out that somebody was doing it on purpose to mess up the situation. If it's really you, your acting skill will be better than all the professional actors. The anger on Benedict III's face was gone, but he was still gnashing his teeth. When he tempted Lucian before, he was solemnly refused. The guy declared that it was only an experiment and that he was seeking the mysteries of nature in it but not really interested in the path. Because of his despise on the way to become a demigod created by Thanos and himself, and his firm arcana attitude in the past decade, Viken was actually convinced by him. First of all, I have to find out whether or not Belkovsky and his people have the part of the secret that can combine the power of feelings and the power of faith. If they do, I will have to speed up. I have to take action before they break into the demigod level. All of Benedict III's negative feelings were gone and thrown to Monster Viken through the uncanny connection. He was no longer upset by Lucien's possible deception, but began to consider what he should be doing at present. Although the way to become a demigod that was created by Thanos and himself helped them turn into demigods, there were a lot of coincidences and changes that he could not understand at all during the process. Therefore, the odds of success were actually much lower than it seemed. Despite the godhood and the power of faith that had been accumulated for multiple generations, it was still barely possible for Belkovsky and his people to become demigods, and if they failed, they would either be too heavily wounded to have another try in the next 100 years, or be directly killed. But no matter how low the odds were, it could still happen. So, he had to confirm their knowledge and modify his plan accordingly. Benedict III touched the platinum staff next to him and looked out of the window thoughtfully. On the other hand, I have to get a list of all the materials that Lucian Evans asked for in the past 2 years. Maybe I'll be able to find something. Bird of Death, it's time for you to play your role. This is not a threat or a command, which is in violation of the terms of our cooperation, but a matter that concerns your own future too. You should know what's best for you. Ellipsis. A week later, the list of all the materials that Lucian Evans exchanged for during the past 3 years was put on Benedict III's desk. Every sorcerer had to conduct incessant experiments and build appropriate items and devices. Therefore, the list had hundreds of pages. One would feel that his head was dizzy when he read it and could not find anything of value at all. If it were anybody else, they couldn't have discovered your real purpose. Benedict III's face was as gloomy as a swamp as he turned the pages and marked certain materials on them. He was checking Lucien's list and marking the materials that his way to becoming a demigod needed. If there were only a few matches, it meant that they were just coincidences, but if the list contained most of the materials, the answer would be obvious. As a legendary sorcerer, Lucian undoubtedly had his own treasury and source of materials, and he did not have to exchange for everything from the Congress of Magic. Black circles were drawn on the paper one after another, and Benedict III's face was more and more sullen. After the hundreds of pages were all checked, he finally stared at the blankness in the end solemnly. 87 materials that the way to become a demigod needs are included here. They take up 73% of all the materials needed. Suddenly, he raised his head slightly. The 87 materials also include the materials for the ritual to combine the power of feelings and the power of faith in order to break into the demigod level. Has Lucian Evans got the last step from the other legends? Or has he figured it out on his own? If it were any other legendary sorcerers, even including Douglas, Benedict III wouldn't have speculated as such, but Lucian had been studying the power of faith and the power of feelings for years. He had also opened the Chamber of Immortality, seen the mysteries of immortality, and proposed unimaginable, miraculous theories. So, it might have been possible for him to complete the way to become a demigod in his hands with the knowledge that he already grasped. I cannot let him turn into a demigod in any case. Otherwise, he may be advanced into a real god before I have the confidence to do so. Benedict III narrowed his eyes. Thinking about that, he suddenly stood up. Words came from the Dark Mountain Range earlier that Lucian Evans had completed the status transformation. Considering his preparation of materials, it's possible that he will try to make the advancement in 1 or 2 years. I have to ask the Bird of Death and the other legends who are willing to cooperate to pay attention to his whereabouts in his Church of Steam. Ellipsis. In the month of ice, December, when every drop of water outdoors would immediately be frozen into ice, Rentado was covered in white snow. Augustus, leading herald, Myrna, and the central priests of the Church of Steam, paid tributes to the silver nuclear bomb that they believed to be the embodiment of the power of the god of steam, expressing their gratitude to their almighty Lord and praying for his protection in the next year. They covered their eyes with their right hands and kneeled on the ground, praising and singing for the god of steam in their hearts. Right then, the silver, nuclear bomb emanated gentle brilliance, and their bodies were covered in the hazy light. Shivering, they sensed that a sacred, almighty power eased the anxiety deep inside their hearts. Immediately, they were more peaceful and tranquil. They prayed at the same time. You dominate everything. You master the boundary between life and death. You're the king of the kings, the god above the gods. Silver rays shot out of the nuclear bomb and fell upon Archbishop Augustus' head. Then, everything was back to normal. Augustus slowly stood up. He said both solemnly and excitedly, "The Lord has just changed part of the prayer and decreed that we should hold a grand session at the last weekend in every month so that His glory would illuminate the dwarfs beside us, and they could be saved from the fake gods. Your kingdom comes, your will be done, on earth as it is in heaven," the other dwarfs echoed at the same time. Having stayed in Rentado for a long time, they were inevitably influenced by the Saint Truth, whose prayer had been partly melted into their mechanical apocalypse. After the liturgy was over, after Augustus led the central priests to preach for the other dwarfs, a cluster of blackness suddenly appeared on the top of the silver nuclear bomb, and a bird that carried the strong stink of death perched on it, examining the residues in the silver nuclear bomb carefully. A grand gathering every month, and a change of prayer. Hee, you can't wait any longer, can you? The bird made strange sounds. After the weird sounds, the bird vanished quietly. At this moment, the most evil air somehow erupted out of nowhere and hovered inside the room. Ellipsis. Recent changes of the Church of Steam. Quite a few pieces of intelligence about that had been gathered in Benedict III's hands. Expressionlessly, he tapped the table and thought to himself, "It seems that his progress is faster than I expected. He's already doing the final preparations. If it weren't for the mistake in the North Church, he might have really tricked me, and he would have already become a demigod by the time I discovered it." Leaning back against the back of the chair, Benedict III asked himself, "Where are you going to hide for your advancement, Lucian?" Thinking about that, he suddenly snorted. "Wherever you hide, I will find you. Other people might be unable to do so, but as long as you are walking on the path of the power of faith, you will never hide from me." He took out a delicate figurine from a drawer. It was a bald dwarf, with weird and creepy patterns all over his head. Viken closed his eyes and touched the figurine of the bald dwarf with his right hand. Spots of godly brightness that were barely visible for other people appeared and surrounded it like little angels. The erratic, intangible brightness of godhood surfaced on the figurine of the bald dwarf too. Countless illusionary lines extended over from the void. The power of faith is gathered in. Viken suddenly opened his eyes and blurted out, in the projection of the dark mountain range inside the world of souls. Throne of Magical Arcana Chapter 791. Saboteurs Chapter 791. Saboteurs. The sky that was always pale and lifeless, the black, white, and gray environment that was dead and quiet, and the rotten undead creatures that wandered everywhere, were the greatest features of the world of souls. In this place, the dark mountain range that stretched from the southwest to the northeast was somehow broken into 3 sections. Some mountains were on top of other mountains, overlapping each other as if they were doing acrobatics. The dark and gray trees also existed, but they were utterly lifeless and looked like coffins. The famous space gaps of the dark mountain range had also been reflected, but they were joined in the sky and stabbed into the ground, serving as the end of the world, on the other side of the mountains. As Silver Moon Alterna twisted the space, the world of souls was affected too. At a certain corner of the chaotic reflection of the dark mountain range, where enormous trees enshrouded everything, a complicated and strange magic circle had appeared at some point. The silver magic patterns that extended toward the underground world and the void were mixed with some symbols of divine powers. Together, they constituted the magic circle that was flowing non-stop like a ball. Watching those magic patterns and divine symbols wander in the void in a strange but rhythmic way, Lucian felt that his head was as dizzy as when he read legendary classes on astrology and elements, except that he calmed himself down and stabilized his soul easily this time. Fernando, whose red magic robe dangled on the ground, stared at the magic circle with lightning bouncing in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "Is it really fine?" He did not specify what he was asking, but his focus and the current environment undoubtedly suggested that he was asking about the magic circle for demigod advancement. There shouldn't be a problem. Lucian did not give an affirmative reply, because nobody was 100% confident about such things. If things do not go as we planned, we will immediately abort the operation and return to Alan. Fernando lowered his eyes and covered the silver arcs of light in it. We've spent a long time in the world of souls preparing for the magic circle. Now that all the preparations are done, let's begin. All right. Lucian nodded his head and cleaned his black bow tie. He then took out the silver moon timer, which was full of mechanical beauty. After the cover of the watch was opened, the environment was immediately covered in the mysterious and unpredictable changes of time. After checking the time, Lucian closed the moon timer, but this time, instead of putting the moon timer in the pocket of his waistcoat, he simply stuffed it into his black double-breasted suit with the silver chain. Then, Lucian took off the black double-breasted suit that the robe of Grand Arcanists turned into, the Congus ring, the home crown ring, the snow medal, the monocle, and all the other magic items, before he slowly walked to the center of the magic circle, nakedly. After helping Lucian to gather those magic items, Fernando looked at him in a white shirt and a yellow waistcoat and said in a low voice, "Watch out." Lucian nodded. He took out many magic gems and filled them into the empty holes in the magic circle as the power source for the initialization. Then, he would make use of the power of the world of souls, as well as the power generated by the power of faith and the power of feelings. The brilliant or quiet magic gems were embedded into the holes of the magic circle, making the spherical circle that was mysterious and amazing in the first place even more colorful and dreamy. Lucian extended his right hand and pressed the rising stone platform at the center. He then opened his mouth and let out the remote voices that carried the air of the passage of time. Then, the stone platform burst out the brightest brilliant that flowed to every location in the magic circle along the lines. The magic gems were lit one after another, and all the mysterious symbols arose. The whole magic circle was brighter and brighter. At this moment, from the magic patterns that stretched into the ground, illusionary and dark water slowly flowed out. The hundreds of square kilometers around were immediately contaminated by the aura of arrogance, greed, hate, jealousy, pain, lust, and hypocrisy, exactly like the most desperate and negative feelings in everybody's heart. Even though their bodies were still alive, their souls had already sunk into hell. Right when the negative feelings that represented the primeval devils emerged, sacred and hollow songs and hymns echoed in midair, and the pure light that looked like little angels poured along the symbols of divine power that extended into the void. They were so solemn and lofty that the sky within hundreds of kilometers was like paradise on earth. If one were to listen more carefully, they would hear that what was being praised was the great god of steam, the dominator who mastered the boundaries of life and death and Atlantis on earth. Those spots of light gradually turned into an image in midair. It was a bald dwarf with admirable air and creepy patterns on his head. Bolts of lightning were launched from the head of this Yuri, like mental waves, and crawled into the void. In Dumute, Height, the god of craftsmen, suddenly froze into a statue. He was covered in the brightness of godhood that other people could not see, and the statue of a bald Yuri surfaced inside his body. He had thought that he could steal the power of faith from Lucian, the god of steam, after learning the secrets of Yuri's statue, but at the critical moment, he became an energy source and provided the power of faith of a whole country of dwarfs. Inside the world of souls, the paradise in the sky and the hell on the ground surged toward each other the moment they appeared as if they were sworn enemies. As a result, half of the spherical magic circle was covered in holy and overwhelming white, and the other turned into the corrupt, devastating blackness. Entangling each other, they rushed toward Lucian, who was at the center. Lucian was about to be penetrated by the power of faith and the power of feelings when a hollow and distant hymn suddenly came over from the sky. A sacred, magnificent pillar of light hit the center of the spherical magic circle where Lucian was at. In the high sky, a seven-floored mountain of light almost appeared concretely, and the faces of the angels were clearly visible. Standing before the projection of Mountain Paradise was a gray-haired old man, who looked gentle and peaceful and was holding a platinum staff. Pope Viken, the strongest demigod, had come in person to stop Lucian from breaking into the demigod level. Also, he launched Light of Judgment, neither sooner nor later, but exactly at the moment when the magic circle was activated but had not taken effect. It was to stop Lucian and let him suffer the recoil of the magic circle as well as the powers of faith and feelings. He wouldn't be able to become a demigod in such a way in the next decade. Other people may be unable to find you, but having become a demigod with the power of faith, I can naturally capture the flow and gathering of the power of faith. I've been waiting for days exactly for this moment. Fernando sensed something and looked at the sky the moment the hymn echoed. He chanted the sophisticated spell, Abrupt Magic Reverse. A mirror full of patterns appeared on the top of the spherical magic circle. Inside the mirror, it seemed to be a channel leading to another world. Pa! The light of judgment hit the mirror of Abrupt Magic Reverse and shattered it into pieces. The best spell for individual defense could only resist one of the demigod's attacks. Viken raised his platinum staff, and all the angels in Mountain Paradise flapped their wings and let out spots of light, condensing another Light of Judgment, almost without any delay. It was his unique ability. He could launch another round of attack directly with the power of faith without exhausting himself or taking any rest. Fernando had no time to perform any magic. His left eye suddenly turned black, with silver flashes of lightning striking inside. It seemed to be a world of storms. It was Eye of Storm, his unique legendary item. It was a shame that Fernando used the legendary item too slowly. Hardly had the storm barrier was set up when it was pierced through by the Light of Judgment directly. The light that was judging everything in the world penetrated the storm barrier one layer after another and hit the spherical magic circle. The spherical magic circle immediately shook violently. If the Light of Judgment hadn't been mostly consumed and that it boasted certain defense abilities after utilizing the power of the world of souls, it would have been broken. However, Viken pointed his platinum staff at Lucian again. Suddenly, a bright moon rose in the pale and dim sky, driving away the monotonous black, white, and gray as well as the lifelessness in the dark mountain range. The silver moon fell abruptly toward Viken. Emitting cold and dreamy brilliance, and leaving a long tail of light, it seemed to be burning intensely due to the intense friction with the air, but if one were to identify more carefully, it was not a silver moon at all, but a young girl whose blonde hair was tied on one side holding a longsword that was covered in black fire and slashing it toward Viken. She stared at Viken with her crimson eyes attentively and carefully, as if he were the most delicious food on earth. Faced with the full-strength attack from the silver moon, Viken had to change his direction and did not further attack Fernando, who could barely put up any more resistance. However, the fire that spread out the intense stench of sulfur was ignited on the ground. The bottomless canyon, the smelly swamp, the frosty plain, the bronze castle, and the other views of hell appeared all of a sudden. An enormous volcano rose, and a magnificent shadow jumped out of the crater that was spewing out flames and smoke. There was vague mockery in his red eyes. It was Maltimus, the Lord of Hell. Viken smiled at the silver moon. I already foresaw that Lucian Evans would ask for your help. This is against his conduct and the ideology of the Congress of Magic after all, and he certainly dare not do it in Alan or ask for any other legendary sorcerer's help except for his teacher Fernando. Naturally, Ryan and you are the only people he can turn to. So, do you think I haven't been prepared for that? Although Maltimus was your ally before, he certainly does not wish to see Lucian Evans turning into a demigod. Therefore, he's my ally on this matter. There are no eternal foes but only the eternal pursuit of interests. That's the motto of devils. Ellipsis ellipsis. On the top floor of the Allen Magic Tower, Douglas checked his pocket watch and the weather outside of the window. Then, he stood up slowly and said with a firm voice, "Let's begin. Activate the defense of Allen." Next to him stood Brooke and Hathaway. Throne of Magical Arcana Chapter 792, nightfall at the beginning of the new year, the weather in home was still gloomy and cold. It seemed to have been a long time since anyone saw the sun. In Allen, on the other hand, vague mist spread out into a blurry world around it. In the darkness caused by the mist, stars rose in sophisticated trajectories, constructing dense and thick magic circles. All the steam magic trains bound for Allen were instructed to stand by, and all the sorcerers who returned from the outside world and who were about to leave the city in the sky, after witnessing the mist, realized that the defense of Allen had been activated and knew better to barge into it based on their common sense. Some of the sorcerers who happened to be trapped in the mist found themselves teleported to the streets of Allen after a while of dizziness. Why has the defense of Allen been activated? Both the members of the highest council, such as Atlant and Erica, and the grand arcanists, such as Oliver and Vicente, were rather surprised and confused after they perceived the changes of the city in the sky. However, they had received a message that was sent out by Hathaway, who was watching over the city in the sky, as well as Douglas and Brooke. It stated that for a certain important and urgent reason, the defense of Allen would be temporarily activated for 40 minutes at most. Then, everything would be back to normal, and they would report the reason and receive the investigation of the highest council. The members of the highest council were not infuriated by that, because according to the regulations of the Congress of Magic, in case of emergencies that could not be reported to the other experts in time, the Grand Arcanist who was watching over the city in the sky could take expediencies after being approved by the President or the Vice President. It was obvious that neither Douglas nor Brooke objected to it. What they were confused about was actually the urgency of the matter, which did not even give Hathaway enough time to inform them. Such a thing never happened before. After all, the legendary sorcerers all had their own demiplanes that were connected to the Allen Magic Tower. It was very convenient to reach out to them. Concerns and speculations brewed in their heart. Suddenly, they saw a run rising in the mist and illuminating everything around. Under the sun, continuous and highly rising mountains, exuberant forests, clear lakes that were as peaceful as mirrors, and meadows that looked like carpets appeared inside the mist in turns, as if the whole city in the sky had been teleported into a different world. Linsword? The Land of Truth? The World in Mirror? The different references that flashed in the mind of the experts had the same meaning. It was the demiplane of Douglas, the Emperor of Arcana and the President of the Congress of Magic. Had it been manifested in the main material world? It was not entirely unachievable. With the assistance of magic circles, Oliver and the other Grand Arcanists were all capable of that. However, it was pointless. Same as the alternate dimensions, demiplanes were rejected by the main material world. Even though it was manifested in this place, it would be no different from arriving through projection or borrowing the power of the demiplane. It was a complete waste of time and materials. Before they figured out what was going on, astonishing changes happened in the Land of Truth again. The blue sky where the sun was shining suddenly turned dark, and the sun became smaller and smaller, until it was only slightly brighter than common stars. A boundless cosmos arrived. Stars, planets, asteroids, comets, and everything else functioned according to the motion law of celestial bodies connected into systems and nebulas. Some of the places did not have the slightest light, as if even the rays had been entirely absorbed. The celestial body's motion system. Is this part of Mr. President's cognitive world? Because of the blockage of the defense of Allen, Oliver could only see the appearance. He made a conclusion based on that. The demiplane and the cognitive world are combining in such a way. Maybe. Vicente considered possibilities without any cases that he could refer to. He had a vague guess. After the unexpected incident, the few legendary sorcerers who were not far away from each other had already talked through their demiplanes and exchanged their opinions. Such an unusual phenomenon had never happened before, and so, it was particularly thrilling. Considering that Lucian Evans discovered the sun a few months ago, how could those legendary not have any speculation? At this moment, the real sky suddenly turned dark. The citizens of Rentado immediately had the feeling that the noon sky had turned into the late night sky. The sky in my place has turned dark, too. In the capital of the Duchy of Calais, Erica stared at the sky that was as dark as ink and spoke with a shivering voice of disbelief. What? The sky in Caucus is darkened too? Oliver repeated, finding it hard to believe. They had personally experienced and witnessed many unusual phenomena caused by the half-solidification and solidification of cognitive worlds. It was not unusual that the advancement into the peak of legendary could affect a country, but such a massive darkening was too unbelievable. Very soon, they received feedback from the local branches of the Congress of Magic. The sky in Brienne was darkened. The sky in the Solar Islands, the Pearl Islands, and the ocean around was darkened. The sky in the north coastline and the neighboring area was also darkened. In the meantime, in the Holy Isles Empire, the Chakran Empire, the Duchy of Orvaret, the Dark Mountain Range, the Boundless Ocean, and every other place, regardless of whether it was day or night, the sky had been reduced into pitch darkness, as if the sunlight had been blocked and absorbed by something. In the Holy City, Melmax was obviously stunned for a moment. At first, he thought that a certain saint reached the peak of legendary, but he denied the idea very soon. With his capabilities at the peak of legendary and his control over the defense of the Holy City, it was impossible for him to have neglected the godly power that was supposed to arrive overwhelmingly. On the contrary, he sensed no anomalies at all in the range under his watch. What happened? Melmax looked at the sky, hoping to find some clues. In the meantime, he activated the divine power circle of the Holy City in case of unexpected attacks. Whether or not Benedict III gave any order, he had to do that. It was the responsibility of the captain of Temple Knights who was stationed in Lance. In the dark and sunless sky, stars that felt both real and illusionary shined brilliantly, with indescribable mysteriousness. They were moving in the sky slowly, as they had always been and would always be. This is the starry sky of destiny. Although Melmax was a knight, he had fought sorcerers for many years and had a deep understanding of them. So, he realized what the starry sky was without any trouble. Suddenly, his pupils constricted violently, and one of the illusionary stars in the sky glowed, eclipsing all the other stars of destiny. Then, the star launched down a brilliant but flashing light, which landed on the ground somewhere far away like a laser. Melmax turned around abruptly and appeared out of Benedict III's residence in a blink. He had a terrible feeling. What? His Holiness is praying and not to be disturbed? Faced with the red robes that guarded Benedict III's residence, even Melmax, an expert who had the manners of a knight, could barely control himself. Did the Pope not notice the astonishing phenomenon outside? The red robes shook their heads. His Holiness did not give any instruction on that. Then, go in and report it immediately. I believe you've seen the changes in the sky, Melmax urged while he searched for the source of the anomaly with divine power items. The city in the sky? Douglas is trying to break into the demigod level? Melmax clutched his longsword tightly. At this moment, the trajectory of destiny that had been covered by Douglas and Brooke was already clear. After all, everybody had seen the unusual phenomenon. Lord Melmax, I have used the way of contact for emergencies, but His Holiness did not give any reply. The red robe looked rather scared. Melmax calmed down. I'll go to Alan now. Perhaps His Holiness has gone there to stop them when the sky was darkened without having the time to inform us. He could only comfort himself in such a way. How could the Pope be out of reach at such a critical moment? He couldn't have been in an alternate dimension, could he? Inside the Dark Mountain Range. What? The primordial ancestor cannot be found? Dracula glared at Denisos with his crimson eyes. They were shocked by the unusual phenomenon even though they were in the Dark Mountain Range. The wounds on Deniso's back hadn't even recovered yet. He replied, not in a good mood, we can't find her or reach out to her. The observer is gone too. The legendary experts like the Demogorgon of Eyes and the Elder Mind all felt a headache coming on. They knew that their president wasn't too reliable, and they had been prepared that all of them had to search for her through hard work, but they did not know that it would happen so quickly. The elder mind thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps she's already gone to Alan. The president is close to the Congress of Magic. Douglas must have asked for her protection before he made the attempt. That should be the case. We ought to take a look at it too. Perhaps we can learn a thing or two from the process." Ogre, the Umbral King, was both frustrated and delighted. Similar things were happening in the depths of the boundless ocean and the 9th level of hell. As for the Abyss, the Demogorgon of Darkness could not allow the will of Abyss to arrive at the main material world without preparations. Ellipsis. One of the stars of destiny left a narrow, long, and brilliant path behind, which fell at the center of the cognitive world and the land of truth precisely. Mr. President is trying to break into the demigod level. Oliver and the other legendary sorcerers realized what was going on. They looked at the process in both shock and wariness. Ellipsis. Inside the world of souls, in the projection of the dark mountain range. After the Lord of Hell leapt out of the crater, the burning fire of hell on the ground surged toward the spherical magic circle. From the projection of hell, huge devils arrived in legions that looked like tides. Caught unprepared, Fernando only had the time to stop Maltimus with the storm barrier, but he was unable to block the other devils and the fire of hell. At this moment, a cold wind that felt like it came from the darkest and filthiest place blew out of the power of the world of souls that was absorbed by the spherical magic circle. Immediately, the fire of hell died out, and the devils attacked their companions or brutalized themselves crazily. The strong sense of familiarity stunned Viken, who was fighting the silver moon in the sky. Had he come, too? It was exactly Monster Viken, his other self. Although he still couldn't leave the realm of gates, he could briefly spread out his power in the world of souls through special arrangements. Chapter 793. Rise and decline in the dirty and cold wind. The shape of a human was soon outlined. He had exactly the same look as Benedict III and was wearing a similar robe, except that the color of his clothes was pure black, and the crown above his head did not carry any sacredness but looked more like the extreme of corruption and pain. He was holding a black staff in his hands that was mixed with the air of the God of Truth, and the reversed projection of the seven-floored mountain paradise floated behind his back. It looked like a pyramid with the tip pointed downward. In the strange projection of mountain paradise, the creatures and the angels were not playing music, praising the god, or sharing joy. Instead, every floor displayed a different view. On the topmost and the most spacious floor, holy spirits and angels were smiling at each other, but they were intentionally stretching out their arms and legs, blocking each other and even ambushing their companions from the back. On the next floor, the angels and holy spirits seemed to be full of desires. With intense lust on their delicate faces, they were having sex everywhere. On every floor, jealousy, arrogance, hate, and other different negative feelings corrupted the angels and holy spirits. Even the floor at the bottom was no exception. The infinite light looked like endless pain and desperation. Monster Viken intentionally revealed his appearance, attire, and power in the exact opposite way that Pope Viken was showing, so that those who were smart enough could figure out a way to deal with Pope Viken. Maltimus's real body seemed to be always enshrouded in the invisible mist. Only the two sharp devilish horns and the crimson eyes could be clearly seen. In the meantime, his eyes, which carried vague mockery, did not change at all, as if he had foreseen the arrival of Monster Viken. Also, he intentionally slowed down the destruction of the spherical magic circle and surrounded Monster Viken with the projection of hell. The smoking volcano and the soul-freezing plane were more and more real. As long as they were not in the realm of gates, Maltimus wouldn't be scared of Monster Viken at all. His features of primeval devils could not affect the Lord of Devils. For Maltimus, it was a rarely seen opportunity to fight with Monster Viken, which could help him find Pope Viken's weakness or learn lessons to deal with him. So, it wouldn't matter even if he was more or less slow. As far as he knew, the last step for Viken and Thanos to become a demigod took more than 10 minutes. There wouldn't be a problem as long as he disrupted the process before Lucian Evans' complete success. Viken, who was fighting the silver moon in the sky, sensed Multimus's sluggishness. He did not have any good feelings about the big devil who was cunning and treacherous. The black fire on the sword of the silver moon seemed to be burning everything. Every time it hit the blessed realm, the fire would be stuck to it and melt a few cracks on it, resulting in the collapse of the blessed realm. Light of Paradise. Viken raised his platinum staff. Woo! 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 In the projection of mountain paradise behind Viken's back, a seraph blew the horn in the paradise. Woo! 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 The solemn and distant horn echoed in the sky, and the project of mountain paradise emitted a clear and brilliant light. Angels flew out of their illusionary incarnations and congregated into an overwhelming, sacred tide of holy light, which ran toward all directions and turned the whole sky into an ivory ocean. In the ocean of holy light, the bright moon floated, and the brilliant light cut the waves. Taking advantage of the brief window, Viken's body suddenly became illusionary, as if it were about to spread out. Influenced by that, the body that monster Viken turned into had the same dispersion. Then, the projection of mountain paradise in the sky and the corrupt mountain paradise on the ground became magnets that attracted and approached each other. However, the spherical magic circle with which Lucian was trying to break into the demigod level was in between. Squeak, squeak. Due to the attraction of the two demigods that were of the same origin but opposite to each other, the spherical magic circle operated in much greater difficulties. The reaction that could have taken 1 minute would take 2 minutes now. Pope Viken looked down at Monster Viken indifferently and coldly. I am the actual Viken, and you are just a vine that is attached to me. Do you think I cannot suppress you even though I cannot get rid of you? After confirming that Lucian would hide in the world of souls to complete the ritual, I already foresaw that you wouldn't let go of the opportunity. Now, it would take Lucian at least half an hour to complete the ritual. How long can your power that's leaking from the realm of gates last? As long as Monster Viken's power was suppressed, the ground would be more and more like hell, and the extraction of the power of the world of souls would be weaker and weaker. In no more than half an hour, the spherical magic circle would collapse on its own due to the lack of energy. Multimus intentionally held the generation of hell and continued attacking Monster Viken. Monster Viken had to spare half of his attention to resist the influence of Pope Viken. Had it not been for the help of Fernando, it would have been barely possible for him to persist. Pope Viken in the sky, on the other hand, had plenty of uncanny divine powers and spells. While suppressing Monster Viken through their weird connection, he was not entirely on the losing side against the silver moon. He truly deserved to be the strongest demigod. Besides, he hadn't performed God's arrival yet. After he became a demigod through the power of faith, Viken no longer had a cognitive world, but he could indirectly cast spells through the power of his demiplane. After all, the magic models engraved in his soul were never gone. After more than 10 minutes, even though the Lord of Hell was not trying his best, Monster Viken was on the verge of collapse because he had to overcome the boundary of the realm of gates. Suddenly, his gloomy and skinny face put on a mocking smile. You were too careless. I've stalled you for such a long time. The voice echoed, breaking the solidification of the black, white, and gray. Right when Multimus had a bad feeling, Monster Viken suddenly crumbled into the air that was as dark as ink and descended. In the meantime, the Lord of Storm threw out a strange alchemical item that melted with the black air into a chaotic, upside-down gate. On the gate, red and bloodthirsty eyes were popping out crazily before the gate was opened after a boom. A monster that was randomly jumbled by countless pieces of meat, limbs, and eyes flew out. It was the Will of Abyss. Since it was the world of souls, it was not as difficult for the Lord of Hell and the Will of Abyss to arrive. So, with part of his power as the sacrificial offering and the preparations that the Congress of Magic made in advance, Monster Viken summoned the Will of Abyss. Since the Will of Abyss was an uncontrollable factor, they should be the one directing his arrival. Monster Viken was merely a distraction and a trap to tempt Multimus. The mocking smile on the corners of Maltimus's lips was frozen. Although the lunatic hadn't fully recovered from his wounds, he was too insane to care about his own life. It was barely possible to beat him back in 10 minutes. Was he going to watch Lucian Evans reach the demigod level without being able to do anything? Hardly had the Will of Abyss arrived when he smelled the most disgusting and annoying air of devils, so he simply shot out the disruptive rays toward Maltimus. In the sky, Viken was angry. If Maltimus hadn't been too selfish, Monster Viken would have been finished more than 10 minutes ago. Even though he summoned the Will of Abyss, the additional time should have been enough to crush the subsequent attacks. Instead of considering the things on the Lord of Hell's side, he focused his attention on dealing with the Silver Moon and launching divine punishments on the spherical magic circle down below. It was a pity that Maltimus was stalled by the Will of Abyss and Fernando was spared. They resolved his attacks again and again. On the other hand, since Monster Viken returned to the Realm of Gates, the Pope did not need to devote part of his attention to affect him. So, he gradually suppressed the Silver Moon, but it was impossible for him to beat Alterna back anytime soon. Time went by. Seeing that the spherical magic circle down below was more and more condensed, as if a terrifying blast was being prepared inside, Pope Viken narrowed his eyes. Then, he raised his platinum staff, and he seemed to be in a different world. Holy, superior, overwhelming, and hollow air spread out. You are one, and everyone. You are the moment, and forever. You are the creator and master. The pious prayers and praises echoed from the mouths of the holy spirits and the angels. In the projection of mountain paradise behind Pope Viken's back, layers of holy light were gathered into the infinite light on the 7th floor. It was God's arrival. Pope Viken had directly used God's arrival. Viken put on a gentle and kind smile again. It's both your wisdom and your weakness in letting the monster summon the Will of Abyss with part of his power. Now that his essence and power declined, it means that I am capable of performing God's arrival again, as long as my physical body pays a minor price. His hair became white, and he waved his hands, bursting out all of the brilliance. Throne of Magical Arcana Chapter 794. Proud Chapter 794. Proud. The overwhelming, superior light on the 7th floor of Mountain Paradise broke out, and the purest and most flawless light swept out, transforming the sky into a glowing ocean and removing all sounds, colors, and feelings. The extraordinarily bright moon surged toward the spherical magic circle down below overwhelmingly. At this moment, space and time did not seem to exist anymore, and the light of God's arrival was simply flowing unstoppably. The spherical circle and Lucian in it seemed to have been frozen in the decayed page of a history book. Even Fernando, who was outside of the range of God's arrival, could only sense the things within 1 meter from him. Beyond it, there was nothing but the magnificent and divine brilliance in his eyes and the field of his spiritual power. Right then, a silver moon rose in the vast holy light that purged everything in the world, dreamy and freezing. After the silver moon appeared, God's arrival seemed to have been delayed briefly, and the spherical magic circle, as well as Lucian inside, were enlivened. Pope Viken was not surprised at Alterna's blockage. She was not the target of this God's arrival, which had been focused on the spherical magic circle, and she was only slightly affected. So, it was only reasonable that she helped to delay it briefly so that Lucian Evans would have an opportunity to escape. It was a pity that she was a little bit late. Lucian Evans had reached the most critical moment to break into the demigod level, and he was inseparable from the spherical magic circle. He was destined to be killed by God's arrival. Pope Viken was quite sorry about that too. He had never intended to kill Lucian Evans so easily. The road ahead was too perilous, and such an excellent explorer was inestimably valuable. If only the guy had been not so ambitious and adept at planning that he had to kill him. The silver moon quickly dimmed, and even though the light of God's arrival was slightly delayed, it was about to reach above the spherical magic circle. Suddenly, Lucian, who had been refreshed inside the spherical magic circle, raised his head and looked at the holy light thoughtfully. Then, His lips curled into a gentle smile. This is... Pope Viken could perceive what was inside the spherical magic circle through God's arrival. He was rather stunned that Lucian was neither frustrated nor desperate but was smiling at him as if he was bidding farewell. He suddenly had an ominous feeling. Boom! Lucian's body that was in the white shirt and yellow waistcoat exploded entirely, like a watermelon that was thrown to the ground from 10,000 meters high. Flesh and blood splashed out, and the light of God's arrival completely drowned the place. Inside a secret chamber in Babel in the atomic universe. A weirdly shaped silver amulet, which looked like part of twisted intestines, released bright but not dazzling light in a long box that was fully embedded with gems. The feeling of exuberance and vitality immediately filled the room. Natasha, who was guarding the place with her longsword in her hands, became solemn after seeing that. She grasped the sword of truth tightly, ready to chop any attack that followed. The energy of the magic gems flowed into the silver amulet, and the other materials in the long box were dismembered and melted. The silver amulet lost its beautiful appearance and was reduced to a messy, bloody cluster that dissected and grew. The internal organs grew out, the bones grew out, the muscles grew out, and so did the skin and the hair. Natasha's solemnness was gone. She looked at the scene with a smile, not disgusted at all but scratching her chin with great interest. So, the body that hasn't taken shape is so hideous. Lucian's naked body was finally full. His skin was clean, his muscles were tough and smooth, and he looked like a statue. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. The glittering holy light seemed to be still lingering in his deep and dark eyes. God's arrival? Natasha observed him up and down like a naughty boy and asked curiously. The residues in Lucian's eyes were gone, and he nodded softly. Thankfully, my appendix was waiting for me at home. Otherwise, I couldn't have avoided God's arrival even though the silver moon delayed it. Since the very beginning, Lucian had planned to dodge Pope Viken's critical strike with self-explosion. He was proud that he had an appendix. What does it feel to confront God's arrival? How terrible was it? Natasha asked quickly. She was always interested and curious about battles. Lucian's lips twitched. Do you want me to talk to you naked? It's not like you've never talked to me naked, Natasha said, not fearing that her eyes would be blinded by the nudity at all. Of course, she also tossed the clothes that she prepared in advance to Lucian. Then, she asked intentionally, where are your gears? They were not destroyed in the self-explosion or God's arrival, were they? She made fun of him because she knew very well that her husband was a miser in nature, and that his heart would have been broken if the few legendary items were lost. Lucian put on his clothes and chuckled. They're kept by my teacher, of course. Ellipsis, ellipsis. In the ocean of holy light, the spherical magic circle disassembled and melted quickly. Fernando, who had been intentionally keeping away from God's arrival, simply cast a spell and opened a space-time gate, jumping toward his demiplane. The Will of Abyss, who was right next to the spherical magic circle, had no time to dodge it. Due to the influence of God's arrival, his eyes were broken and his arms were falling. Black and chaotic water was springing from the ground under his cries. He was not melted with the demigod circle? Pope Viken was not surprised that Lucian blew himself up at all. As a legendary sorcerer in the past, he knew very well about the escape and resurrection methods of sorcerers. What was beyond his expectation was that Lucian Evans could have detonated himself so easily at the last moment without being affected by the spherical magic circle at all. Had he avoided the blast and replaced his body with an alchemical item before that? That would have suggested that he was not trying to break into the demigod level at all. Then, why was he doing all this? Thinking about that, Pope Viken squinted. Not bothering the Will of Abyss and the Lord of Hell down below, he simply tore apart the space and returned to the corresponding location in the main material world. The Lord of Hell realized the anomaly too. He burst out all his strength and drove the Will of Abyss, who hadn't recovered from his wounds and was hit by God's arrival again, back into the abyss. Then, he also tore apart the space and returned. The dim silver moon was long gone, and the sky of the world of souls was gray again. However, a silver-haired man in a red shirt and a black coat slowly paced out of the woods and chuckled. I didn't even have a chance to make an entrance. How sad. Ellipsis. Outside of Alan, the white mist grew dense, covering the natural views that were no different from the real landscape as well as the cognitive world that looked like a vast cosmos. The only thing that could be clearly seen was the brilliant starlight from the sky. It took Melmax 20 minutes to reach Alan before he saw the thickening mist. Taking a deep breath, he raised his longsword and charged toward the city in the sky. Douglas had to be stopped from reaching the demigod level. Although he knew very well that it was barely possible for him to break the defense of Alan without the help of a demigod, he had no choice except to charge at such a moment as a knight. The longsword of the Holy Avenger passed the sky and hit the ivory mist. On the other side, Belkovsky, the brawny pontiff of the North Church, had flown over too. He was surrounded by holy light, with a pair of glorious wings that were purely made of godhood on his back. It was obvious that he had performed God's grace. However, the moment he showed up, a green arrow that carried the air of the natural cycle traveled through space and reached before him, forcing him to drop the plan of attacking Alan and focus his attention on dealing with this nature's punishment. In the high sky, the Elven Queen, who was wearing a refreshing, green dress, had decided to help her ally. Dracula, the Night Dominator, and Dionysos, the Dragon of Time and Luminosity, were both hiding in the dark without taking any action because they were in a dilemma. On one hand, they were happy to see Douglas's advancement, but on the other hand, they were fearful about the future. Also, since the few legends of the Congress of Magic hadn't taken action, they had to consider carefully whether or not they had advantages. At this moment, the starry sky suddenly constricted toward Alan, and all the stars fell like rain, presenting a brilliant and dreamy view. Then, the dark night fell again. Not the slightest light could be perceived. Even the senses of top legends could only cover a dozen square kilometers around them. In the pitch darkness, Melmax suddenly had a terrible feeling and retreated toward the holy city without thinking. Belkovsky did the same. In the meantime, Viken, who was still in the depths of the dark mountain range with his pope robe and his holy crown, was staring at the inky sky gloomily. At such a moment, how could he not realize what had happened? Right when he was about to raise the platinum staff, on the horizon of the dark sky, a scorching sun suddenly leapt out, dyeing half of the sky vermilion. Ellipsis. You stalled them for 20 minutes and wasted a god's arrival. Natasha became rather confident after hearing Lucian's unhurried introduction. It seems that Viken and the Lord of Hell will miss the end of the show. Lucian chuckled. The corresponding location after they leave the world of souls is the dark mountain range. It will take a lot of time for them to reach Alan from there, unless they have deployed teleportation circles in advance. Otherwise, even a demigod will have to spend at least 20 minutes on the way. Also, Alan is not as easy to locate as the artificial planets in the high sky. It will be barely possible for Viken to lock onto the city in the sky from somewhere far away. Hee. Are you not scared that Viken and the Lord of Hell did set up teleportation circles in advance? Natasha intentionally argued with him. Lucian put on his waistcoat and smiled. Why do you think Mr. Rhine never showed up? Well, Natasha thought of something else and suddenly asks, if the Congress were faced with such a situation, what would you do? Orbit strikes from the artificial planets, of course. Lucian warmed his body. However, the current orbit attacks cannot break through the defense of Alan. Throne of Magical Arcana Chapter 795. Outburst on the top floor of the Alan Magic Tower. The spot where Douglas was standing had turned into a swirl that was spinning and absorbing everything around. This was because even though the rays had been absorbed by it, it was deep and dark with the world-destroying horror. Brooke and Hathaway controlled the defense of Alan, ready to resist the attacks of demigods, while they observed the changes carefully and gathered experience for themselves, hoping to figure out the mechanism of the process. They saw that the materials in the magic circle that were prepared in advance floated crazily and got absorbed by the swirl almost at the same time. They saw that the land of truth, which had been manifested in the main material world, and Douglas's cognitive world were broken under the enormous attraction force and pulled into the vortex overwhelmingly. They saw that the lines and patterns of the magic circle were removed from the ground and gathered into a ball, melting into the darkness. The unimaginable changes made Brooke rather anxious, particularly when Alan, Hathaway, and himself seemed about to be absorbed when the attraction force came to the strongest point. He almost performed a legendary magic spell to resist it. At this moment, Hathaway stopped before him and shook her head slightly, hinting him to wait longer. The starry sky of destiny collapsed, and stars fell like a heavy rain into the dangerous and dark swirl. The swirl came to an abrupt halt and stopped moving. Even the time and space around seemed frozen. Brooke and Hathaway both sensed the overwhelming energy inside the swirl and the strange feeling that was still developing. However, everything was blocked within the swirl, and they wondered if it could break out. The atmosphere was more and more depressing, and all the clocks in Allen were ticking more slowly. Having noticed the anomaly, Heidi and the other arcanists looked at the dark sky where there was absolutely no light, both anxiously and hopefully, hoping that dawn would soon arrive. Right at this moment, the center of the swirl began to fluctuate more and more intensely. Then, it began to spin again, in exactly the opposite way like just now. From the center of the swirl, scorching glows were spewed out fiercely. In the end, a sun that was as red as fire burst out and rose to the sky. The brilliance of the sun sprayed out and drove the deep darkness away, proclaiming the return of light. Stars burst out from the swirl and flew toward the sky, occupying their own location and not eclipsed by the sun at all. The starry sky of destiny was established again. Melmax tore apart the air and flew back toward the holy city, not bothering Alan on his back at all. Suddenly, the darkness before his eyes was illuminated, and the clouds around turned gold. He also felt that terrifying heat that seemed to be melting his armor and his body from his back. Not good. Melmax secretly exclaimed and tried his best to accelerate and get out of the range of the influence. At this moment, the illusion of the all-melting heat was suddenly gone, and his back was cool again. However, Melmax did not feel lucky at all, because he had a much stronger sense of danger than a moment ago. Without any hesitation, he used the power of the Holy Avenger and burned his blood power, even though he might be joining the arms of the Lord 100 years earlier than he should have as a consequence. Melmax was consumed by sunlight, as if he were the incarnation of the sun god. The light escaped quickly. At this moment, Brooke and Hathaway saw the darkness that also gave the feeling of absorbing everything jumping out of the swirl. It did not affect the environment but ascended into the sky directly. A reflection of the black hole? Both of them understood something. Hardly had Melmax ignited his blood power when he sensed an unprecedented enormous attraction force from his back. A gigantic hand seemed to have grabbed his waistband and was dragging him back brutally. Crack! 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 His armor was broken into countless tiny pieces and thrown backward in a metal storm. Thanks to her decision just now, he finally got rid of the most dangerous attraction force. It was not until this moment that Melmax realized he was only 1 meter away from the place where he attacked Alan a moment ago. The people who were observing in secret seemed astounded by his humiliation. Having no time to observe it more carefully, Melmax turned into a beam of sunlight that shot toward the holy city. Ellipsis. Deep inside the dark mountain range, Pope Viken saw the rising sun and the stars jumping into the sky. He quietly put down the platinum staff that he just raised. It was too late. His face was gloomy, but he did not burst into a fury. Instead, he calmed down and observed the whole process. After the stars, the dark swirl flew into the sky. The brilliant constellations in different images flew into the sky. The nebulae that looked like a series of glorious gems flew into the sky, and so did the galaxies that looked like glittering long rivers. This is a simulation of the real cosmos. Viken realized something. Ellipsis. The Elven Queen, Dracula, Dionysos, and the other experts, as well as the ordinary people in Rentado, Kakus, Antifler, and other places, all stared at the real cosmos that had arrived on Earth, feeling that everything was a magnificent and astoundingly beautiful dream. Suddenly, the spreading cosmos collapsed toward the top floor in the Allen Magic Tower. Brooke and Hathaway watched the starry sky gather at the center of the magic circle that had disappeared into Douglas, except that he had an additional casualness and everlasting transcendence compared to the Emperor of Arcana before. He seemed to be the high and mighty cosmos that surrounded the planet now. He had turned into a demigod. Congratulations, Mr. President. Hathaway, who hardly ever smiled, beamed with joy. In complicated feelings, Brooke said, his eyes slightly wet, congratulations on becoming a demigod, Master. Although he had always been an old-school gentleman, he couldn't hold back his real feelings. Douglas meant to say something, but he only shook his head with a smile in the end. He patted Brooke's shoulder and said to them, one day, you will explore this level on your way, because this is a path of demigods for all sorcerers. Master, what spiritual and physical changes do you experience after turning into a demigod? Brooke meant to offer more congratulations, but it still eventually became an arcana question. That was what he was used to. Pondering for a moment, Douglas said, my body is melted into my soul, and my soul has been transformed into a different state, like the unification of the duality of particles and waves. However, if I want to appear in reality, I have to collapse in one of the directions. That is to say, you are not seeing the complete me right now, but only one of my possibilities. If I want to carry out all my strength as a demigod, I will not be able to sustain for long. Otherwise, I will either be unable to influence the world or be forced by the world to collapse. That's perhaps the real reason why the natural-born demigods like the Silver Moon are restrained and why their performances are only steady in their own alternate dimensions or through other ways. Viking's way to become a demigod is based on the power of faith, so the flaw is avoided. However, it's another proof that their demigod states have a lot of insidious problems and does not have the properties of real demigods. Considering Douglas's description, Hathaway pursued further, then, what's the real state of demigods? It's a state that cannot be seen, heard, smelled, or touched. In such a state, you cannot sense anything even if I am standing right before me. You can even pass me, and the magic you perform will not affect me. It's like we're in two overlapping but independent worlds. That's probably the reason why the Silver Moon is never discovered. Douglas was happy to share his findings. Therefore, such a status is flawed and incomplete. Once we figure out those problems, we should be able to touch the secrets of real gods. Then, he paused and smiled. Let's hold that thought and cancel the blockage of Alan first. I need to thank Lucian for his help, without which I couldn't have succeeded. As for the friends who are watching the show, you'll invite them to visit and see if they have the courage to come. Ellipsis. In and out of Alan, when they saw that the cosmos collapsed and the air of transcendence spread out, all the extraordinary people with remarkable visions understood that Douglas had successfully reached the demigod level. He had become the third demigod after Thanos and Viking in the Magic Empire who made the advancement step by step on their own. The three of them had one thing in common, which was that they were all sorcerers. However, Douglas was the only one who used a standard approach that did not require the dissemination of faith and could be repeated by any sorcerer after studies. A demigod. The Congress of Magic has a demigod now. Yet another unknown field of arcana has been conquered. In ecstasy, Oliver was ready to go to the Allen Magic Tower. He was in such a high mood that he almost couldn't wait to write a long poem. Atlant and the other sorcerers stared at Alan in a daze, unable to say anything for a long time. The Elven Queen, Dracula, Dionysos, and the other legends also looked at the city in the sky with complicated feelings. In the dark mountain range, Pope Viking suddenly said in a self-mocking smile, "The path of sorcerers. Are you going to ask the Bird of Death to provide the approach?" The Lord of Hell's laughter came from the other side. Viking did not reply, because both he and Maltimus were clear that Bird of Death died the moment Douglas successfully became a demigod. He would never show up again. Even if Viken revealed to the Congress of Magic who he was, it would only be considered slander. Now that Douglas had succeeded, which ambitious legendary sorcerer would choose the path that relied on primeval devils and faith? For the past 10 years, Lucian Evans has overshadowed Douglas and made us neglect him. All our attention was fixed on Lucian Evans at the critical moment, Viken said with a coarse voice. It was the sequela caused by God's arrival. He had been completely tricked by Lucian this time. Suddenly, he remembered a detail. Lucian Evans began the preparation of materials 3 years ago. He exchanged knowledge with the North Church a long time ago too. He couldn't have started to plan for this at that time, because even the sun hadn't been discovered yet back then. Who could tell when Douglas could break into the demigod level? So, he was probably preparing the materials for real. He helped Douglas to distract our attention, partly to deceive us too. He's misleading us into thinking that this is a trap and he will not walk on this path. Viken slightly raised his head and stared at the everlasting black fog above the dark mountain range. Is he really so confident about the observer effect? Around the city in the sky, the bright sun dyed the white clouds gold. The pitch darkness a moment ago was gone. It seemed that the world had turned from an abyss back into a normal one. Deep in the clouds, the magnificent-looking Rudolph II stared at Alan in silence for a long time, before he heaved a sigh and disappeared from the sky. Although he had regained the strength of the peak of legendary, he would need more accumulation and great opportunities in order to become a demigod. It wouldn't be easy and natural at all. Also, the way to become a demigod that he modified was one based on faith after all. Even though he had recovered the memories of Thanos during his first advancement, the odds of success were still not high, and he could die in the process with one moment of carelessness. Therefore, after witnessing Douglas successfully become a demigod based on the sorcerer's traditional, cognitive world, the Sun King, who used to be the brilliant consul of the Magic Empire, felt that he couldn't keep up with the wheel of history any longer and that he had been drowned in the river of time, obsolete and outdated. Faced with the new sun in the new era, he found it so dazzling that he only wanted to run away. But eventually, the proud and confident side in his heart still won him over again. We're invited to visit? Ogre, the Umbral King, saw that the defense of Alan was cancelled, and the loud and magnificent voice of the alchemical life echoed in the high sky. Dracula floated in the sky and looked down at the clean, modern Alan, before he snorted, "Do you want to go?" Hee hee. Ogre chuckled in embarrassment and simply opened the gate to his own demiplane. Douglas had become a demigod, and he was also an authentic sorcerer. How could Ogre have the courage to visit his place? If anything happened, he wouldn't be able to escape at all. After Ogre left, Dracula, Denisos, Belkovsky, and the other experts all returned. Although the city in the sky was like a vulnerable and alluring lamb that had been skinned now that the defense had been cancelled, it was a place no less dangerous than the holy city in their eyes. The Elven Queen thought for a moment and lowered the altitude, landing on the Alan Magic Tower. Ellipsis, ellipsis. The moment the defense of the city in the sky was cancelled, space-time waves spread out from the 33rd and the 34th floors of the Alan Magic Tower. All the members of the highest council who were in the main material world and who were not mired in relics had come in a hurry, partly to send their congratulations and partly to learn the mysteries of the demigod level as soon as possible. By the time Lucian and Natasha, who were also curious about the demigod state, arrived, more than half of the highest council had been gathered in the conference room. Douglas, who was receiving congratulations from Oliver, Helen, and Vicente, stood up immediately after Lucian walked in and greeted him with a smile. Arcana above. Before Lucian offered his congratulations, Douglas had approached him and given him a warm gentleman hug. Without your help, it couldn't have been as easy for me to reach the demigod level, if I could even find the path to the demigod level at all. Douglas patted Lucian's shoulder and loosened his arms, expressing his gratitude sincerely. Lucian smiled rather shyly. I only offered the dessert. what filled the belly was the main course before it. Huh? Douglas knew well what Lucian was trying to say, but Hathaway was rather confused about the metaphor. She had never been good at literature. Lucian explained with a smile. Mr. President's studies on the celestial body's motion system and gravity are like the main course, and my discovery of the sun is like the dessert. You cannot neglect the main course just because you feel full after eating the dessert and dinner. As a matter of fact, the main course is the most important reason to stop your hunger. Hathaway frowned indifferently, as if she were confused why it was expressed so subtly when it could have been expressed straightforwardly. Lucian, it's not good to be too modest. Your arcana studies in the past decade are the most brilliant and important part of the history of magic. Douglas was in a lot of mixed feelings. My modesty is not the issue at hand right now. I think the most important thing right now is to satisfy our curiosity. I believe that everybody cannot wait to hear the mysteries of demigods from you now, Mr. President. Lucian directed the topic back to track. Fernando, who had arrived as quickly as possible, returned Lucian's equipment to him and said loudly, "You can express your gratitude in private. All I am interested in is the specialness of the demigod state, the things that we need to pay attention to during the advancement, and the corresponding arcana mechanisms." Douglas clapped his hands with a smile. "Before I answer your questions, I have to ask one thing. Where are our guests?" "None except Aglia dares to visit Alan," Hathaway replied coldly. "Then, let Aglia attend our meeting in case she chooses a wrong path in the future." As he spoke, Douglas became solemn and said to the members of the highest council who were present, "I hope that you won't choose the wrong path either. In the past, the road ahead of us is covered in a mist, and it's understandable that we made mistakes during our exploration. However, the mist is now cleared, and a straight path is lying right before us. There's no reason to walk in any other direction. The Congress of Magic will not tolerate such deviated sorcerers." The atmosphere was slightly frozen, but none of the highest council showed any emotional change. "After watching you successfully become a demigod through the cognitive world and the demiplane, I don't think any sorcerer will make an irrational choice," Oliver replied with a smile. Vicente, Helen, Atlant, and the other legendary sorcerers expressed their attitude too. After Aglia came in, Douglas began to answer everybody's questions about demigod. It was basically the same as what he described to Brooke and Helen. Up until so far, demigod does not have a corresponding arcana mechanism, and there is no place for demigod in the arcana system either. That's something we need to work on in the future, like how we studied the nature of magic, Douglas concluded in the end. Lucian listened attentively. When Douglas mentioned that he had to collapse in order to appear in the main material world, he scratched his chin, deep in thought. Do legendary knights have to go through such status transformation too? Natasha asks. She had been particularly persistent and passionate about that. Douglas nodded his head. All the demigods should be in a similar state. So, changing with the aim toward such a state should be the main theme for every growing legendary knight. I think you should associate it with training and fighting. The first legendary knight was born under the direction and experiment of sorcerers. So, Douglas, who was from the Magic Empire, had a lot of understanding of the subject. Including the Elven Queen, all the experts present had asked the things they wanted to know. They were still digesting the new knowledge, and nobody asked any more questions. Seeing that, Douglas stood up and said, "Is this all? Then, I'll have to explore myself now." Chewing on Douglas's descriptions just now, Aglia suddenly realized with mixed feelings that the Congress of Magic was the most powerful force on par with the South Church right now. With one demigod and 4 top legends, it was even stronger than the South Church to some extent. Of course, considering that it was easy for Viken to carry out his full strength in the main material world, and Viken could perform God's Arrival with Mountain Paradise, the two forces were still equal. Right when Douglas was about to run, Fernando suddenly opened his mouth. "I remember that you devised the delayed choice experiment and the quantum eraser experiment before, except that they could not be conducted due to the high requirements. What about now? Can you accomplish them? Most sorcerers looked at Fernando in shock. The two experiments were likely to shake the current arcana system. If the result turned out to be bad, everybody's worldview and outlook would be completely subverted, and they had to seriously consider Lucien's observer theory. Do we have to be so fast? Give us more time to be mentally prepared. Douglas's gentle smile was gone. He said in hesitation, "The requirements are indeed met now, but I can only know whether or not the experiments can be conducted after I confirm it. I'll tell you the result later." Fernando said solemnly, "If an arcanist is too scared of a certain result to run an experiment, he doesn't deserve to be called an arcanist. Exploring the unknown and the truth is the fundamental reason why I chose the path of arcana. I will not betray that. So, I would like to know the results of the two experiments, and whether or not they reveal the truth of the world. As a matter of fact, it is not a serious problem. The microscopic domain is a new field with many debatable issues. Nobody has constructed their cognitive world based on that. So, even if the two experiments disrupt our understanding, it will only shake our worldview and outlook but will not blow up our heads. Our cognitive world won't be broken and solidified either." Pondering for a moment, Oliver agreed with the proposal. His eyes behind his gold-edged glasses were full of the earnestness for exploration. Helen was not distracted at this moment. She said calmly, "The shake of understanding of the world will also cause the arcanists to feel frustrated. Their cognitive worlds won't be steady, and their strength will stagnate as a result." She did not offer any example, but there were a handful of members of the highest council who could not advance into the legendary level because their worldviews had been disrupted by the achievements in the microworld. "However, even if my strength might stagnate, I still would like to know what the result is," Helen added and looked at Douglas firmly. For arcanists, the desire for knowledge and exploration was their specialty. If they knew that the answer was up ahead but could not reach for it, they would rather be killed. As for whether or not the answer was acceptable, it would be a different matter. Douglas looked around and saw that everybody had similar countenances on their faces. So, he sighed half in relief and half in concern. "At the very least, I have to get the experiment devices prepared first." "In that case, let's live stream the experiment," Lucien suddenly interjected, making everybody look at him in shock. Chapter 797. Audience, have you lost your mind? Vicente, in a bag of bones, looked at Lucien in shock. His low voice was full of surprise, and a fire was jumping fiercely in his eye sockets. Blood and brains would not be spilled this time, and no skulls would explode, but what benefits could there be if most arcanists stagnated because of their collapsed worldviews? Wasn't it too perverted? Although the other members of the highest council did not say anything, their eyes and their faces suggested that they thought the same as the Lord of the Undead. It was too insane. Live streaming the experiments that even terrified them to all the arcanists? "You are really the fallen morning star, aren't you?" Maintaining a gentleman's smile, Lucien said, "A long stagnation does not mean no hope for advancement. As long as they view and explore the world based on experiments and mathematics, they will be able to reshape their worldviews and find their own paths sooner or later. There won't be too many insidious problems. If they do not have the courage to face such experiments that do not threaten their lives, how will they explore the fields where common sense makes no sense? If we do not educate them on the mysteries of the microscopic domain with experiments before the opinions about the microworld are built into the components of their cognitive worlds, are we going to offer them the results after they transform such opinions into parts of their cognitive worlds during their advancements subconsciously? By then, however subtle we are and however the experiment results agree with the common sense of most people, some people would have lost their heads, and their cognitive worlds might be broken and solidified." Douglas rather agreed with Lucien's words, but he was still not concerned. "Isn't a live stream too hasty? We should confirm the experiences first before we consider in what way we should inform the other arcanists. This is another lesson for them. In the past, they were almost protected by us, and they do not understand the cruelty of arcana studies. Since there is no life-threatening danger this time, just let them face the blast. With such an experience, when they are faced with other revolutionary theories in the future, they will be able to treat such theories more objectively, and the danger of brain explosion will be minimized. Lucian retained his gentle smile, but Natasha and the other people who were familiar with him somehow sensed his bad humor in it. It sounds reasonable. Hathaway and Helen nodded and agreed with Lucian, but they somehow felt that something was not right. Lucian went on. On the other hand, I believe other forces will be tempted to watch the live stream too. The experiments this time are simple, clear, and consist of the truth of the world. It will be a major shock for them too. So, let them feel the torrent of arcana again. If Viken perishes after seeing the experiment result, the 2 experiments you devised will be the most classic experiments in history. Oliver had a very creative mind as a playwright. He was full of passion for creation when he pictured the scene that he described. Up until so far, the most well-accepted classic arcana and magic experiment was the double-slit experiment with electrons that Lucian conducted. Its design was simple and clear, and although it was difficult to create the experiment device, it was not too complicated. However, the result of the experiment was utterly unbelievable. Douglas couldn't help but put on a smile too. Most arcanists have grown under the strikes of your repetitive disruptive theories. They'll be far more resistant to the 2 experiments than those who watch them for the first time. Perhaps somebody will be really overwhelmed and start to question their lives and themselves, unable to make any further advancement in the future. By you, he was not just referring to Lucian but all the grand arcanists and part of the legendary sorcerers present. In his usual meanness, Fernando said, "That's because the arcanists who cannot stand the strikes would have either been killed or eliminated." One Douglas's smile was gone. He said very solemnly, "I'm very curious about the 2 experiments myself. My very first thought after I became a demigod was that I could find out their results, which must contain the fundamental secrets of our world. I don't know if you felt it just now, but the demigod state I described matches the duality of waves and particles very well. Particles and waves are unified on a higher level, but only one side of them can be observed by us. Therefore, to explore the mysteries of quanta is to explore the mysteries of demigod. Then, let's live stream it." Brooke leaned against the back of his chair and closed his eyes. He seemed to be looking forward to the results of the 2 experiments too. After the quantum field theory that described the electromagnetic force was established, his broken and solidified cognitive world had already started to revive. As long as the problem of infinity was resolved, he would be fully recovered, and he would be able to find his own path to the demigod level. Then, let's live stream it. Douglas nodded his head. Ellipsis. Half a month later, the students of the 3rd Generic School, who had just returned from the New Year holiday of 830, were suddenly notified that the morning classes were cancelled. They were asked to gather in the square where a stream screen had been established to watch an experiment live stream. An experiment live stream? What experiment? After living together for more than 2 years, Ali had grown familiar with his classmates. Charlotte, the class monitor that he acts, shrugged, implying that he did not know either. Perhaps, the satellite TV channel invited a certain senior rank arcanist to perform live experiments, and the school is organizing us to watch it so that we can learn the standard experiment procedures and understand the significance of arcana experiments. Talking so much so eloquently even though he does not know anything. He truly deserves to be our monitor. Ali was secretly impressed. He was both curious and confused about the live stream. For an ordinary person who hadn't even become a magic apprentice yet, he did not think that he would have a second chance to watch the experiment of a senior rank arcanist again in his life. Thanks to the development of arcana, thanks to the arcana planets that Mr. President and Mr. Evans invented, thanks to the rapid development of electromagnetism messaging, and thanks to Ms. Heidi for her unforgettable contributions to the creation of stream screens. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have one chance to watch it, much less, again. Arcana above. That's the charm of arcana and magic, and these are the changes that they have brought. Ali drew a cross out of habit and expressed his gratitude. In Allen, Rentado, Kakus, and every city that had a branch of the Congress of Magic, the sorcerers who had spare time all watched the stream screens in confusion, wondering what arcana experiment it could be. Inside the Atom Institution, the smaller-sized stream screen that Heidi made in person was rippling and waiting for the signal. What experiment can it be? Anik had always been interested in arcana. Heidi sniffed. I have a bad feeling. If we see our teacher in the live stream later, we should blow up the screen as soon as possible, or else it will be our heads that would be blown up. Everybody burst into laughter, knowing that Heidi was merely expressing her speculation and uneasiness in an exaggerated way. At this moment, the noises of electric currents echoed and the screen became clear. A room full of experiment devices, as well as a kind old man in a tailcoat and a handsome and gentle young man, was displayed. It's really our teacher. Heidi clenched her fists, but she did not blow up the stream screen as she said before. Instead, she focused her attention on the picture, waiting for the experiment to begin. The experiment must be very important, or their teacher wouldn't have chosen to stream it at all. The instinct of the arcanist's exploration of the world made her overcome her fear and look forward to the experiment. Around her, Anik, Sprint, Katrina, and her other friends were the same. Mr. President? Mr. Evans? Exclamations burst out in the Allen Magic Tower, in the headquarters of the Will of Elements, and in every place that could watch the live stream. It was a live stream of Mr. President and Mr. Evans' experiment? Their hearts were immediately palpitating in curiosity and expectation as well as fear and panic. Mr. President was all right, but Mr. Evans' remarkable accomplishments chilled and horrified them to the bones. For example, one of the most famous lines in a play that described arcanists was exactly, "Is my head still intact?" It was needless to mention his nicknames such as Head Crusher and Brain Eater. Mr. President. Mr. Atom Controller. The Fallen Morning Star. In the squares and schools, the ordinary people saw Douglas and Lucian, who intentionally refrained their vibes, and these ordinary people only recognized their identities through the subtitle. An experiment conducted by Grand Arcanists in person? Ali's eyes were almost popping out. It was already beyond his wildest imagination. Not just in the Magic Empire, but even in the Congress of Magic where the hierarchy was not too rigorous, the senior-rank sorcerers barely had a chance to watch the experiments of the Excellencies if they were not the students of the Grand Arcanists. In places like home, Grand Arcanist was almost a synonym to God. Comment. What were the experiments that the two Grand Arcanists were about to stream? Ellipsis. What? Douglas and Lucian Evans are about to stream arcana experiments? In the Holy City, Pope Viken, who had just finished the daily treatment for Melmax, received the report from a red robe. The red robe said in a panic, "Yes, but I don't know what the experiments are. I was worried that I would be swallowed by the holy light, so." As long as you are pious and determined, you won't be swallowed by the holy light whatever you are faced with, Viken said solemnly. Then, he performed divine power and received the signal. In Antifler, Rudolph II began to watch the show too. On the top floor of the Allen Magic Tower, in the studio that had temporarily been arranged into a laboratory, other than Douglas and Lucian, who was working as his assistant this time, all the members of the highest council who could come were gathered. Samantha, Louise, and the other personnel of the Sky Television channel were also waiting attentively and uneasily. Although they were not clear about the experiment that was to be publicly streamed, they had guessed a thing or two, seeing that the big shots of the highest council were both wary and tempted, and that Brain Eater, Lucian Evans, was personally involved in the experiment. Was it a decisive and disruptive experiment in the microscopic domain? Was it one of the thought experiments that the Excellencies proposed earlier? Faced with the camera, Douglas tried to make himself look less grave. He said kindly and peacefully, "Everyone, I believe that you've already known that I became a demigod." In the generic schools and the noble school, Ali, Longman, Jane, and all the other students nodded in excitement, as if they were communicating with the Emperor of Arcana face to face. The unusual phenomenon that day was too eye-catching and glorious. Nobody could have missed it. In the holy city, Viken thought to himself, is he using the experiment as an excuse to officially announce his advancement into the demigod level, in order to increase the morale and confidence of the supporters of the Congress of Magic? He did not think that any experiment was a threat to himself. After all, he did not have a cognitive world anymore, and the heart of faith was completely under his control and would not be shaken. Therefore, he received the signals without worries and drew a wall in his library to display the image. After learning the way to steal the power of faith and gather godhood from Viken, the Grand Cardinals had a deeper understanding of the God of Truth, too. They believed that nothing could shake their heart of faith easily. Therefore, they were also watching the stream in various ways, hoping to figure out the Congress of Magic's purpose as soon as possible so that they could take countermeasures. The Red Robes, on the other hand, were mostly in a dilemma. They were curious about what the experiment was and why it was streamed, but they were too scared to watch it directly. They could still see their partners who were swallowed by the holy light and turned into torches or fireworks. The celestial body's motion system. Advancing because of the sun. Perhaps you are the real Sun King. After hearing Douglas's announcement, Rudolph II looked at the screen in self-mockery. I should focus on the path of the God of Truth. His talk to himself seemed to be a full stop for his identity as a sorcerer in the past. On the stream screen, Douglas said with a smile, it's indeed important to have become a demigod, but for me, the most delightful thing is that I am now able to explore the realms that I couldn't with the capabilities of a demigod. For example, I would like to know if there's another planet that has intelligent lives in this boundless universe. Another example, the two thought experiments that Evans, I, and other arcanists devised can be accomplished now. Ali was so captivated that he really felt the heart of exploration that was full of passion about the unknown and the faith in arcana that did not change because of one's strength. Now that a demigod talked so calmly and casually, he had an even deeper understanding of the charm and the vision of grand arcanists. As for the other arcanists, knights, and ordinary people who admired the demigod, they also somehow felt that the universe was too vast for any demigod under Douglas's casual narration. Two thought experiments? Viken knocked on the table, speculating which two thought experiments they might have been. It was not because he was not smart and keen enough, but because the grand arcanists like Lucian had proposed far too many thought experiments. Douglas pointed at Lucian, who was next to him. The stream experiment this time will be completed by Evans and me together so that you will truly see the wonder of the microscopic domain. Honestly speaking, I do not know what the results will be like either. We will face any possible situation together with all of you. The microscopic domain? The microscopic domain. The demigods like Viken, Rudolph II, and the Lord of Hell all became solemn. After Lucian proposed the quantum superposition state and the notions like dispersion and collapse, they realized that it had a lot of similarities to their own existence and dedicated all their attention to the microscopic domain. It was also the reason why they neglected Douglas previously. They looked at the screen carefully and confirmed whether or not the experiments were affected by other factors through various methods. They vaguely guessed what the thought experiments would be. Firstly, Evans will demonstrate the double-slit experiment with electrons. Douglas slightly backed off and gave the stage to Lucian. Lucian took off his top hat and put it on the shelf, as casual as if he were at home. Such an attitude gradually calmed the scared and anxious arcanists. Then, Lucian began to repeat the double-slit experiment with electrons that he did a few years ago. When the electrons passed through the two slits and formed the classic interferometric fringes on the screen behind, both the ordinary people like Ali, Longman, and Jane, as well as the arcanists like Heidi and Anik, exclaimed in amazement. Although they had known the result through personal experiments or newspapers, they were still shocked that the electron, which had a mass, momentum, and trajectory, could behave as pure waves. After Lucian installed an alarm next to the slits, confirming exactly which slit the electrons passed through, the interferometric fringes on the screen were gone, and the electrons behaved as pure particles. Well, Even though they had read the record about the double-slit experiment from Arcana Voice and newspapers, ordinary people like Ali, Longman, and Jane never had the opportunity to witness the experiment in person. The experiment was so simple and easy to understand, but the result was too unbelievable. So, they all shook their heads in confusion and disbelief, unconvinced that the interferometric fringes were gone just because they observed which slit the electrons passed through. Was the electron more marvelous than magic? Inside the Atom Institution, Heidi, Katrina, and the other arcanists watched their teacher conduct the experiment solemnly. What was most scary about the experiment was not the phenomenon but how to explain it. Anik grabbed a cup nervously, trying to calm him down by drinking water. Sprint, on the other hand, held his hands tightly and stuck them to the experiment table before him, not revealing his feelings. They had both guessed which two thought experiments would be done next. What would the result be like? After interpreting and demonstrating the double-slit experiment, Lucian said with a smile, "Next, we are going to transform the experiment to minimize the interferences while keeping the mechanism the same." Then, Lucian deployed a new experiment. Through a demonstration, he proved that it was equal to the double-slit experiment just now. They're indeed equal. There's no problem at all. Fernando nodded. The demigods like Viken and Rudolph II did not have a profound understanding of arcana, but as demigods, it was fairly easy for them to decide whether or not the two experiments were equal. Next, we will conduct the quantum eraser experiment, which is a variant of the experiment just now. Just now, you must have seen that when the two alarms next to the slits recorded the electrons as they passed through the slits and sent out alarms, the interferometric fringes were gone, and the particle properties were manifested. Now, we will only make the alarms record but not let them send out any alarms, and they will erase the records immediately after they record the information. What will we see then? Will the interferometric fringes be gone? Lucian lucidly explained the mechanism of the experiment instead of the real experiment process. Of course, the interferometric fringes will be gone, and the particle properties will be revealed. It's essentially the same as the previous experiment. The only difference is that we cannot know which slit the electrons used to pass through the alarms now, but can our knowledge affect the experiment result at all? Having studied the basics of arcana for years, Longman had a few guesses about the experiment, which seemed rather simple. The ordinary students like Ali and Jane and most magic apprentices and arcanists thought the same. The only difference between this experiment and the previous one was whether or not the experimenter knew the trajectory of the electrons. However, whether or not the experimenter knew it shouldn't affect the objectivity of an actual experiment. Anik did not put down his cup because he had been completely devoted to the experiment. Sprint, Heidi, and the others also held their breath and waited for the result, which would either suggest that the world was normal or prove that the world was so unbelievable and illusionary. Which would it be? Would it be normal or abnormal? Viken, Maltimus, and the other demigods were even more solemn because it also concerned their understanding of the world. Did Douglas and Lucian really not know the result? Douglas walked to the experiment table. He demonstrated the erasion effect with the newly added experiment devices. After everybody saw it clearly, he chuckled. "I'm rather curious about the result myself. Let's begin now." All the people who watched the live stream held their breath and focused their eyes on the screen, waiting for the result of the experiment. Douglas activated the experiment. At first, it was the regular procedure, and the interferometric fringes appeared. Then, the quantum eraser experiment was begun. Would the interferometric fringes disappear, and would the particle features be displayed this time? Comment. The alarms had caused such a result previously. Time went by 1 second after another, but the interferometric fringes on the screen were still so clear, so beautiful, and so classic. The ordinary people like Ali and Longman and most of the magic apprentices and arcanists could barely close their mouths, and they couldn't have looked more hilarious. The only difference between the current experiment and the previous one was whether or not they knew the trajectory of the electrons, but how could their knowledge affect the result of the experiment? This was too illogical. There was nothing but quietness in the studio, except for the heavy and hasty breath. Crack! The cup in Anik's hands fell on the ground and broke into pieces, and water splashed everywhere. He kept murmuring to himself, "The observer effect." Boom! Before he knew it, Sprint pushed down the experiment table before him. Pope Viken seemed to be both delighted and surprised by the result. He said to himself in a low voice, "The observer effect." Throne of Magical Arcana Chapter 799, The Worldview Destroyer, The Observer Effect. At the same time, in the Maple Palace in Antifler, the previous Sun King, as well as the current Rudolph II of the Empire, stood upon his throne and blinked before the screen. His eyes were deep and solemn but also filled with delight. At this moment, he seemed to have grasped the key to return to the demigod level. Although the current experiment did not have double slits and the beeping alarms, and that it adopted a brand new design, through which the purpose of recording and erasing was cleverly achieved, Douglas and Lucian had demonstrated the equivalence of the two experiments a moment ago. According to Lucian, the current experiment had ruled out many unnecessary interferences, so that the subtle effect would not be sabotaged. That was the reason why the experiment could only be conducted after Douglas became a demigod. Therefore, all the intelligent lives with the slightest knowledge felt that their whole bodies were shaking. Was their observation the key to the disappearance of wave features and the appearance of particle properties? Then, was the world still objective and actual? Was it the observer effect that Lucian Evans proposed? Before the experiment table, Douglas's raised hands were obviously shaking. It was obvious that he found the result unacceptable. However, everything had been designed and conducted by him in person, without any negligence or other influences. The result was real and trustworthy. Lucian proposed the thought experiment at the beginning exactly to prove the observer effect. Although the reasons other than the observer effect could not be excluded just yet, all the arcanists were forced to consider the possibility that the observer effect did exist. At the very least, until they found another theoretical explanation, they could not neglect the observer effect anymore. Douglas stabilized his hands that seemed to be dispersing and repeated the experiment, but the transformed interferometric fringes were as clear as before. Once, twice, thrice. After 5 times, Douglas raised his head and said solemnly in a low voice, "The duplicability suggests that the result of the experiment is legitimate. After today, all the arcanists can apply to repeat the experiment with those devices." The studio was in dead silence. Samantha, Louise, and some members of the highest council were still in confusion, disbelief, and resistance. Brooke, Fernando, Hathaway, Helen, Oliver, Vicente, and the other legendary sorcerers were deep in thought. After the Great Shock, they began to consider alternative explanations other than the observer effect. Inside the Atom Institution, Anik shook his head and paced back and forth, not bothering that he was walking on pieces of glass. His mouth opened and closed, as if he wanted to propose another reason. Sprint, on the other hand, was stunned. There was no telling what he was thinking. The observer effect. Is there really an observer effect? Heidi murmured. The experiment was designed to confirm the observer effect, and the result undoubtedly showed that it was working. Inside the generic school, Ali looked at his classmates and asked both them and himself, "It's impossible. If our senses are the reason for everything, will our world still be objective and actual?" This does not agree with arcana at all. The comparison of the two experiments had manifested a horrifying conclusion. At the very least, it's our own observation, not God's, that caused it. "Our fate is still in our hands," Charlotte, the monitor, replied subconsciously. Well. The students next to them were so overwhelmed that they felt the arcana they learned had been entirely overturned. What was right? On the stream screen, Douglas no longer looked as grave as before. Gently and solemnly, he said, "This is the end of the quantum eraser experiment. In the next, we will run the second and the last experiment, which is Lucian's experiment of deferred choice. We are going to transform the classic double-slit experiment again to better highlight the result. He replaced the double-slit experiment with another experiment and demonstrated the equivalence. The previous double-slit experiment let us know that, if we choose the wave features and design an experiment accordingly, we will eventually see the diffraction patterns, but if we want to see the particle properties and add alarms, it will be the pure overlapping spots of light on the screen. In such cases, our choice and the corresponding arrangement lead to different results. Douglas was cautious enough to not speak of the observer effect but said, choices, and corresponding arrangement. The arcanists who watched the live stream nodded. Whatever the theoretical explanation was, Mr. President had just described the objective facts of the experiment. There couldn't be anything wrong about that. Douglas went on. What if we delay the choice? In the previous experiments, the electrons had obviously passed 2 slits and 2 roots, thereby engaged in self-entanglement, when they behaved as waves, and when they behaved as particles, they must have passed only one of the slits. Then, what will happen if we make a choice after the electrons choose a root but haven't reached the screen? Will we see the electrons coming from 2 roots or from 1? Since the double-slit experiment had been transformed, Douglas used roots instead of slits to refer to the process in between. Whatever the choice is, the root of the electrons has been fixed before the choice, and it cannot change. The ordinary people like Ali had recovered from the shock of the quantum eraser experiment just now. They began to speculate what might happen with their shallow knowledge of arcana. Anik shook his head to keep himself away from other explanations of the quantum eraser experiment and focus his attention on this experiment. The new experiment that his teacher proposed was also related to the observer effect, but Anik did not think that the result would be in favor of the observer hypothesis. After all, whether the electrons walked on 2 roots or on 1 had been fixed before the choice was made. Observation couldn't change what had already happened, could it? Pope Viken in the Holy City held back his delight and watched Douglas prepare the experiment expressionlessly. What was the experiment trying to prove? He did not think anything unexpected would happen after the major shock just now. The new experiment was more likely meant to prove a certain bold hypothesis wrong. Rudolph II sat on the throne in the Maple Palace and watched the experiment in silence. He somehow had a bad feeling. The members of the highest council in the studio and Samantha, Louise, and the other staff were also slightly confused. Was Lucian Evans trying to prove that the current observation could change the past? It was a thought that was even more unbelievable than reversing the time. The past had been fixed. How could it be changed? Douglas activated the experiment. The detector sent out a signal, suggesting that the electrons came on 1 root. The experiment was repeated and repeated, proving again and again that the electrons were only coming on 1 root after the preliminary procedures. Suddenly, when the electrons finished the preliminary procedures and hadn't reached the detector, Douglas quickly added a new experimental device that showed that he chose the wave properties. At this time, the detector in the other direction and the current detector beeped at the same time non-stop. Douglas's face was pale because he knew exactly what it meant. It meant that, after he made a choice, the electrons, which had undoubtedly been traveling on 1 route, came from 2 directions. The past had been changed. Their observation had changed the past of the electrons. Thud, thud, thud. Samantha stepped backward until she hit the wall. Her face was gloomy, and her eyes were widened and filled with tears. Did it mean that the strict law of causality did not work in the timeline? A cause could happen after the consequence? The present could change the past? Crack, crack, crack. The notebooks and quills in the hands of most members of the highest council fell to the ground. The coldness and shiver from the depths of their soul made them unable to say anything. It was even more unbelievable and incredible than any magic. Even the grand arcanists like Brooke and Fernando were slightly confused at this moment. How was it possible? The choices at present decided what happened in the past. The noises of items being broken echoed in the entire Allen non-stop, but nobody said anything. It was like a city of silence. No arcanists wouldn't be overwhelmed by such an experiment. They felt that the world was collapsing and everything was an illusion. Many of them rubbed their heads so hard that they almost wanted to crumble it so that they wouldn't be as painful and desperate. Had it not been for the fact that it did not concern the components of their cognitive world, corpses, blood, and brains would have been all over the ground everywhere. Few arcanists above the middle rank could have survived it. Even so, they had sensed the collapse of beliefs. They felt that they did not recognize this world anymore. There was nothing but grayness in their eyes. The students who were watching the stream like Ali and Longman found it even more unacceptable. They swallowed hard, finding it hard to believe that the consequence actually decided the process. It was the opposite of their common sense and natural instincts. Nobody could say anything as they watched Douglas repeat the experiment. Boom! The Maple Palace in Antifler had such an intense explosion that the most splendid and magnificent palace was reduced into ruins. Covered in wounds, Rudolph II murmured to himself as if he had gone mad, "Determinism, law of causality. Determinism, law of causality." He did not calm down again until a long time later, but he knew very well that he could only count on a miracle, or mountain paradise, that was under the control of Viken, in order to return to the demigod level, because his worldview had been completely destroyed. Thanos, the most distinguished genius in the magic empire and the first expert in history who found the path to the demigod level, truly understood what worldview destroyer meant. In the Holy City, Viken was equally lost and overwhelmed at first, but then, he burst into crazy laughter. The observer, the law of causality on the reverse timeline, and the present changing the past. I got it now. I got it now. Chapter 751. Prophecy of New Particles in Atom Institution. Heidi, Anik, and the other students were all waiting for the latest issue of Arcana and Magic. The series of papers on the quantum field theory published in January was a major enlightenment for the arcanists who had a deep understanding of the microscopic domain. They sensed the next breakthrough in the aspect, so they picked up the knowledge on the quantum field theory with their own work and Lucien's guidance. They had each completed a relevant paper and began the discussion with the Grand Arcanists and the senior rank sorcerers. Among them, Anik and Sprint were the founders of the quantum field theory. The application of second quantization to the electron system came exactly from the paper that they wrote together. Therefore, it was not too difficult for them to understand and grasp the new concept. Very soon, they kept up the pace with Lucien, Brooke, Fernando, and the other Grand Arcanists, getting so dizzy because of infinity that they almost wanted to die with it. The quantum field theory is excellent in low-level approximation, but when it comes to the high-level approximation, Katrina remarked with mixed feelings, without saying the word infinity out aloud. Otherwise, Sprint would have gone mad before Anik said anything. Heidi, on the other hand, was barely haunted by worries. She grimaced and said, "In any case, it's a realm where we can find out the nature of the electromagnetic force and the secrets of electrons." She paused for a moment. Well, not exactly. At the very least, there's no hope for an explanation of the quantum superposition state or the observer effect based on the quantum field theory. Besides, the different processes in which the charged particles generate the electromagnetic force by exchanging photons have given me inspirations. We seem to have grasped the occasions where positrons might show up. We need to devise some collision experiments, Chelly added for Heidi. In many cases, the discovery of particles was not as simple as finding the appropriate rays and observing their traces. It was necessary to collide different particles in different locations with different energy with the rays, in order to result in different reactions, either diffusion or others. Only then would it be possible to locate the unusual track from the complicated reactions. Grouping in experiments without theoretical guidance would be like a headless fly. One could only expect to achieve something after a long time of searching. That was why the legendary sorcerers and the archmages hadn't found anything of value from the cosmic rays. Heidi chuckled gloatingly. Therefore, this will be the main content of our experiments in the Cosmic Observatory. Considering our teacher's attention on the positron, you can never defeat us. Sprint snorted. I'm devoted to the quantum field theory right now after all. There's still plenty of knowledge for me to study and learn. I don't plan to go to the cosmic observatory anytime soon. As a matter of fact, I think Ms. Hathaway's paper is also very enlightening and beautiful. When protons and neutrons are considered as the same fundamental particle, I have truly felt the simplistic beauty in the essence of things. Laria's daily research was to decide the qualities of different materials under different temperatures and to synthesize new materials with those qualities. Then, she had to experiment repetitively to figure out the cause of superconductivity. It was boring and complicated. Therefore, she appreciated the opinion that the essence of all the complicated matters was simple. Anik said calmly, "We cannot jump to that conclusion so easily. The research on nuclear decay in the past years seems to suggest that protons and neutrons are not as simple as we imagined. Or rather, the situation inside the atomic nucleus is not as simple as we thought. When it decays, it will release electrons and neutrinos that the Lord of Storm speculated. Mr. Oliver even guessed that neutrons can be transformed into protons. The secrets and implications behind it are still hard to say." Laria understood what he meant. She nodded her head and said, "I know, but according to some arcanists, it is barely possible to discover neutrinos. Neutrinos were not charged and had little mass. They also barely interacted with any matter. Therefore, they had been called by the arcanists as invisible particles, meaning that it was almost impossible to observe them. As long as they exist, we will observe them through experiments." Sprint was quite confident about that. Then, he shook his head. "However, the most important thing right now is that many experiments cannot be conducted without a stable reactor. Yes. Without a large fission reactor, there will be no stable source of particles, and it's impossible to complete the experiments that are needed in the microscopic domain." Katrina sighed. Now, the desperate need for the fission reactor comes not only from the energy domain but also from the deeper research in the microscopic domain. It is what most arcanists desire right now. Heidi chuckled in amusement. Most arcanists don't desire it at all. They can barely keep up with the developments in the microscopic domain nowadays. After she said that, she immediately stood up and bowed with a smile. "Good morning, Master." She had found Lucian, who reached the door. Lucian took out a pile of journals from his magic pouch and smiled. "I happened upon the apprentice who was delivering the journals for you, so I brought them over by the way." Heidi and the other students were not panicked or surprised by their teacher's behavior. After all, they knew their teacher's personality very well. They knew that it was really just by the way and did not carry any deeper meaning. "Thank you, Master." Katrina and Heidi took over the journals with brilliant smiles. Lucian shook the last journal in his hands and said, "The most interesting article on this issue is Granny Hathaway's new paper." The most interesting? Sprint and the students were briefly stunned. It was certainly not easy to be remarked by their teacher as interesting. It meant that he appreciated the ideas in the paper and believed that the paper was of great heuristic value. Heidi went to the table of contents and found the title of Hathaway's new paper, A Hypothesis on the Strong Interaction Force. After reading the title, Anik and the other students looked at each other and vaguely guessed something. After all, great progress had just been made on the nature of the electromagnetic force, and a paper on strong interaction immediately showed up. They could not believe that the two of them were not related at all. As they expected, Hathaway had introduced the model, established by the quantum field theory, into the nuclear force, the strong interaction force. If the nature of the electromagnetic force was a complicated process where charged particles exchanged protons, could the strong interaction force be perceived as the result of the exchange of certain particles among nucleons, neutrons and protons? Hathaway's idea was not hard to understand as long as one had to draw the analogy without being bound by restraints. Therefore, it was not difficult for Anik, Katrina, Heidi, and the other students to accept the premise of the hypothesis and read on. Although the studies on the strong interaction force were still too shallow, it was enough to support Hathaway to build a general model. Then, according to the data that were measured in the experiment, the particle was a new particle that hadn't been discovered yet. Its mass when it was still was approximately 300 times that of the electron. If we can discover the particle, the nature of the strong interaction force will be unveiled before us. Anik said in a low voice, somewhat shocked. Is this the prophecy on a new particle? Katrina had a weird feeling. Lyria frowned and said, if it is indeed discovered, will it be possible to construct the weak interaction force with such a model with another new particle? Then, how many kinds of particles are out there exactly? It seemed that the number of fundamental particles had doubled after only a moment. Although it was still just a hypothesis, Lyria and the other students still paid great attention to it. Was it possible that the fundamental particles were not simple in the microscopic domain but a complicated and enormous system? Sprint, on the other hand, was refreshed. It will be great if we can discover the particle. It will mean that the strong interaction force has no secrets before us. All we need to do is to explore the details. If all the three fundamental forces except for gravity can be attributed to the exchange of particles with a corresponding model, it will mean that there are no secrets in the whole world before our eyes. He had always been confident and passionate, and it was certainly not an exception right now. As to how many fundamental particles were out there exactly, he couldn't care less about it. After all, everything was just a speculation. It's a shame that the studies on the weak interaction force are too few to even support the construction of such a model. Otherwise, I'm going to predict a new particle too, Heidi said rather regretfully, but then she became happy. It's possible that those particles are hidden in the cosmic rays. Sprint was stunned. Then, he declared rather abruptly, I'm going to apply to use the cosmic observatory too. Seeing that his students were full of passion for research, Lucian nodded his head in satisfaction and walked to his office. Then, his monocle suddenly became hot. Lucian, do you have a minute? Douglas's gentle and calm voice came into his ears. Lucian smiled. Always, Mr. President. What's the matter? My transmission circle for space jump has been set up. Do you want to chase after the sun with me? Douglas chuckled. Lucian was silent for a moment. He then replied, that's exactly what I hope. Throne of Magical Arcana Chapter 752, A Millennial Pursuit Inside the Land of Truth. Douglas, who usually wore a tailcoat, put on a black long robe, which made him look solemn and intimidating. The black magic robe was the classic style of the ancient magic empire. It was deep and dark without emitting the slightest light. However, under the darkness, countless magic patterns were vaguely showing up, adding to the mysterious vibe of Douglas. At this moment, Douglas did not look like an old gentleman but more like his title, the Emperor of Arcana. His hands in his back, he stood before the magic circle that was made of countless silver lines and transparent gems. There was no telling what was behind his profound eyes. That was exactly what Lucian saw after he got out of the elevator. He smiled and said, it seems that I have seen not the president of the Congress of Magic but the consul of the ancient magic empire. Douglas coughed and turned his head. He smiled. When I was little, I envied the sorcerers in such a style, and I worshipped the Light of Stars, who was the consul of the Sylvana's magic empire back then. So, I'd been mimicking them since I became an official sorcerer until the magic empire fell and I had to struggle to survive in the darkness. In order to attract less attention, I began to follow the fashion of clothes and changed to gentleman attire. Later, it became a habit, and I was too lazy to change anymore. His reminiscences were full of mixed feelings, indicating that his mind was not as peaceful as it seemed. At this critical moment where the sun might be found, it was difficult for him to keep calm despite his 1,000 years of experience. After all, it was the goal that he had pursued half of his life and the dream of all the sorcerers of the school of astrology ever since it was established. The garment of the previous sorcerers was indeed mysterious and solemn, but it was also too gloomy, depressing, and frightening, replied Lucian casually. After all, he preferred a double-breasted suit, tailcoat, and similar clothes. Why are my teacher and Mr. Bergner not here? Fernando and Bergner were one of Douglas's few remaining friends. Why did they not come to witness such an important moment? Douglas chuckled. The urgent need to stabilize the reactor has agitated Fernando. He and Hathaway are busy running the experiments on neutrons, hoping that they can find out its mysteries as soon as possible. Also, he does not have high hope in my search for the sun this time. Therefore, he has decided to cool my expectant mind with his inaction in case I am too disappointed later. That's right. When there is no expectation, there won't be any hope, said Lucian humorously. Then, he nodded his head. My teacher always thought that the reason why planets cannot be found is related to the weirdness deep inside the boundless ocean, and that it is impossible to find any planet until we can answer why we cannot finish a round-the-world flight. It is not something that can be explained by gravity lens. After Lucian repeated Fernando's opinions, Douglas looked at him with his sharp eyes. You think so, too? If Lucian did not agree with those opinions, he wouldn't have wasted his time repeating them. I share similar opinions with my teacher, but... Lucian admitted honestly. But how can you understand the source of the problem if you don't have a try? Douglas was not infuriated at all but expressed his attitude along Lucian's tone. Lucian nodded his head. That's what I believe, too. Sometimes. We have to finish an experiment even if we know that it has been wrongly designed, because the experience of failure is even more precious under special circumstances. It can help us find the correct path. Douglas nodded his head with a smile. Your arcana ideas and attitude will help you grow all the time. Then, he mentioned the prophet. Bergner has been at a loss after the uncertainty principle was proposed. Supposedly, there was a good chance that he could become a level 3 legend with the general theory of relativity, but he has halted again exactly like Donald and the rest of them. His cognitive world probably would have collapsed if it were verified by conclusive experiments or phenomena. But the probabilistic explanation and the uncertainty principle are given more and more attention in the microscopic experiments in the past few years, Lucian stressed. Douglas said with a sigh, yes. He did not say anything more, because he also found Lucian's probabilistic explanation and uncertainty principle unacceptable. Of course, his non-acceptance did not mean that he ignored the experiment results. He merely disagreed with Lucian about regarding it as the fundamental properties of the microscopic particles, just like Fernando did. He believed that certain hidden factors or variables that hadn't been discovered yet resulted in the probabilistic feature and the uncertainties. If those factors and variables were taken into consideration, the result would still fit determinism. Therefore, Mr. Bergner does not want to see me? Lucian said humorously. Douglas shook his head. Not exactly. The real reason is that he is busy building the cosmic observatory. All right, let's go. He took a deep breath and extended his right hand, pressing the transparent gate that was fully embedded with magic gems. Silver lines glittered and emanated the most splendid brilliance. Enormous energy flooded in from every corner of the magic tower and the land of truth. The blue and sunny sky out of the window suddenly turned so dark that not a single star could be seen. After the enormous energy surged into the portal, it was like rivers combining into an ocean. There was not the slightest ripple. After a long time, the magic gems on the portal in different colors glowed dazzlingly at the same time, and the hollow at the center of the portal was also covered in unpredictable light in which countless magic runes were flowing. Bright stones flew out of Douglas's magic pouch. Some were gold, some blue, and some were pure red. They hovered around Douglas's head like artificial planets circling the world. Covered by those stones, Douglas nodded at Lucian and stepped into the twisted brilliance first. Lucian had been observing the function of the magic circle and learning the space-time knowledge in it. That was the personal understanding that came from countless first-hand experiences. It was far better than what Lucian had exchanged from the advanced arcana library. Douglas had invited him to look for the sun together, partly to offer him guidance on super-remote space jump. It was a rather short journey when Lucian was teleported to space last time. After Douglas's figure turned transparent in the light, Lucian did not delay. The robe of Grand Arcanists was shielded by colorful elements as he followed Douglas into the portal. Time and space were changing, and the whole world was swirling in the profound darkness. Even though Lucian was already a level 3 legendary sorcerer, he still had the illusion that his body and his soul were being separated. He was like a flickering candle in a wind that might die out at any moment. If it were any archmage, they probably would have been completely lost in the super remote space jump for all eternity. Suddenly, Lucian's soul trembled, and his physical body was condensed again. He saw the clear, changing light before his eyes. As the light disappeared layer by layer, Lucian sensed that he was in the middle of the space, and countless cosmic rays of curses were coming at all. Therefore, he summoned his spiritual power and let out the intricate and inaudible spell. Space Staff. Ripples of light rose and gathered into a dreamy staff of light, which constructed many different spaces around Lucian. After he resisted the dangerous rays, Lucian finally had the time to unfold his field of spiritual power to observe the surroundings. There was not a gigantic fireball that was so scorching that everything would be burnt by it. Instead of the insufferable heat, this place was still nothing but coldness and the endless darkness. From the darkness, transparent and clear spots of light were embedded in it quietly. Before Lucian, Douglas's back was against him. The bright stones above his head hovered around him, covering him with different legendary spells. In the soundless space, Douglas did not attempt to communicate with Lucian via the telepathic bond. He just floated on the spot quietly and looked at the spot where the sun should be at as rigidly as a statue. He was a tall man. Although he was far from brawny, he was certainly not slim. However, looking at his straight back, Lucian somehow felt an unusual gloom and pity. Even though he had foreseen such a result, he still did not feel too well. Suddenly, the telepathic bond came over, and Lucian did not stop it. It seems that I've failed again. Douglas sounded peaceful and calm, albeit with a bitter smile. Lucian was about to comfort him when Douglas went on and said, "It seems that there are still many more factors that I failed to take into consideration. The mysteries of the universe are truly fascinating. All right, let's go back. I hope that we can find their traces next time." The bitterness was gone, and the only things left were his confusion and his genuine hope for the future. He was not frustrated, and he did not lose his momentum at all. All right. Lucian couldn't help but smile. Then, he looked thoughtfully at the place where the sun should have appeared. There, it was dark and cold, as if a hideous and ferocious beast was lurking. It was perhaps time for him to pay a visit to the end of the boundless ocean or the moonlight ocean in the dark mountain range. Ellipsis. Inside the third generic school. After leaving his dormitory, Ali went to the gate of the school despite the coldness of the early spring. His heart felt rather heavy. Today would be the day for the release of the monthly examination result. Would his efforts be properly rewarded? His heart that was both full of hope and worries made it impossible for him to calm down or consider any other questions. He had merely come to the gate of the school to ask if there was his letter out of his habit. "Ali, your letter." Shaw had already recognized the lad who had been coming to check for his letter once every day. What? Ali immediately forgot his worries, and his heart was filled by ecstasy. Throne of Magical Arcana Chapter 753. The city in the sky. In the letter, the white envelope was so neat and smooth that petals seemed to be in the middle of the texture. It was entirely different from the standard model of the postal department and was more like a piece of artwork. However, Ali did not pay attention to any of those details. His eyes were completely frozen on the elegant handwriting on the envelope. They were so familiar and beautiful that Ali's heart was immediately filled with heat. He could not feel the coldness of the early spring anymore. Too eager to wait until he returned to his classroom, Ali walked in the cold wind while opening the letter, drawing out the thick pile of paper inside. He then unfolded the letter carefully. "I was quite worried when I did not receive any letter from you during the previous few months. I thought that you had an accident, or that I hurt your feelings in our early correspondences, but I didn't know how I could reach out to you. Fortunately, the truth is not what I imagined. Our school has a 2-month holiday for the new year. By the time I saw your letters, there were already quite a few of them. I'm sorry for the long wait. Please forgive me. I'm glad that you've come to Rentado. Whether or not you succeed in the future, I believe that this is going to be the most precious wealth of your life. It's like what Mr. Farham wrote in his famous play, Land of a Thousand Lakes. Failures are tolerable for the young. So, you should read more, experience more, and see more of this beautiful and cruel world in your golden years. In this ever-changing age, there are plenty of opportunities. As long as you are bold and determined, you can certainly seize some of them, but if you are too scared of failure to bear and face anything, the opportunities will only slip through your fingers. You must have lived in Rentado for a few months now. Is your life comfortable here? What's your impression on the new things and new changes that I described in my letters? When I reread the letters I wrote, I always feel that my face is burning, because I was full of hope and passion at that time. I couldn't help but describe them in the most splendid and romantic way. Now that I can hold back my feelings, it appears to me that I have overly exaggerated their beauty, and it is not quite the reality. Ali, what do you think? How do they appear to you? I've always thought that the generic schools are perhaps not as good as Lanxiang's when it comes to job hunting in workshops and incomes in the first few years. However, if you want to make greater achievements and create a better future, only the generic schools can provide the knowledge that you need. Don't be impatient in the first 3 years. Everything you learn is to help you figure out what you are good at and what you like. Then, you will be able to absorb the nutrition that is necessary for you in the last 2 years. Besides your studies, don't forget to melt into Rentado. Only by melting into it will you completely recognize every astounding detail in this time of changes, which will give you opportunities. Therefore, I suggest you go out often during weekends or get a part-time job for yourself. There's a red tea shop on Rose Boulevard. The environment is comfortable, and the tea is delicious. Also, they have replaced the band with a magic gramophone and only keep 2 musicians. The Clown Theater in the administrative district also presents hilarious comedies. Although the Egret district is a poor neighborhood, you may encounter many adventures with abundant experiences. Their words may be exaggerated, but their knowledge can be a major eye-opener nonetheless. When the night falls, in the administrative district, the District of Nobles, and Queen Avenue, you can enjoy sceneries that look like stars on Earth. Jane introduced Rentado that she knew in an honest tone and avoided the luxury places, giving Ali a vivid feeling. The letter had no subtleties of love at all and was purely a talk between friends. It was not too formal but paid attention to every detail, warm and considerate like every letter in the past. Ali couldn't have been more excited. He read the letter many times and did not put it back until he almost approached the classroom. I got second place in the New Year exam after the holiday, and I'll be invited to visit the Allen Magic Tower and the Atom Institution. I've been to Allen before, but I was not allowed to visit the Magic Tower. Now, I finally have the opportunity to do so. I hope that the Atom Institution is even dreamier than I thought. Ali recalled the third paragraph to the last in Jane's letter. Although she tried not to brag about her achievement, her ecstasy could be clearly felt between the lines. Thinking about that, Ali's heart began to pound. The result of the monthly exam would be published soon. Was there any hope for him to go to Allen? Sitting on his chair uneasily, Ali found it impossible to calm himself down, until Mr. Bryan, who taught basics of arcana, came in. The rank of the monthly exam will be announced now. The top 20 are the lucky dogs who will be invited to visit the city in the sky, Bryan said with a smile. The classroom was so quiet that it was almost frozen. Done. Bryan began to read the names. After his every pause, somebody would exclaim uncontrollably. As the familiar names were read out and the delightful exclamations echoed, Ali grew more and more anxious. Why was there not his name? Did he really fail to make it to the top 20? Ricardo, Bryan read the 20th name. There isn't me. There really isn't me. Ali was consumed by huge frustration. He had never tasted the bitterness of failure better. In his hometown in the past, he had failed before, but he never had such great hope at that time as he did here. Ali did not hear his name until it came to the 30s. The frustrating experience made him realize the fact that his foundation was still too weak. There was still a major gap between him and his classmates who had lived in Rentado for a long time or who had been guided by scholars and magic apprentices for a year or two. Although he had been working hard, he would have to keep such an attitude for at least a year in order to catch up to them. Many people would choose to give up under such circumstances. How could you compete with other people when your starting points were different? However, Ali thought of Jane's encouragement and his parents' expectations. He clenched his fists and swore to catch up to them. While other people were working, he would work 10 times harder. At the end of March, Ali, who was dedicated to schoolwork, went to the gate of the school every couple of days habitually. Finally, he got a letter from Jane again. Last time, you mentioned that you were interested in alchemical items and had been learning them fast. I think it's because we are both attracted to magic radios, magic lamps, wired phones, and telegrams, as well as the content on Arcana Voice. However, there are still major differences between those simplified items and real alchemy. If you are really interested, you can go to the library of your school or the library of Rentado and borrow the books such as Magic Structure, Alchemical Elements, 128 Facts About Simplified Magic Items, and A History of Alchemical Items. 10,000 Whys. Volume of Alchemy, compiled by Prince Evans, in particular, is both informative and entertaining. We went to the city in the sky in the middle of this month. Although this may bring back your bad memories, I still would like to share my experiences with you. I hope that you can somewhat soothe your regrets in such a way. I've been to the city in the sky many times, but whenever the rail left the ground and rose, I always felt a shiver from the bottom of my heart. It was both fear and excitement. I was afraid because of the ant-like things below me and the decline of fantasies, and I was excited because I probably could never enjoy the feeling of running in the sky if there weren't magic steam trains and the city in the sky. After all, not everybody could become an official sorcerer. I've learned arcana and magic for years, but I am still just an apprentice. On the way, the long bus that carried us to the Allen Magic Tower met a problem. A golem came out of the magic tower. Its eyes were red, and it pushed both the bus and us to the Allen Magic Tower. Sometimes, golems are not just for battles. The Allen Magic Tower is in a totally different architectural style from that of the buildings in Rentado, but it oddly agrees with alchemical cars, aircraft, magic steam trains, blast guns, magic air conditioners, and magic lamps. I feel that they have established the unique air and style of this age together. We did not meet Mr. Felipe in the hereditary laboratory. We were told that he went to the Dark Mountain Range to collect samples. It was not a big deal to me, but my good friend was very sad, because she admired Mr. Felipe and wanted to be a doctor, who mastered magic and anatomical skills. The hereditary laboratory was not exactly what I imagined. Many common plants and unusual animals were raised there. Well, the only thing in the laboratory that made me feel creepy was the partly mutated creatures. In one of the labs that are filled with mucus, I saw bloody and terrible views. Certain animals that we see all the time turned into hideous and gross monsters. Can you imagine a rabbit with 2 heads or a dog without furs? Thankfully, since most of my classmates were horrified by such a scene, we immediately left for the Adam Institution. Mr. Lazar and Ms. Heidi received us and showed us most of the places in the institution. It's just like what I imagined. There were all kinds of complicated and mysterious magic circles as well as alchemical platforms that glowed in different colors. When Ms. Heidi turned on the particle collider, the magic circles on the entire wall, floor, and ceiling glittered at the same time, before they partly turned orange and transparent. I was so shocked that I felt I was in a dream. The picture and the overall style of the Adam Institution made me feel that I arrived at the future. I don't know why I felt that way, but I truly sensed that it would be the future. Ali, Did you know that there's a transmission magic circle inside the Atom Institution that leads to a cosmic observatory where you can observe the space? Ali sensed the excitement in her words. He was quite excited himself. The scenes in the Atom Institution were vivid before his eyes. He almost wanted to go there immediately. Cosmic observatory? Observe the space? It was something that was even beyond his dreams. Ali, Ms. Heidi told me that Arcana Voice would give more introductions to the cosmos in the future and even simulate the space with illusion skills for us to sense it in person. Also, if we could get the first place in our grade during the finals in June, we would have a chance to go to the Cosmic Observatory for real. Let's work hard together, shall we? Of course. Ali clenched his fists in such excitement that he seemed to be in the middle of the boundless cosmos already while sensing the overwhelming time of his age. Ellipsis. In Lance, the holy city. Benedict III looked out of the window and considered the piece of intelligence he just received. Lucian Evans has borrowed a lot of files about the boundless ocean recently. Throne of Magical Arcana, Chapter 754, The Blue Gate. The deeper you go into the boundless ocean, the more you will feel that you are mired in a fog, although there's no fog at all. The sunlight from the sky is so pale and dim that the environment is somewhat dizzy. You feel that you are in a different world and cannot communicate with the outside world at all. If you go backward trying to find the start point of such anomalies, you can't find it at all. It seems to be a gradual process of tiny quantity changes that eventually lead to a qualitative change. It's difficult to decide the threshold. No matter how you navigate yourself with the sun, the stars, or the environment, you will eventually reach somewhere that you passed before. That is entirely different from the flight from the Earth to the universe. Inside the atomic universe, Lucian was reading the files in his hands wholeheartedly. That was the experience of the previous generations of sorcerers when they explored the boundless ocean, which was as valuable as the legendary sorcerers and archmages' attempts to fly from the Earth to the orbit instead of using a space jump. According to them, starting from a certain altitude, the sky would give a misty feeling exactly like the depths of the boundless ocean. Also, because of the atmosphere, the feeling was even more vivid and could barely be noticed. Therefore, it was more difficult to fly from the Earth to the desired orbit than expected. So, even legends would prefer space jump. However, in any case, such a flight would not trap people in the same place. They would fly out sooner or later as long as they navigated according to the stars. However, because of the restraint of external and internal conditions, the legendary sorcerers such as Douglas were unable to specify the tipping point of the feeling clearly. It was impossible for them to tell from which altitude their observation on the ground was completely caught in the mist. Naturally, it was impossible for them to figure out the mysteries behind it. After the failed attempt to pursue the sun, Douglas had shifted his focus on that. He had been thinking hard, hoping to find a way to decide the threshold. Recently, he seemed to be considering the alchemical items with artificial intelligence, because they did not carry any subjective interferences. Therefore, he had been supporting Heida's research. In her silver armor and with the sword of truth in her hand, Natasha walked in excitedly and asked, "When are we leaving?" The expansion of Rentado had been set on track, and the night blood in her veins was boiling and calling for battle. If Lucian did not want to go out, she would have taken adventures in the abyssal gap in the Stroop Forest. Chaotic demons who were like lunatics were the best targets for battles, because they were not so scared of death after they went mad. The Scarlet Plain had been occupied by the demon lord of another floor of the abyss. Also, Lucian's exploration of the boundless ocean did require a partner so that he could focus his attention on experimenting, data recording, and investigating. Furthermore, the intuitions of a legendary knight sometimes were more useful than those of a legendary sorcerer, particularly when it came to the tiny changes on the body. Lucian put down his files with a smile. "It seems that you are the one who has been occupied by other things, not me. I can go at any time." It was already the end of April in 828. To wait for Natasha to finish the business in her hand, Lucian had read the files about the boundless ocean many times. Natasha chuckled dryly and declared solemnly, "As a queen, I cannot do whatever I want." Also, that was the most troublesome phase of Rentado's expansion, which was why I was delayed for a month. Then, instead of waiting for Lucian's reply, she waved her hands and said, "Let's go." Lucian shook his head with a smile while looking at her running away quickly with her back straight. Ellipsis. The sky was a pure and flawless blue, and the ocean was the gloomy and surging blue. There was absolutely nothing but blue in the spacious environment. The wind was blowing unpredictably, indicated only by the waves on the surging ocean. Suddenly, in the middle of the invisible wind, two figures slowly appeared. One of them was wearing a black double-breasted suit and a top hat of the same color, with a silver pocket watch in his hand, as if he were checking the time for the dinner. The other figure was a beautiful lady whose purple long hair was flying in the wind. Her silver armor added to her indifference and toughness. "There's still some distance to go until the boundless ocean. Let's fly over." Lucian raised his head to check the sun. His eyes were so deep that they were reflecting the stars that were eclipsed by the sunlight. Natasha understood Lucian's plan. Now that they were exploring the secrets of the boundless ocean, they certainly could not be teleported directly to the destination. In such a case, they might be missing the place where the anomalies first showed up. Therefore, the first solution was to approach from a relatively distant place bit by bit. Before she nodded her head, Lucian reminded her again, "Remember to control your body changes and do not let go of the tiniest anomaly." Of course. She nodded her head with a mischievous smile on her face that made her look like a cat that had just stolen food. "I'm truly flattered that I can contribute to your important experiment." Lucian was immediately amused after hearing her reply. It seemed that she wasn't too happy about being called a laboratory vandal. Of course, this is not a laboratory. Lucian certainly wouldn't let go of any opportunity to make fun of Natasha. Natasha looked at Lucian with a feigned smile. "Be careful. I might not work with you in your experiment. After all, I am an experiment saboteur." Lucian coughed and wondered when the experiment would succeed. The two of them flew above the ocean slowly. All the sea creatures swimming by looked at the sky curiously, wondering why somebody could fly even more slowly than they swam. They flew for 2 days in a row. Thanks to Lucian's magic, no sea creatures that were good at jumping or ferocious birds disturbed them. Suddenly, Natasha stopped. She looked at the silver moon in the sky and the sparse stars. Feeling a little bit weird, she asked with uncertainty, "Is it a bit heavier now?" The gentle smile on Lucian's face was immediate. He took out a small and neat metal cabin from his magic pouch. Magic waves spread out, and the metal cabin grew larger and larger, turning into a laboratory with full facilities in midair. Then, Lucian extended both hands, his fingers moving up and down. As if he were playing the piano, he controlled different magic circles and alchemical devices to determine the important factors in this place, such as gravity, humidity, wind level, temperature, locations of stars, etc. With the longsword in her hand, Natasha stood in midair and stayed on alert. Time went by 1 second after another. Nothing could be heard in the quiet night except for the flowing undercurrents. Natasha looked around, and her eyes fell upon Lucian's face. From the location where she was standing, she could only see one side of Lucian's face. The handsome face that she was most familiar with had lost the gentle smile that she was used to. Now that he was not looking at her, his face was nothing but attentiveness and thoughtfulness. In such a silent atmosphere, Natasha did not feel bored or lonely at all. Instead, she had a sense of tranquility and warmth. She looked at the side of Lucian's face and put on a smile. Suddenly, the water down below splashed, and an enormous shadow appeared on the surface of the ocean. Hualala! A sea monster dozens of meters long emerged, as overwhelming as a mountain. It had the appearance of a freshwater crocodile, but it was so gargantuan and so weird. Its scales were emitting mottled brilliance under the silver moon, spreading out the magnificent and horrifying air. It was a sea monster that governed the waters around. It had sensed intruders. Natasha turned around and narrowed her eyes. Inside her silver pupils, swords seemed to be flashing. The sea monster was suddenly frozen. Then, it dived back as fast as it could, as if it had been scared out of its wits. They were more like monsters than it was. It has keen instincts. Lucian's smiling voice entered Natasha's ears. Natasha said, somewhat embarrassed, "Were you disturbed?" Although such formalities were unnecessary between a couple, Natasha felt that she failed to fulfill her responsibility as a knight due to her negligence. Not at all. The data have been collected. Lucian took back his portable laboratory. Natasha finally asked in joy, "Did you notice anything wrong?" It's barely possible to tell anything from one group of data. Lucian talked as if he had figured out where he was getting at. Ellipsis. In the depths of the boundless ocean, Natasha looked at the island that was covered in red weird plants and said solemnly, "We've returned to where we passed just now." Yes. Over the past month, Lucian had collected a lot of data, but he still failed to avoid such a situation. What have you found? Natasha sensed no anomaly at all except for the tiny body changes that she occasionally felt. She could only ask Lucian if he got anything from the data. Lucian responded without answering her question, "According to the files I read, there's a mysterious blue gate deep inside the boundless ocean." Yes, the blue key is exactly a legendary material born by the blue gate. It has been modified by the strongest experts of the Sea Clans generation after generation before it becomes one of the 13 level 4 legendary items today. However, the blue gate is just like the chaotic cosmos. Only the strongest experts of the Sea Clans who control the blue key, or those who are lucky, can discover it. Natasha recalled the files that she had read. Also, many legendary experts suspect that the blue gate does not exist at all and that it's a myth that the Sea Clans created based on the legendary item, the blue key. In any case, we have to search for it. It seemed that Lucian was trying to determine something. Suddenly, an unpredictable song came from far away. Lucian's head was dizzy for a moment even though he was a level 3 legendary expert. His soul seemed to have been shaken and attracted. Watch out. Lucian cast spells and helped Natasha, who was struggling to resist it, to get rid of the effect. The song of a mermaid? A legendary one? Natasha looked at where the song came from. Throne of Magical Arcana Chapter 755. The Song of Mermaids. Herix, the Emperor of the Kuo Tones, was known as the Master of the Boundless Ocean who had 7 legendary sea generals under his command. However, the explored part of the boundless ocean was already twice the size of the continent, not to mention the waters that seemed to be forever enshrouded in the mist. How could such a spacious territory be governed by only 8 legends? Of course, without external foes, one top legend was enough to control the boundless ocean. However, the Sea Elves backed by the Elvish Court, the Congress of Magic that controlled many islands, the South Church that had raised several agents in the south side of the ocean, the Moonlight Forces that were very close to the Dark Congress, and the Gips Murlocs who were as tough as stones forced Herix to take actions prudently. The Elvish Court, which had burst into direct conflicts with him, had attracted most of his forces. Under such circumstances, at least 1/3 of the boundless ocean that did not have a ruler was in the chaotic state, and it was impossible for the sorcerers to explore such a vast ocean without leaving out any detail. Therefore, the legendary sorcerers of the Congress of Magic were not certain about the number of legendary creatures in the boundless ocean. After all, some of the sea creatures lived at the bottom of the ocean thousands of meters deep and would only emerge once every few hundred years. It was absolutely normal that they were not known by the outsiders. Therefore, when they heard the mermaid's song that could make one lose their sanity and soul, Lucian and Natasha's first reaction was to wonder whether she was the mermaid princess, under the command of the Master of the Boundless Ocean, or if she was another legendary mermaid. Whoever she is, now that we have run into her, let's go over and ask her the way. I wonder if she knows anything about the Blue Gate since she lives deep inside the boundless ocean. Lucian held back his confusion and put on a gentle smile again. Natasha nodded her head and suddenly complimented. Everybody says that the mermaid's song is the best music in the world and too beautiful for any intelligent creatures to appreciate. Once they hear it, their souls will be lost in the song, and they cannot pay attention to anything else until they die. I have always been suspicious about the theory, but after I heard it with my own ears today, I finally realized that it is even better than rumors. If we hadn't already become legends, our souls would have been completely lost just now. Thanks to the protection of mental barrier and space staff, the pleasant and soul-penetrating song could not enter her ears anymore. That was why she could remember the shock she sensed just now clearly. Listening carefully, Lucian chuckled in the telepathic bond. This is a legendary mermaid after all. Hee hee. I tried to restore her song with my music knowledge, but without the assistance of magic and spiritual power, it is impossible to achieve such an effect, just as it is impossible to play the melodies that have magic effects with a common piano. Also, without learning her specialties, it will be barely possible to mimic her even if I use spiritual power and magic. Lucian had a level 3 legendary soul, and he was faced with a mermaid who must have just become a legend. Therefore, he did not need to resist the song with additional spells and could keep on appreciating it. All the sorcerers whose souls were not lost after they saw mermaids had been trying to construct illusion spells by duplicating their songs. However, for all kinds of reasons, their final products were not nearly as wondrous and astounding as the songs. So, none of them had the courage to name their illusion Mermaid's Song. If anybody in this world can mimic the song of mermaids, it would be you, a combination of a grand arcanist and a great musician. I remember that the spells that certain sorcerers constructed by duplication were too far away from the authentic version because they did not understand music very well, said Natasha half-jokingly. After that, you can write a piece of music that does not contain the magic effect according to the spell you create so that everybody else will get to enjoy the wonder of mermaid songs. Well, I've already thought of a name for you. It will be 12 Movements of Requiem. While the two of them talked and laughed, Lucian's reconnaissance spell had already given a result. It was a cluster of reefs over there. A mermaid whose blue hair reached her waist was floating on the surface of the ocean and singing aloud against the reefs, surrounded by other mermaids who were joining her and the sea creatures who had lost their sanity and souls, including enormous octopi, weird sharks that were dozens of meters long, and monsters with human heads and crab bodies. There are no dangers except for the mermaid. We can approach her directly. Although Lucian believed that he was strong enough to crush the legendary mermaid, he still activated the reconnaissance spells according to the habits of sorcerers in case he fell into any trap. Great. I'm told that mermaids are all very beautiful. They seem to be made of the purest water, and they carry unimaginable, astounding beauty. Natasha's silver eyes were sparkling with curiosity and expectations. Lucian shook his head with a smile. By logic, it should have been him who was more curious about the mermaid princess. The two of them flew as fast as two streaks of light in the sky. Very soon, they arrived above the reefs and saw the legendary mermaid whose upper half body was a human being and whose lower half body was a fishtail. Her scales were as shiny as gold, unlike other mermaids, but they also gave the feeling of being transparent, exuding a dreamy vibe under the sunlight. The upper half body of the legendary mermaid was naked, and her skin was as fair as milk. Her blue long hair dangled and covered her rising bosoms perfectly. Her face was delicate, innocent, and full of charm. Her water and blue eyes were as soul-attracting as her song. Ha! She's even prettier than rumors have it. Natasha smiled like a gentleman, but the sword of truth in her hands did not shake at all, and she could launch an attack at any moment. Inside her silver eyes, there was nothing but attention and caution now that her curiosity had been satisfied. The mermaid had sensed them when the two of them approached. She waved her gold tail and slapped the surface of the ocean, raising a tsunami that could have destroyed the ocean. However, at this moment, she saw that the environment around Lucian changed. The blue sky suddenly turned dark, as if the night had arrived early, and the ocean was enshrouded in the infinite darkness. In the middle of the darkness, gold, silver, white, and other colorful stars were glittering. Among those stars, there were the most terrifying fireballs that were emanating unimaginable heat like the sun. Her captivating blue eyes constricted abruptly. She stopped slapping her tail and singing the song and acts in a gentle and clear voice. "Are you here for me, my dear guests?" She used the peculiar tongue of mermaids first, but she soon switched to the common tongue of the sea clans. However, for the knowledgeable Lucian, both were the languages that he was quite fluent with. Although Natasha did not have a deep understanding of arcana, language study was a compulsory course for any nobles, and Lucian had taught her a lot, so she was able to understand it too. "We're wondering if you are one of the 7 sea generals under the master of the boundless ocean, my lady." Lucian nodded in satisfaction. Although he had a lot of battle experience, he disliked meaningless battle and slaughter. That's why he demonstrated his strength just now, so that the legendary mermaid could see the gap and make a sensible choice. Deterrence was sometimes more useful than fighting. The mermaid replied with a pleasant voice, "Yes. I am Doris. Can I help you?" Doris was the name of the mermaid princess. Seeing that the mermaid princess was highly wary but too scared to attack, Lucian smiled and said, "My lady, I would like to know if there is anything about the Blue Gate that you can tell us." "How did you?" Doris was so surprised that she blurted out her question, but she immediately stopped it, as if her secret had just been seen through. Natasha and Lucian looked at each other. It couldn't be so coincidental, could it? Throne of Magical Arcana Chapter 756. The battle. Half a month ago, Doris knew that she had made a horrible mistake the moment she said it. She slapped her golden fishtail on the surface of the ocean, raising a splash of waves and water. In the middle of the splash, her body was suddenly blurred. Even though Lucian's spiritual power and Natasha's willpower had been fixated on her, they both felt that they had suddenly lost their target. They watched her turn transparent and melt without a sign, like snow that had met the sun of July. Doris completely melted after only one moment. She joined the ocean, and white foam surged up on the ocean, reflecting the dim and pale sunlight. Lucian could not sense Doris with his spiritual power anymore, as if she had truly melted into the ocean. Or rather, every tiniest foam was her. Foams were broken one after another, and the whiteness on the surface of the blue ocean was about to vanish when Lucian used the unpredictable and intricate voice that sounded from a different world. "Space staff." The environment shook hard, and a brilliant but dark staff was condensed in Lucian's hand. As he pointed with the staff, the whole ocean spread out ripples of light, like a lake at night. Those ripples separated the waters within the dozens of square meters from around. If one were to calm down and sense carefully, they would find it impossible to perceive the ocean hundreds of meters below, because it was in a different time and space. In the space-time cage, the ocean trembled with blueness. Suddenly, the water in a certain area surged and consolidated into a translucent statue that looked like a sapphire. Then, the face of the statue became clear. It was Doris. Her gold tail leapt out of the ocean too. Doris looked at Lucian and Natasha with her blue eyes while biting her lips without saying anything, as if she were weighing the consequences. "I am a friendly good guy, and I don't like fighting and unnecessary slaughter. I hope that you won't let me do the things that I don't like," Lucian said with a gentle smile, but his eyes were not gentle at all. Doris was not a sorcerer, and she did not have other strange methods of escape. She was unwilling to fight Lucian, who was apparently much stronger than her either, in which case she would only have a 10% chance of survival. It was a risk that a mermaid who loved singing and swimming freely like her could not accept. Therefore, she nodded her head. "If you want to know about the Blue Gate, I can tell you." She blamed herself for singing too devotedly just now. If she had noticed the two human beings sooner, she would have had enough time to escape instead of ending up like this. "To make sure that you are telling the truth, please sign a magic contract with me, Ms. Doris." Lucian was still wearing his standard smile of courtesy. "Contract? Demon, I would rather die before I accept a slavery contract." A storm of fury raged in Doris' blue eyes and dimmed the environment around her. The sky was gloomy and depressing, and the water in the ocean stopped moving, as if a horrifying outbreak was underway. She had heard before that certain quirky human beings had an unusual interest in mermaids, even though most mermaids could not turn into humans and lose their fishtails. Therefore, she would rather die in self-detonation than submitting herself, hoping that her final attack could heavily wound the wicked sorcerer. Lucian chuckled. This contract has no clauses of slavery. It only ensures that I will sense it immediately if you lie or if you tell other people my whereabouts and destination afterward. Under normal circumstances, nobody would sign such a contract, and it was obviously unfair. Also, the devils and fake gods who served as notary might refuse to provide a better guarantee because of that. However, Doris did not really have a choice right now. She struggled to open her mouth. Let me take a look at the contract. Lucian took out a contract that was made of the rind of an elven tree. He pressed his right hand on it and touched it. The paper immediately spread out a silver light. After his right hand moved away, dozens of sophisticated clauses had been added to the contract. Doris picked up the contract that Lucian tossed over and read carefully. She realized that the contract would have zero effect if she did not lie or reveal that they were going to the Blue Gate, but of course, if she violated that, she would receive the punishment from the atomic universe, which would mean her death. Atomic universe. Doris looked at Lucian. Why was he the notary of the contract? As one of the 7 sea generals under the command of the master of the boundless ocean, and as the mermaid princess who was active in the territory of sea elves, she had the basic knowledge about the Congress of Magic. Lucian said with a smile, "It's my wife that you'll be signing the magic contract with. As for me, as a legendary sorcerer who has my own demiplane, I am certainly qualified to be the notary of the contract. I'm even more professional than most devils. My punishment won't have any delay." That was why the word legendary was used to describe the experts of such a level. They were capable of what other people couldn't do. Looking at the pitiful look on Doris' frowning face, Natasha sighed in the telepathic bond. I almost cannot watch this anymore. You are really not a gentleman. If I were a gentleman, the consequences would be much more severe. Lucian teased. In her helplessness, Doris could only sign the contract. After Natasha also signed it, the contract suddenly ignited itself, burning so furiously that even the water around seemed to be on fire. The pale fire suddenly turned dark, profound, and dim, and stars in different colors seemed to be glittering. It was quite similar to the projection of the atomic universe with which Lucian changed the environment around him. A handsome face was condensed by the starry light in the fire, who then declared solemnly, "In the name of Atom Controller, I hereby announce that the contract is in effect." Looking at the identical faces in the fire and in the sky, Doris said with seething wrath, "The contract has already been signed. Just ask whatever you want to know fast." It was simply too shameless that the guy was both the player and the judge. Why were you so surprised after hearing the Blue Gate? Natasha asks. Doris heaved a sigh. Because I'm here exactly for the Blue Gate. Seeing that Lucian and Natasha did not pursue in surprise, she simply went on and said, "By the order of His Majesty Herix, I have come to the intersection of the undercurrents of the Lost Land to navigate the sea creatures who come after me to go to the Blue Gate. Because there are many other intersections, I sang a song to summon my people, asking them to provide navigation in other places in case the sea creatures lost their direction. The Lost Land was how the sea clans called the depths of the boundless ocean." Undercurrents, Lucian repeated in a low voice. It was undeniable that the Congress of Magic's natural research on the ocean was still shallow. After all, every part of the boundless ocean had been occupied by the sea clans. The furthest place that human fleets reached was the few islands that the Congress of Magic occupied. As for the sorcerers who could submerge into the ocean without fearing the sea creatures, they were at least in the sixth circle, and they paid more attention to the mines, treasures, and special animals at the bottom of the ocean than to the ocean itself. Therefore, Lucian flew here to record the environmental data. He had completely forgotten about the situation at the bottom of the ocean. Seeing that Lucian was in his thoughts, Natasha stopped asking and waited for 2 minutes. Lucian then opened his mouth and asked, "Does the Blue Gate really exist? Why did Herix ask the other sea creatures to go there? I've been to the bottom of the Lost Land with His Majesty Herix before. There was indeed a Blue Gate. However, His Majesty Herix forbade me from approaching it. I only stole a glimpse at it from far away. It felt both real and illusory. Although it was right there, I somehow felt that it was far away in the moonlight ocean." "That was quite amazing," Doris replied honestly. However, as a mermaid who loved singing, she couldn't help but add artistic descriptions. "It is said that we can only touch it when the legendary material growing inside the Blue Gate is about to take shape. Herix summoned the sea creatures because the legendary material inside was about to take shape? No, in that case, he should have come in person." Natasha held her longsword tightly without any relief. After hearing Doris' description, Lucian nodded his head. The blue key was a space-time object, and the Blue Gate should be exactly like that. Doris shook her head. "I don't know, but His Majesty Herix has ordered the few trustworthy sea creatures to deliver the captives in the battle to the Blue Gate." "Captives?" Lucian looked at Natasha, but Natasha shook her head, hinting that Doris was not lying. "Yes, half a month ago, His Majesty Herix gathered his forces and fought the sea elves and the Gips. Many captives were caught," Doris replied honestly. Lucian became solemn. The sea clans had another battle with the elves, and it seemed rather intense. However, he did not receive any message about it since he was in the Lost Land. In the Lost Land deep inside the boundless ocean, all the communication methods were disordered. That was why Herix asked the mermaid princess to lead the way through the most primitive of roaring. "Captives," Natasha repeated and couldn't help but look at Lucian. Both of them had smelled the air of blood sacrifice. Doris did not know what was on their minds. She explained the details about how to go to the Blue Gate along the undercurrents and their changing patterns. In the end, she said pitifully, "That's all I know about the Blue Gate." Lucian nodded. "What's the result of the battles with the elves and the Gips?" "We assaulted the territory controlled by the sea elves and captured a lot of them, but they were defended by 2 legends and had a thorough defense. They managed to resist us until the Elven Queen came to their aid." Fear suddenly popped up on Dora's face. The Elven Queen was much stronger than before and was almost on par with Belkovsky. She heavily wounded His Majesty Herix, who did not see it coming, forcing us to flee with the captives. On the other side, the ambush on the Gips was also affected. Not too many casualties above the senior rank were caused. Under the pale sunlight, both Lucian and Natasha looked somewhat gloomy. Had Aglia, the Elven Queen, improved herself so quickly?